Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents An Ideal World for a Sociopath, Book 4, by Oleg Sapphire, translated by Colin Parker, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Chapter 1. "Did you see that?" one of the soldiers asked his brothers in arms. "Shit," was all that one of them could manage. "You've given up, haven't you?" "Fat chance around here," the man said, stopping to take a drag on his cigarette. They had a fine view of what had happened, and now they were wondering how to inform Clubfoot and everyone else, who were currently finishing off the remaining zombies. Those who were too badly injured to fight on were gathered here on the top floor, but nobody wanted to go down and tell the commander personally what they'd seen. "By the way, while I was keeping an eye on Varg, I didn't see what happened to the necromancer," said Makar. "Did anyone notice? It looked like he got atomized. Then this strange wave passed over and the zombies went all stupid again. Guys, I get it, but I reckon we need to get out of here and sharpish," said Mikhail, who'd seen Varg in the battle and realized he was definitely indestructible. People like that simply did not die. This lot, on the other hand, could die, and very easily if they stayed here for much longer. Zombies will soon be on their way here from every direction. And sure enough, zombies had gathered at the site of the explosion. Stupid though that may have been, because the earth there was red hot. Zombies were melting. Boxes were melting. People's psyches were melting from the realization that this had all been caused by just two people, one of them Varg. Mikhail's words and the sight of the approaching zombies snapped people out of their stupor. They helped the wounded soldier to his feet before all going downstairs together. "The kid's right. Let's grab our stuff and get out of here," someone else said, pondering how good it was not to be conflicting with Varg. Clubfoot was raging. Even the walls felt it as he struck them. He was so angry and frustrated he couldn't speak. All he could do was sniff violently. He seemed to think the portal, which had closed, would materialize again and Varg would skip out as if nothing had happened. But it wasn't happening. And he, the squad commander, was responsible not only for his own life, but also for the lives of his soldiers. Were he alone, he would fight the zombies to the very end in the hope of his friend's return. They may not have known each other very long, but Varg had become a faithful comrade. Sometime later, Combat's office. "What do you mean, flew away?" At first, Combat did not understand what Mikhail was telling him. "He stuck one arm out in front, just like Superman," said one of the soldiers, adding his 2 cents worth. "He flew into the portal, then there was an explosion, and the portal closed. The necromancer disintegrated, and Varg took a flying lesson." Combat stood there blinking in a trance for a minute. "You lost Varg?" he asked, hoping it was all a stupid joke. He understood from Clubfoot's face, however, that it was true. It was the expressionless face of a man psychologically crushed. "Bro, are you kidding?" Shatan asked, taken aback by the news. "Sorry, I couldn't help him, and it was pointless trying to talk him round," said the bear-like Clubfoot, lowering his head. He couldn't shake off the thought that he should have come up with a different plan to stop Varg. Everyone in the office saw how hard it was for him, and how exhausted he was, and the state of his armor, covered in dried blood and scratches, spoke volumes. "Varg isn't responding," said Combat. "He's ignoring me, too." "And me?" "Shit," said Combat, with a sigh that mirrored the general mood. "All I can say is he's alive, but he's either been captured or gotten himself into more trouble. He's probably on another killing spree and doesn't have time to reply to messages." "Maybe he's too far away and messages aren't reaching him," one of the analysts suggested. "Don't you go jinxing him now," snapped Quartermaster, shooting the man a menacing look before asking another interesting question. "What are we going to tell Polina?" Then began a full interrogation of all the witnesses. There weren't many, just 7 people who had been sent to the safety of the top floor because of their injuries. From there, they'd had a perfect view of events at the portal. At first, Varg had been chatting with the necromancer, no sign whatsoever of what was to come. Then came an unannounced explosion, and all hell broke loose. My first awakening wasn't great. I remembered the last moments, right up until I entered the portal. And then I was enshrouded in dark. My eyes were still dark now, and it was very cold. I was not conscious for long. I tried to open my eyes, but zoned out again. Freaking excellent, I thought when I awoke for the second time. It's hard to describe the effort it took me to open my eyes and understand where I was. Not even cuss words would help. My body listened, though with no special joy, and each movement caused me wild pain. Not like it had been with the blood, when every cell had hurt. This time the problem was my skin. I was covered in a baked black crust, which was terribly painful and itchy. I tried to scratch, and immediately regretted it. Damn, bad idea. Now I knew why I hadn't been eaten. My flight had been so epic that I landed in a snowdrift headfirst, feet in the air. No sooner did I manage to turn my world back the right way up than my head span from the rush of blood. Where the fuck am I? I thought to myself. And what's this snowdrift doing here? Winter was everywhere, and a snowstorm was whipping up, which explained the cold. My armor was in tatters, and funny though it may seem, the only garment still intact were my underpants. I had a splitting headache that prevented normal thought, added to which I was being bombarded by messages from both the system and people. Yeah, I can imagine what stories they've been making up. Pity I couldn't concentrate well enough to respond. And on top of everything else, I sensed my reserves of internal energy were totally depleted, and that made my chest hurt. If I understood anything correctly, our attacks had resonated together to create a small sun, which had left burn marks on me. It had also burned away my vital energy. Without that, and regeneration, I would have died. Yes, it had been stupid, but I regretted nothing. It had been necessary, and I'd done what my nature had demanded of me. Forward to victory. Nothing less would do. If the necromancer's attack had been directed at the skyscraper, we would have been awash with blood. As it was, I alone had suffered. So, screw it, I was alive, and that was the most important thing. And regeneration would heal my wounds. Speaking of which, I produced 5 bottles of healing potion and emptied them into my gullet one after the other. A pleasant warmth, washing my throat before spreading downwards. Even such simple motions as this wore me out, and I wanted to snooze again, except falling asleep would be the same as dying around here. If the zombies didn't get me, I might freeze to death, and I wanted to eat like nobody's business. I sat for 5 minutes, staring at the streets under their meter of snow. Buildings were covered in ice and absolutely deserted. How far was I from my town? That's it. Map. I opened the map and began howling like a scent hound at my impotence. The town was completely covered in dark, which meant I'd never even been here. And it was 1,200 kilometers to my town. System, give me a teleport, I appealed. If you want, in return, I'll destroy other invaders' bases, or do a few tests, anything, just to teleport this one time. The miracle didn't happen. I sat there for another 10 minutes until my head stopped spinning, then rose to my feet. It seemed to have worked. So, which way? Follow my nose, I guess. Taking the bit between my teeth, I staggered towards the first building I saw. It was a regular 2-story residential block comprising several apartments. Snow, Varg. You're cold and hungry. I fell twice, once tripping over a bicycle, the second time tripping over the dead cyclist's body. The only redeeming thing was vision, still working. Invisibility was also functional. Blink, not so. I certainly wouldn't be able to use them in the next 24 hours. Somehow or other, I made it inside the building after scraping the snow away from the door. I couldn't remember the last time I'd entered a building that way, as normal people do. Usually it was blinks through a window. I selected one of the nicer apartments. You could say I was lucky to be able to use such a word in this situation. A small apartment consisting of 2 rooms and a minuscule kitchen. On the plus side, all the windows were intact. Very important with a snowstorm blowing outside. There was also a fireplace, so I spent the next 2 hours breaking furniture to use as firewood. I lit the fire, and only when I felt its warmth was I able to relax. It would not be pleasant to add frostbite to my burns. The messages did not stop flooding in, but I swiped them away. There simply wasn't time. I urgently had to dry off and eat if I didn't want to kick it. Shame I had none of Polina's food with me. Thoughts of her cooking made my mouth water. So I began shoveling down tins of food. I didn't have the strength for anything else. And even if I did, cooking was not my forte. Bread, tins, sausage. Those were my rations for the day. Hurrah for my large stocks of gray boxes. After eating, I went to shift the sofa. It stood by the window, but it really needed to be by the fireplace in the warmth. Completing the task with a great deal of effort, I immediately crashed onto the sofa and fell into oblivion, although not without retrieving a sheet and blanket from my inventory first. I experienced more vivid dreams, but I couldn't remember them when I awoke. The only thing I recalled was laughter. Female laughter. Some might think my situation amusing, but there was nothing funny about it for me. The injuries were nothing, they would heal. But how was I to get back home? I slept for ages and ceased to feel like an invalid. The fire had long since died down, and out on the street it was morning, if my clock wasn't lying. I didn't waste much time thinking what to do next, building the fire back up and eating more of my food reserves. Just as I was chuffing my last spoonful of pate, I received yet another message from combat. Varg, respond, please. We're all on edge here. Just tell us you're alive. If you've been taken prisoner, at least give us a sign. Plead with them to parley, and tell them I'm willing to consider any demands. Shouldn't they have been buoyed by my disappearance? A reasonably unreliable element of the community had gone AWOL, and now they were quite a strong group and absolutely able to manage without my assistance. All they had to do was level Mikhail up, and he would become a force to be reckoned with, and Clubfoot could slice beasts up like a paper shredder, to say nothing of the rest. I'm going to send you a request to display your location. As far as I know, the system cannot be blocked for you. Accept the request and we'll know where you are. We don't need much time to send you help. Cripes, what a plan. The request did indeed arrive, and I immediately accepted it. Maybe shocked to see where I've ended up. He didn't make me wait for a response. Fuck! Have you been kidnapped by gypsies or something? Couldn't they have brought you closer to home? Combat was a real joker. It made me smile. I'm fine, alive, in one piece, and almost healthy. How are you back there? I had to reply, otherwise they'd mark me down as dead. In prison? Nah. Bastard. I owe Fedja 10 boxes, he wrote. Despite the pain, I smiled again. Tell Fedja he owes me a cut, I replied. Why should it just be him earning? I will. I'll tell him everything. But tell me how you are and what happened, he demanded. Not nice. What could I tell him? First of all, I don't know how to get back, I wrote, beginning with the worst news. But I definitely will. I hope I don't need to remind you everything should be in order with my girls in my apartment. I could never have imagined becoming attached to anyone in this life, but it happened. And I don't like people touching what's mine. You know that while I'm alive, everything will be just fine. Everything of yours will remain yours, wrote Combat. I expected nothing else. I'll tell you something else as well. I'll pass your words on to Clubfoot. He took your disappearance very much to heart. I'm banking on your integrity. What else is there to say? I'm slightly wounded. if full body burns can be described as slight wounds, but it's a secret, especially for Polina and Katya. Understood? He might have a rough idea of the scenario. If not him, who else could I trust? It was better for the girls not to know. They were too untrusting, and I didn't want to worry about them if I could help it. In all this time, the girls hadn't written more than a couple of messages asking how I was and when I'd be free to write back, which meant Combat hadn't told them, and had also forbidden others to do so. They were better off believing everything was okay. The last thing we needed was panic, so let them remain out of the picture. What followed was a long discussion with Combat about what had happened and how to proceed. The base had not been attacked further, but that was clear anyway. I'd read one of the system messages today. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 138 kilograms. Attention! You have killed another of Mirash's servants, Ivan Sidorov. Important note. The mistress of the Grey Plan has a vindictive nature and does not forgive those who covet her possessions. Expect retaliatory measures. Vindictive, huh? I see. I also did not take kindly to my shit being interfered with, and they'd paid a visit to my home. So maybe they should take their plans and shove them up their assholes? I would shoot them all, down to the last man. And next time, I would be smarter. Combat said the runologist had in fact just started work and was already applying runes to walls and weapons. Interesting. With walls, the runes became integrated into the stonework itself and did not require additional charging. With arrows and bolts, the situation was trickier. The lifespan of a rune depended on the quantity of mana infused in it. Bolts, arrows, and other weapons devoured mana like there was no tomorrow, while buildings barely assimilated any. The soldiers were already being issued with supercharged bolts, which they would deposit in their inventories. An early experience showed them that the mana in them was not being consumed at all. How untimely my absence from home was. Were it not for that, I would already be in possession of enhanced arrows. Just the ticket against hulks and rippers, which were becoming more brazen with every day and gaining strength as they did so. Combat asked me to be careful and promised to think of a way to get me out of here. As always. In the meantime, the girls would be told I'd found my way into a portal and would be there for some time. Not a word about my injuries. Come to think of it, I would tell them myself. Right now. Hi, sorry I couldn't reply for so long. I was a bit busy with my, business. I wrote to Polina. While I was waiting for her reply, I stoked the fire. Igor, are you okay? I realize you have enough worries as it is, but please don't go dark for so long again. Just a quick message that everything's okay, okay? We haven't slept for 2 days. What could I say? It was nice to be the object of concern. After mollifying Polina and also writing to Katya, I was left alone once more. Not for long, mind, because then everyone went for it. Quartermaster, Shadton, Clubfoot, Tactic, and even Feeler all wrote to me. Everyone wanted to chat urgently. When they were all satisfied, my mind turned back to food. But yet again, I was distracted, only this time by loud knocks at the door. Oh, what is it this time? I moaned wearily, with a foreboding of problems soon to arise. How right I was. Problems had come looking for me. A single jumper zombie and a bunch of regulars were trying to batter down my door, which was already hanging by a thread, or to be more precise, by a regular bog-standard door chain. The lock was already broken before I'd shown up, and the chain was now my sole defense. Déjà vu. The situation seemed familiar. Surely I hadn't gone all the way back to the beginning. My gait surer than yesterday, I went to have it out with the zombies. 5 of them were breaking my door down. They were the same here as in my town, the one exception being their skin, which took on a blue tint due to the cold. Back at home, it was normal Z's that had come through the portal, which meant this wasn't the starting point they were taken from. Why then close the portal and open a new one into winter? In the hope I would fly into it and be gone? I figured I wasn't going to find out just now. Pity, it would be interesting. My first kill was the jumper with my crossbow, which was already cocked and loaded in my inventory. Next up, I put a bolt in a zombie reaching for me through the gap in the door. Its black, frostbitten fingers looked pretty unpleasant. The rest of the zombies I could not kill yet and would have to wait until they entered my line of sight. I could see them using vision, but unfortunately I couldn't shoot through physical objects. It took a few minutes to deal with them and then check the vicinity using vision. I saw no one else. How had they found me? The blizzard outside was just mental, snowdrifts a meter high, and yet they'd trampled through as if it was nothing. After dragging the dead men away from the door, I left them lying just where they were. There was no point taking them too far. It was so freaking cold that they wouldn't smell. When I came to the last one, I realized I'd been overworking myself. My head was spinning again, and I felt nauseous. Although my appetite remained ferocious. I needed to eat urgently, and then sleep for a couple of hours. How wretched it was to feel so weak. I collected my rewards and tramped back into the house. 2 violet boxes. It was unusual to see 2 together. I could go a whole week without seeing even one. But I wasn't going to open them anyway because I generally got nothing but garbage. It was easier to sell them on the trading platform and buy more leather armor, which by now had become my second skin. I topped the fire up with more wood. How disgusting the smell of burning cupboard was. Then I necked a couple of tins with bread and washed it all down with juice, all the while nearly weeping as I recalled Polina's cooking. Then I fell back into that heaven-sent darkness. I would have a good sleep and feel better. I managed just 2 hours, and it was nothing to do with insomnia. Quite the opposite. I was very sleepy, but I was awoken by a loud rumbling on the roof. I turned my head to the window and saw snow falling from the roof, along with slates? What now? Thinking fatefully that problems just seemed to find me anyway, I now looked up at the ceiling and switched on vision. Fuckity fuck, who the hell is this? Chapter 2. On the roof were 3 insect-like creatures. Spears in hand, they were inspecting something up close. They looked humanoid, 2 arms and 2 legs, but with wings as well, plus thoraces and abdomens covered in brown chitin, and muzzles that made them look like the bastard offspring of a roach and a skeeter. But they weren't inspecting just anything. They were looking at the chimney, which was smoking. Aha. That's what attracted them. So what do I do now? Nothing. The mosquitoes, and that is exactly what they look like at this distance, came to life, jumped off the roof, and took flight. And they fly as well. They flew in circles around the building, peering in through the windows. Screw you. I've got invisibility. What were the chances these insects were peaceful? One of their spearheads I'd noticed was covered in dried red blood, but zombie blood was black or dark green. So they flew and looked and then flew into the neighboring flat via a broken window. My door chain gave up the ghost after a single kick. I retreated into a corner of the room and waited to see what would happen. The insects broke in and went berserk, tossing the apartment and throwing stuff around. I was afforded a superb opportunity to take a closer look at them. Definitely sentient beings. That much was evident from the leather straps holding spare spears on their backs. One also had a sword and a scabbard hanging from its waist. The spears were of standard construction, a wooden shaft topped with a metal tip. I did not understand their language, and the bastards weren't shy of speaking among themselves. It was like the language of birds, all squawking and squeaking. Shoot, how I want to know what they're talking about. Would you like to learn the language of the Tariansi race? Important note, to learn the language of the Tariansi race will cost 10 blue boxes. FFS. Of course I would, but I owe the system 2 blue boxes as it is. As it stands, your debt amounts to 0 blue boxes. The leader of the honor group settled your debt. My face must have been a sight to behold after news like that. Had combat come up trumps and not told me? Wonders would never cease. Well, with that debt paid off, it was time to accrue more debt. I want to learn their language, I thought, addressing the system mentally. And for a moment, my head span like crazy again. No leathers here. They fled. We must find. Food, no get far. Tell Swarm. No leathers here for long time. We find them. Leather dangerous for Swarm. Also fine. They spoke like retards, but the essence was clear enough. I was fucking insulted on behalf of the leathers. Damn racists. I did not breathe an unnecessary breath. They didn't look strong, but right now I was in no condition to do battle. They spent another minute poking the various rags on my sofa with their spears, then headed for the door, showing their indignation in guttural sounds which the system did not see fit to translate for me. What the fuck did you come for in the first place, huh? All you did was ruin the door, you fuckers. How I wanted to snap their wings off. At the last minute, I hatched a plan. They were, after all, ideal reconnaissance scouts, and by now I'd accumulated a little internal energy. Without missing a beat, I placed a mark on the last Tariansi, all but collapsing to the ground in the process and leaving myself powerless once again. I was tired, but also content. Now go, my little spy, and search out the fog of war for me. Scour this town from top to bottom for Uncle Varg, I thought to myself when I saw its mark appear on the map. I waited for them to leave, and then went off in search of new accommodation. This place was useless now. I needed another day, better even 2, to rest up and recharge my batteries. And then things would get better. And if I could just shake off the dreadful itching. Although in certain places the blackness was already peeling off to expose fresh, pink skin beneath. In total, the recuperation of my body took over 2 days. I spent 5 days bumming from building to building like a rat and hiding. From time to time, new Tariansi would fly in to search the locality, attracted by the smoke, but I didn't touch them. If I did, the system would announce who was killing them, and a horde of them would come a-visiting while I was still too weak to deal with them. With time, however, I regained strength and everything changed. 90% of the blackness dissipated, and I now felt almost human, almost fully, except for the hunger. Calories burned up very quickly, like coals in a locomotive firebox. During these days, I did not sit idle, instead trying to work out where I was. I realized I should never have approached the necromancer, but instead should have read the system's messages. One of them was truly fantastical. Attention, you are in a town under siege. The intruders are trying to take possession of the town. In order to do this, they must occupy it for 6 months. Important note. If so much as one person belonging to a group or clan enters the city, the countdown timer stops. Additional information. You are the only surviving member of a group in the town. You will be the object of a hunt. Bonus information. The Tariansi are a race of humanoid insects ruled by a queen. The Tariansi do not acknowledge diplomacy or negotiations. Everything they need, they take by force, and they are not above using other sentients for food. They are sentient and fearless. When they capture a town, they do not stay there, but keep moving. Thus far, only one Tariansi colony has been able to relocate to Earth. Useful information. The Tariansi do not like the cold. In cold locations, they become several times weaker. They avenge the killing of their brethren with barbarity. The Tariansi consider that a killer must be used exclusively for food. Important note. The Tariansi do not like raw meat. Important note. No clans or groups remain in the town. They have all been destroyed by the Tariansi. Such joyous information from the system. After brief consideration, I wrote to Combat. Let it be his headache as well. So it turned out the invaders had to annihilate all the groups in order to gain a solid foothold here, and then move as many of their own here as possible. It explained why the midgets had not yet conquered half our town. There were restrictions holding them back. Yet no matter how many I killed, others would come to take their places. The question now was how on earth to stop them. After all, new portals were popping up in the town all the time. Standing on a roof, I could not believe how I'd gotten into this mess. The snowstorm had stopped yesterday, and I now had a good view of the whole town. It was a nightmare. No matter where I cast my gaze, the air was full of Tariansi. Evidently, they were patrolling the whole town perimeter. As I watched, 4 air bugs were shot down by archer zombies firing simultaneous volleys from a building the bugs were flying past. Their deaths were immediately avenged by their winged brothers, who bombarded the Z's with spears. And here I discovered a peculiarity that the system was keeping shtum about. They were physically very strong. Their spears flew like small artillery shells and hit their targets with great accuracy. Practically all of them entering ahead. The zombies fought the Tariansi, and so far there was no sign of human life. My word, what an interesting turn of events. Most of the zombies were hidden in buildings and under the ground. Thank the system there were no little people to be seen. There were quite enough of them back home. Apparently the only hindrance to the interlopers was the zombies, and that would not do. Maybe I should have a pop at them? A skeeter flew past me at speed, clearly in a great hurry to get somewhere. My bow made its way into my hands, and a wave of gratification warmed me. I hadn't felt its touch for 5 days, and it seemed like an eternity. I loaded a low-quality arrow and took aim. The missile pierced the chitinous chest plate and entered the body, not too deep, but enough to send it plummeting groundwards like a stone. It survived the arrow, but not the fall. Running and blinking, I moved closer to get a better look. If it weren't for this damned snow. I had to constantly monitor what was hidden beneath it. One time I nearly failed to spot a ripper sleeping soundly under the wintry blanket. I was wrong to call this Tariansi a mosquito, for it was completely different to those that had broken into the house. It was more like a beetle, with pincers for mouth parts. Its blood was red like human blood, and its chitin was strong, but not strong enough to withstand a hammer blow. And I should know. I checked. The weakest spot I found was the wings. They snapped quite easily, giving rise to a notion which brightened my mood. Wasting no time, I set off, blinking over the rooftops in search of more Tariansi. 5 minutes later, I found 2 suitable specimens on the wing, surveying the ground and suspecting nothing. Concentrating on one of my victim's wings, I summoned an Uzi, and on my mental command it bound them together. I'm not sure whether I heard a crunch, but falling from that great height, it must have died instantly, although its wingman died even sooner, from the foreign object now lodged in its head. Squirming from the cold and wrapping myself tighter in my coat, which I wore over my new level 3 leather armor, I hurried away before the cavalry arrived. I very quickly found my next victim. Hearing a non-human growl, I moved towards the sounds of the fight, which turned out to be a proper pitched battle unfolding on a wide street. 24 insectoids had engaged a crowd of zombies that were jumping down onto the street from the first floor of a huge building. It was difficult to say how many combatants were involved. Half the beetles were fighting with swords down at street level, while the other half were airborne and showering the enemy with spears. A jumper zombie managed to leap unnoticed by the bugs onto the roof, from where it dived onto a Tariansi hovering in the air. Together, they plunged, and the zombie drew the insect's blood as they fell. Such nastiness did not go unpunished, and the zombie was immediately attacked with multiple spears, the last of which, penetrating its head, was fatal. The fight on the ground was more of the sword variety, although some were throwing the few spears left in stock. The bugs' tactics were not much to write home about. Many strikes not aimed at heads. Why, for instance, had that one over there cut a zombie arm off at the elbow and turned to repeat the process with a knee before finishing off the victim? That was just grandstanding. You had to act hard and fast with zombies, no monkeying around. That said, it seemed they would deal fairly easily with disease, so long as no backup arrived. An insidious smile spread across my face, and my bow found itself fitted with a smoky arrow. The bowstring thrummed, and the arrow entered a pile of snow in the middle of the throng of beetles without touching them, as planned. Acrid smoke filled the street, and the insects' screeches became more intense as they surveyed the surrounding area. I had noticed previously that zombies didn't care about smoke and walls. They knew instinctively where to go and where to find food. Here were 6 former people chowing down together on a fallen Tariansi. Despite the chitinous protection, they tore it to pieces with ease. I fired one Uzi, then a second, then a third, injuring the wings of 3 at once. Clueless as to what had happened, they dropped like stones. My Uzis could not contain them for long, but truss them up in a flash? No sweat. And there you have it, airborne to infantry in the blink of an eye. 2 got lucky, surviving by landing in deep snow. 1 dropped right into a pile of zombies, and very soon its guts were on display. Not exactly pleasant viewing. After that, the rest of the insects started searching for the enemy. But how are they going to find me? I would wait for the right moment, and only then fire at the Tariansi. I soon figured out it was useless to shoot them in the back, and only the wings would do. The chitinous covering of the back was much tougher than that on the chest. So, some aviators needed attacking exclusively with explosion arrows. I downed another 2. And without air support, the foot soldier beetles began dropping like flies. Or, plagued by the thick smoke and lost in it, ran around like headless chickens. After a short while, however, the surviving Tariansi managed to gather together and retreat to the nearest building, all the while trying to drive back the encroaching zombies. I did not want to give myself away unnecessarily, and continued to study the enemy from a distance. The zombies were steadily gaining the upper hand, when suddenly, in the space of a nanosecond, everything changed. 100 flying roaches arrived, unannounced, to assist their fellows, accompanied by Omegas. Omegas who wasted no time in twatting the zombies with lightning. I was not going to stand for such treatment of my zombies, so I put 2 arrows in him. The first was a Sandy, which turned his innards to porridge, and the second, a Rupture, threw him way off to the side. Very delicate wings this lot have, I thought. Blinking to a new position, I showered the entire field of battle with smoke arrows, allowing the zombies a greater chance. The thick smoke interfered with the insects' spear throwing, and they were forced to drop to the ground, leaving just a dozen airborne. 2 of those were immediately shot down by zombie archers, but they were already dead anyway. The remainder, Shoot, it's like one wall after another. And here am I, Varg, on hand. And having chosen a side, I couldn't beat a retreat, it was too late. And zombies were terrestrial beings, after all, and therefore on my side. And who are this lot? Common or garden trespassers? But the thing with common or gardeners, I'd apparently overreacted. Maybe I could run to find a hardware store and get some roach killer? Not a bad idea. I imagined myself chasing after them and spraying the shit out of them while they scurried and coughed and begged for mercy. No, this is wrong. I'm getting carried away. What a cute little doggy. It had already devoured the entrails of 2 insects, and now it was polishing off their chitinous armor. Probably a while since its last juicy bone. It occurred to me that more smoke would be good, so I sent another smoky arrow into the snow to do its thing. And still the zombies kept coming. Where had they been hiding? Did they have their own rapid response teams? Uh-oh, it's curtains for the kittens. Here comes a ripper. Even the toughest chitin won't save you from the speed and sharp claws of this monster. Aha, they've clocked it. Two Tariansi gave it a wide berth. That's right, they were orienting themselves by its footprints in the snow. And by some miracle, they weren't put off by the smoke. Not good. A fiery explosion arrow struck the ground in front of them, sending them flying and creating a cloud of snow in the air. Meanwhile, I was also the object of a search. I spotted 3 insects buzzing all around the immediate vicinity in search of the archer, that is, me. Maybe not so dumb as I'd thought. Spears at the ready to be launched at a target at any moment. I selected positions where the snow wouldn't give me away. I could see my own tracks, but only in those places where I'd already been. Right now, I was standing knee-deep in snow with no footprints to be seen. My invisibility was awesome. And if I could level blink up to 10, that would be the baddest. Fuck this shit. I suddenly freaked out and activated Uzis for 2 flying insects, annoying me with their pesky buzzings. How beautifully they nosedived and crash-landed. It really was a sight for sore eyes. Last man flying. But on seeing what had happened to his comrades, he sped quickly off. Wait, system. Did you not say these creatures were fearless? So what's going on with this defective berserker? Never mind. Catch this, bug boy. It's a mark. You can be our new recce guy. Maybe I'll get lucky and find out where your base is. Then I switched over to basic arrows to help the Z's fend off the bugs. I didn't always hit anything, but it was certainly an insightful experience. I didn't know how long I was going to be stuck in this town, so I needed to know where and how to strike my opponent. And to think that just a week ago I'd considered Uzi an unfortunate acquisition. New aspects of its application were opening up for me now. An insectoid running in the distance. All its feet got tangled up, and both arms of a speedy gun zombie ripped into its sides up to the elbow. The only thing missing was a Hulk. I was so engrossed in my target practice that I nearly didn't spot some new guests, another 50 flying in my direction, and likewise clutching spears. Before they got here, I launched more smoky arrows, despite the fact that I was running low. Then everything repeated itself to the letter, except that this time I killed the skeeters quicker, without letting them release their missiles. After which, coming out of hiding, I methodically picked off the top bugs, selecting my targets in such a way as to expose one of the flanks and give the zombies the opportunity to tear through their defense. What can I say? The zombies were victorious, so I didn't kill them, waiting instead for them to leave by themselves. Only the scent hounds remained, grunting contentedly as they feasted on the insects' corpses. Then I was forced to kill the dogs, albeit begrudgingly because we made a good team. The first one proved troublesome, my first arrow not killing it, so I tried again with an elven arrow aimed at its neck, and that did the trick. The remainder were relatively easy kills. Another squadron of reinforcement insects soon arrived. Unfortunately, they were too late, and all they could do was walk around inspecting the bodies of the dead. Then one of them noticed the arrows used to kill their fellow bugs. And when they realized the perpetrator was human, they kicked up a collective, blood-curdling fuss. Chapter 3. By now, I'd found myself a new little house to hole up in. 1 floor with several cozy rooms, main feature, fireplace. Screw the risks. I was now fully recovered and would be only glad to receive unbidden guests, so long as they weren't myriad. My first night in the new pad was uninterrupted, so I got a great night's sleep and was even able to have some nice hot tea. How accustomed I was to comfortable conditions. Nothing to it. Just get on your bike and cycle home. You might make it in a month. What nonsense. I might not even have a home in a month. I needed to think of something, and very soon. The only way out at present was still system tasks. I might get sent to another hotspot, and there I might get lucky with a teleporter. Even if it didn't send me back here, it might open a portal about 500 kilometers closer. After eating, I washed and did the exercises I was trying not to forgo. I didn't know if they were helping after my injuries, but at least it was warmer. Then I dove into the trading platform to search for useful gear. After 20 minutes of scrolling, my attention was attracted by 3 potions. Frost Adaptation Potion, Frosty Kiss Potion, Frost Potion. I bought all 3. The most expensive, at 25 gray boxes, was the Frosty Kiss Potion, which was a poison. If you took it internally, it would freeze up all your insides. Dangerous stuff. I decided to try it out. A drop on my hand. Nothing. A drop in a bottle of water. No visible changes. The potion remained colorless. That was ideal for killing. Because it cooled hot liquids, the frost potion was pointless for me and went straight into the rejection tray. The frost adaptation potion, on the other hand, was just what was needed. It raised your tolerance to low temperatures for a few hours. I uncorked the bottle and necked its contents. The sensation was bizarre. Like a wet hound had gone to sleep in my mouth, but nevertheless, I did actually feel warmer. And now I couldn't tell whether it had been worth it. The awful aftertaste was still there and continuing to bloom. An hour later, I cracked and went to clean my teeth of the nastiness. Not my kind of potion. Better give it to Fedya so he can appreciate its full charm. Afterwards, I wanted to kill someone. And since that was the case, why hold back? My insect spies had already opened up a nice part of the town for me, venturing far and wide, just like bees, to help me compile a map of the town. I rose from my armchair, stretched till I crunched, and moved for the exit. On my stroll around the town, I came across a library. Just as curiosity was urging me inside, I heard a gunshot in the distance. Was this a personal invitation being extended to Varg? Highly likely. On my way, I downed 2 Tariansi, flying in the same direction. What's with all the buzzing in my ear? How amusingly they plummeted. It really was a joy to behold. The sound of the firefight led me to a narrow street, or more of a side street, really, let's face it, where a crowd of inadequately armed humans were failing to fend off the Tariansi. So not all is lost for the town, then. There were definitely people here, although if I didn't step in, then these people would be done for, and in short order. Was it worth me stepping in, though? That was the question. My attitude to people may have been indifferent, but I wasn't too keen on that scenario myself. The Tariansi were the outsiders here, and they wanted to take basically whatever they needed. The midgets, for example, needed resources. This lot, maybe just new farms. While I was lost in thought, zombies appeared on the battlefield and attacked the insects from behind, allowing the humans a small breather. Not only did they manage to keep them at bay, but they also tried to break open a metal door that led to an abandoned club. Well, technically it was a club, but a club where people would never again be able to have a drink and eye up the naked dancing girls. Among the people was at least one with a strong skill. He produced knives from his inventory and threw them in the air, but they did not fall, instead hovering there, before taking flight with a sweep of his hand. Unfortunately, his accuracy left much to be desired, and most of the knives struck chitin. Just the one landing in Atariansi's eye, knocking him out of the game. Another 10 backup insects were on the way, approximately 5 minutes out. Nothing wrong with lending a helping hand, I suppose. Using Blink, I jumped towards them over the rooftops, before stopping and sitting in wait. Manacles and regular arrows cut the squad of 10 down to 2, before I found myself having to dodge the spears they were throwing blindly. I retaliated with a rupture arrow, which relieved one of them of a leg and made it look like an open faucet losing lots of fluid. The second, on seeing this, hissed its ire and launched itself at me. So, 25 again. It was on the rampage on the next roof over, chopping the air with its sword in search of me. Only I wasn't there. 2 blinks and a hammer blow to the chitinous hump between its wings broke them and followed through to squish its torso into the roof tiles. As it lay there twitching on its belly, I continued dealing blow after blow. So involved was I that I didn't notice the roof cave in. And before I knew it, the 2 of us were in free fall. Luckily, the floor of the attic, just a meter and a half below, broke our fall. Everything was down to the damned snow. I'd assumed the roofs were strong and weatherproof, but they turned out to be no match for the snow, which was something to note for future reference. I shook the dust and snow from my coat and skipped out onto the street using Blink. Upon my return to the battlefield, I discovered the insects had big problems. Even though the humans hadn't opened the door yet, it bore evidence of having been shot at. The humans' weapon situation looks none too great either. A pair of pistols and a pair of crossbows. Everyone else was either armed with swords or unarmed. Then the bugs faced a fiery sphere, which was swiftly dealt with and bisected by a sword. That's not fair. That person was trying their hardest. That shot should have killed you, bug boy. Still, not to worry. I drew a rupture arrow and took good aim. The insect's head exploded like a ripe watermelon and daubed everything with blood. Everyone was dumbstruck, Tariansi and humans alike, and they all looked up together in search of the perpetrator. And what should they see up there? Me, standing by. Shoot. Surely I hadn't become that predictable, had I? Anyway, screw it. Another 3 basic arrows killed the 2 largest specimens, opening up new opportunities for the zombies, not to mention for the people who now went on the offensive. I took another 3 shots, killing 1 more. Then an especially spry fucker appeared, whose chitin was tougher to boot. The bottom line was, they were also different. Where one bug's chitin was eminently penetrable, another's was scarcely scratchable. With my assistance, they dealt with the Tariansi, but the zombie problem was far from over. And so I had to help again. Whichever way you looked at it, they were still people, and it was certainly better than kicking my heels. With the last of the jumpers finished off, the people did not spring straight for the door, but stood in wait. And if I understood correctly, in wait for me. When they realized I wasn't about to drop down to them, the senior among them nodded his gratitude towards me in the place where my last shot had come from, before they all ran to break open the door. I figured they would cope without me, so I went to check out the situation in the town. I was thinking I would run into some fellow humans, but saw practically nobody, just 3, and they were loners foraging for supplies in apartments. Tariansi, on the other hand, were very much in evidence. That group flying up there, for instance, carrying human corpses. I figured they were hurrying back to their base, and if that was the case, then it was on my way. Perhaps I'd be able to whack them all at once, and then quiet would descend on the town. Tailing them, however, was easier said than done. A goddamn storm was kicking up, making me come a cropper twice on the way, only Blink saving me. In the end, I fucked it off and simply placed a mark on one of the insects. Thus, moving at a relaxed pace over the rooftops, I reached their base in approximately an hour. As I approached, my mouth dropped open in surprise. The building had previously been a 3-story shop, but now it looked most bizarre and was covered in some kind of film or living membrane. I didn't know what to call it. A cocoon? It was crisscrossed with living, pulsating tubes, which were spreading out in all directions over the street and seemed intent on capturing other buildings as well. My first thought was, burn everything. Then I looked at the situation more soberly. I spent 30 minutes observing, concerned the thing might be able to sense my presence. But nothing of note happened, even when I touched it, first with my sword and then with my hand. It was warm and pulsating to the touch. The things you see in other worlds, huh? I commented to myself, shaking my head in amazement again. I was running seriously low on snowstorm amok arrows, which would blow the shit out of everything here. In the meantime, insects came and insects went, various entrances opening to let them fly in. But how was I to get inside? I saw no way yet. I could think of nothing better than luring them all outside, so I began by firing a dark energy arrow at the membrane. It penetrated the cocoon, creating a massive explosion, which then spread, causing the living film to vibrate and then pulse intensively, at which point a security brigade came flying out. They were so astonished by my attack that they lost all sense of organization. I took up an excellent position in the building opposite and started shooting them. Then I found myself having to dodge their spears and magic attacks aimed at my footprints. They evidently had good eyesight, but for every attack on me, they lost up to 10 of their winged comrades. Meanwhile, I was beginning to shake slightly from expenditure of my internal energy. A message from combat. "Varg, we have news." He always knew the perfect time to write. "I'm a bit busy. Is it anything important?" I asked, without ceasing my fire. "Just a bit busy or seriously busy? Am I distracting you from your lunch? Anyway, never mind. Contact me as soon as you free up. I have a surprise for you." "Oh, yes, and don't do anything stupid," he wrote before signing off. Me? Do anything stupid? As if a solo attack on a beehive was stupid. Maybe I wanted to know what sort of honey these bees produced, and what if they had a depository of skill books? But I just walked on past like a fool. No way. And who's this? Fucking hell. Flying out of the nest came a seriously fat bug that couldn't even ascend to a decent height. I bound its wings together with Uzis, then waited a short while before hearing a loud plop. Even the snow didn't save it. That'll teach you to grow fat on subsidized grub. I overheard one telling another, "Call, brothers, strong enemy, good food, strong offspring. She must know." Those were the insect's last words because I blinked closer and thwacked it around the head with my hammer. Then I slung the body into my inventory before plunging my dagger into its interlocutor's belly. The comments about food and offspring put me on my guard. I don't mean anything by it, but, dear system, could you possibly tell me what's going on here? I'm fucking fascinated to know how they've managed to mistake me for a female bumblebee. The Tariansi think that if you feed the flesh of a strong enemy to a pregnant female, she will bear extraordinary progeny. For this reason, they give their strongest kills to the queen to eat. This information has cost you 2 blue trinket caskets. Thanks, darling. That's really helped. Honestly. I was already wondering where I might get some bug spray or slippers. And here came the next consignment, flying out of the cocoon. Fragile wings. I don't know how many I killed, but the snow everywhere was scattered with dead bodies. And then, just like in the fairy tales, a posse rocked up. Or, to be more precise, a gaggle of zombies that began to gobble the corpses with gusto. Did they think of it as crunchy chicken? Shoot, chicken. Shouldn't have thought of that. Polina cooked a wonderful chicken in garlic sauce, finger-licking good. Forgetting for a while about my hunger and the disappointment of a foreseeable future of exclusively tinned food, I approached the cocoon. The exit they were flying out of was shut. One might even say sealed fast, like a pair of lips? Yes, let's say lips. I had no desire whatsoever to break through it, on top of which it was really high up. I came down to ground level and headed for where I could see a way into the building. My shadow blade made short work of the meaty film, and I chuckled at the ease of it all. I walked in through the door like a human and entered the tabernacle of these sorry excuses for bees. I still hadn't worked out what to call them definitively. With the little people, the name had jumped right out at me, but there were different versions of this lot, all with varied features. On the first floor, I found nothing, squat. Apparently they didn't use it, which struck me as strange. Why did they need such a big building then? Planning for the future? With nothing to catch down here, I hastened to the second floor, just as soon as I found the stairs. Up here, there was something to see. Nothing alive, mind you, but plenty that was dead. All the walls were covered in the same pulsating film. Using vision, I sought out the most interesting rooms and hurried to them, concerned that time was not on my side. They might well have already sounded the alarm to all of their kind. In one room, I discovered reserves of spears, which I snaffled. Naturally, they weren't system weapons, but if I snapped the heads off, they would make for good kindling. Got it. I suddenly realized what was so strange. It was warm in here, too warm, even at least 25 degrees. Maybe I'd stumbled across their public sauna and that fat Tariansi was the pimp. Anything was possible, but that particular thought definitely put a smile on my face. The most interesting stuff was yet to come. Small and very unusual cocoons stood lined along the walls, human bodies slowly dissolving inside them. A spellbinding spectacle. The bodies were swimming in a liquid which slowly ate them away, and living veins stretched from the cocoons to the walls. Batteries? And there was another cocoon, approximately 10 meters tall, in which floated the bodies of zombies. WTF do the insects need those for? A little further along, I came across a storeroom, cold inside and filled with human bodies. I inspected them to see how they died. Mostly spears, the odd sword. So then people are wild game for this lot, are they? I looked everything over using vision and found nothing worth commandeering. One interesting thing was that they used tables and chairs, and on the table of one group was some kind of foodstuff I didn't recognize, alongside other oddities the system didn't identify. I felt it best not to touch anything. Essentially, my dreams of valuable loot had been dashed on the rocks of grim reality. So what should I do now? Correct, as I've already mentioned, burn the living shit out of everything here. I just knew they'd come in handy, I thought to myself, as I retrieved 3 petrol canister cards from my inventory. I had specially bought them after that camp in the Elves' Forest, in case I might need to create a diversion sometime. I poured the petrol out generously, not holding back, dousing the walls, the floor, and with particular thoroughness, the batteries. The 3 canisters emptied, I went back outside, leaving a trail of fuel, which I now lit. The fire understood the command and began to greedily chomp down on the pseudo-flesh, spreading its authority over the building and threatening to venture beyond its bounds. Distracted from its insect dinner, a zomboid began to growl and, just like me, fixed its gaze on the dancing flames and the membrane in its death throes. "You like that too, huh?" I asked. I would never have expected a dumbass zombie to be a devotee of fire. I had tried several times to set the damn dorm full of prisoners alight, and all for naught, while this had turned into a real beauty at the first attempt. I could have sat there admiring the show forever, but who was going to let me do that? Chief among my plans was to get the hell out of Dodge before the Tariansi showed up in search of the arsonist. Making my exit over the town's rooftops, I turned back for one last look and smiled. It was burning well. It may have only been lunchtime, but I was seriously tuckered out. I had to get back to my temporary accommodation and rest. Also, I had to get in touch with combat. And why put that off? "I'm free. What's happening at your end? I trust you're not going to tell me you're being attacked." I very much hoped my joke would remain a stupid joke, though I still couldn't help feeling slightly tense inside. I'd invested too much in this group to lose it at this stage. "Of course not, don't be silly," Combat replied, putting my mind at ease. "I have some news that might be your thing. That's what your young people say now, isn't it? Right?" "What, have you been picking up words from Liza?" I asked. Before, he had been a normal person and spoken in a manner befitting his age. "I'll ban you from talking to each other if I have to. I see she has a bad influence on you." Anyway, down to business. We have new information you'll be very interested in. Fedja was patrolling the area around where the midgets are, and he noticed 4 new portals had popped up. Fuck. What was going on? The cat was away, so the mice had gone to the disco and invited all their friends along? Lots of little new ones arrived? That's the whole point, no. Now this was intriguing. But what is coming out of the portal is zombies with growths on their heads. Do you remember them? Urdash. Haven't they declared holy war on us yet? No. They're currently doing battle with the small fry. And I can tell you it's not a battle for life, but to the death. Shoot, what small fry? I transformed their town into a freezer to stop them showing up at home anymore. Oh, that's right, you don't know. They finished building the huge castle on the square, but for some reason they still keep running in and out of the metro. I had no words to say. Well, only cuss words. Where was my diary? Where could I write about all the pain that words would not describe? Any more good news? Nothing would surprise me now. The necromancers contacted me with a choice of 2 options. No, wait, 2 already. Before it was just death. Option 1, we surrender, some of us join them, and the others go for an interview with their mistress. Option 2, we give them all our women and they open any portal for us. And naturally, we disappear into it. My fists clenched against my will, as did my teeth. I wanted to send them packing and for a very long time. But I wasn't there. How could I help if they attacked? Sage advice? Not exactly my forte either. I acted first, then I thought. What did you say to him? I followed your method and told them where to get off. Only more politely. I needed to get home urgently. Anything else to make my day? I'm already considering just setting off on foot, no joke. The Urus wrote today as well. Jeez, what a day. They think you're dead and are demanding we hand over all the grimoires, otherwise they'll come and get them. Anything else? I asked. If he said a meteorite was plummeting towards us, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid. You want more? That's not enough for you. I was sure he was sitting there smiling, all pleased with himself. Why don't you tell me what's happening with you? Have you found yourself any new sworn enemies? Either his intuition was tip-top or I was very predictable. Not yet. Surely you don't think I've trodden on everyone's toes in just a couple of days. I'm just trying to survive without getting into trouble. I'm eating a lot, sleeping, and rebuilding my strength. He was silent for a minute and then wrote, So you've been getting into trouble. Chapter 4. So you've been getting into trouble. I reread his last line. I haven't gotten into anything, I thought. The beehive doesn't count, and what can those insects do anyway? They hadn't even noticed their own guys disappearing. Simple insects. They may have had rudimentary brains, but there was nothing at the base that might point towards highly developed civilization. Sometime later. The Royal Hall of the Tariansi on planet Earth. My queen, I bring news. Entering the hall, a large specimen addressed its mistress. Hunting hive number 38. Completely destroyed. The spacious room was filled with the screeches of subjects upset by the tidings. The queen, on the other hand, merely gave the runner a lazy once-over. What did she care about some hive or other, when she had hundreds of her own and building new ones was a piece of cake? When this entire town was under her command, she would not only build more hives, but also create other structures important for the expansion of this little world. Continue, she permitted the messenger majestically. Our spies have reported that the attacker was alone and used a primitive weapon, typical of the Leathers, the runner said, handing her some arrows stained to crimson with the blood of their race. We believe it was the same Leather who's stopping us from taking control of this area. Kill him! Find him! Kill him! The countdown to annexation must not be allowed to stop!" yelled the Queen's advisor, as a result of which he immediately lost his head to a swipe by the Queen's thin yet razor-sharp hand. "I find myself in need of a new advisor," said the Queen of the Hive in a perfectly calm tone. "And that leather. Find him, and bring him to me alive. I have not tasted such strong flesh in a long time." "There may be problems with him. He is a powerful man, and our warriors are bothered by the cold and the dead leathers. There was no snow when we arrived and destroyed the other leathers." The Queen became pensive and grimaced inwardly, not wanting to show it. Her mother had always taught her to be distant and cold in her dealings with her slaves. And queens considered absolutely everyone else their slaves. It had always been that way. She needed strong progeny, but she had yet to find any strengthening food here. All the most surprising stuff had gone to her sister, who had reigned before her and been capable of wolfing down dozens of leathers, or as the great system called them, people. But her sister's greed had ruined her. She had fallen in battle, and her mother had sent her to occupy this place. And what did she get in return? A snow-covered land where the people hid underground, afraid to come up to the surface. The only enemies left were dead folk, but their flesh was toxic, and no good even for batteries, only for the organic membrane generators. "Ask my mother for 500 wild moths," the Queen commanded suddenly. "They must be here by the time the gates open. Then let them out to clear up this cursed town." "But, my Queen," said the second advisor, trying to raise an objection, but immediately halted by a cold glare. "It will be done." "Take that strong man alive and bring him to me, even if that means involving the entire swarm. I want to taste him already." The eager anticipation of meat made her mandibles drool. After the conversation with Combat, I plodded back via another route, which on the map was still covered with a dark mist. Even my scouts hadn't flown through this way. The area was less than stellar, supposedly residential, and built up with apartment blocks, buildings, and shops everywhere you looked, although, of course, the shops were post-plunder empty. Wood seemed to be at a premium. Along the sidewalks, all the trees had been either sawn or chopped down to stumps. I wondered how long winter lasted around here. I'd been here a week, and it was already getting my goat. My clothes were constantly wet through from all the movement, and I'd have to dry it again at home or change into new clothes. I totally wouldn't mind coming across a winter clothes shop right now. Was it even possible? Now was the beginning of fall, and the apocalypse had started in the summer. Cussing quietly to myself, I continued on my way. Snow. Zombies. A snowdrift I fell into. More zombies. People robbing a jeweler's shop. More snow. Wait, what? What do you mean, robbing a jeweler's shop? I effected a sharp change in direction and headed there. Dying to get a look at these once-in-a-lifetime folks. What I saw there properly fucked with my head. 2 people in balaclavas throwing jewelry into a bag while a third, armed, stood guard. What's so strange about that, you might ask? The fact that the guard was armed with a water pistol, or a water machine gun, but that wasn't really the point. Interestingly, a threesome of zombies was shuffling towards him through the snowdrifts. Well, come on, mister, you've got a water pistol. Kill them all. Show us what you're worth. As the zombies approached, the human didn't move, merely gripping his weapon tighter. Perhaps he needed some help? Otherwise, the poor thing would be dinner. Of course, there was the possibility he'd fallen victim to a silly trick and had been convinced his pistol would kill zombies. So, imagine my surprise when, with a meter left between them, he raised his weapon and fired a jet of water. That's it. You're fucked, my friend. I was already reaching for my bow in order to help the poor wretch. But it wasn't to be, and he was able to surprise me for a second time when the zombies began to melt. Was he spraying them with acid? In a matter of seconds, their heads turned to mush and they collapsed to the ground, dead. Okay, man, I've got to admit, you're badass. Only how are you going to kill an archer or a speedy who won't give a toss for your squirt if you don't happen to hit them? I placed a mark on each of the three and felt that outflow of energy again. I urgently had to find myself a test, any test to level up. Walloping zombies in this town was very inconvenient. They didn't roam the streets in crowds like they did in my town. The people finished up their business and left in haste, with me following them, interested to learn what the Z's had been squirted with. After a short walk, they came to a 10-story building and nipped inside, not forgetting to shut the door noiselessly behind them. On the way, they had to kill a number of zombies, including a jumper whom they struck with a small water ball. This was no apocalypse, more like a children's circus. Maybe they had battle bears on bicycles? Although, come to think of it, I had 2 bears in my own group. They lived on the 5th floor, and their apartment took up all of it. Classic scenario. All windows smashed, barrels in rooms, fires burning in them, despite presence of electricity crystalline radiators. Why didn't they use them? Perhaps they lacked experience. Above the barrels were improvised extractor fans, removing the fumes via 3 different windows so as to prevent death from carbon monoxide poisoning. Very cleverly thought out. If I understood correctly, the 3 points of exit allowed them not to give away their position to the Tariansi. The question was begged. How was I going to get in there? I thought and could think of nothing better than simply knocking on the door. Using vision, I was able to observe their surprise. And it turned out, when they reached in unison for their weapons, that they were armed after all. 7 people lived there, 5 adults, of which 3 were the robbers, 1 old man, and a girl. It was difficult to tell people's ages when they looked so tired of life. In the skyscraper, everyone had more or less smoothed their ruffled feathers and begun to look normal. The soldiers were fed superbly, compared to how it had been in the beginning. In the depths of the room sat a gray-haired old man who looked peppier than the rest. Perhaps his secret was in the flask he raised regularly to his lips? Then I saw 2 children gyrating around the woman. That must have been all of them, surely. "Who goes there?" a lad by the door asked hesitantly, a fairly dodgy-looking pistol in his hand. "Who are you expecting?" I replied. Well, what else was I going to say? "It's me, Varg." They were unlikely to understand, but if they did, what were the chances they wouldn't attack? I wouldn't be surprised if I was treading on somebody's toes here. "Preferably a human with food and no malicious intent," he said, testing the ground with a joke. Or maybe he was just hungry. "Did Timur send you? We already told him we're not going to join his gang." And what gang would that be? I like gangs. They always have ways to make a profit. "We've got nothing worth taking and we're armed. Go away. We don't need problems," shouted another lad, also by the door. "Don't tell me we're going to have to find another shelter," the girl sighed dejectedly. "Get the fuck out of here, or we'll open fire." The lad might only have had a carbine, but he had bravado up the wazoo. I wondered what he might say if he knew I could kill them all at the drop of a hat. But I saw no cause for bother. They appeared to be living a quiet life, no slaves in evidence, and they didn't shoot first. "Let's discuss this peacefully. You lay down your weapons and let me into the building," I said as amiably as I could so as not to evoke a hostile reaction. "Just so you know, I can see you all very clearly, and I would advise you not to bring your weapons into play." Seeing my words make them sweat, but not tip the scales against them, I decided on another tack. "The thing is, you see, I'm not from around here," I continued. "If it didn't work, I would bung them a smoky arrow and knock them out, and then we could talk on my terms. I landed here, quite accidentally via a portal. I was wandering around the town when I saw you and decided to make your acquaintance. Perhaps you could answer a few questions for me, and in return I'll give you 5 gray boxes of food. What do you say?" Call me evil if you like. I could see perfectly well how much food they had, and it wasn't a lot. Plenty of water, but if that ran out, it was snow that would help them out, not gumption. Maybe he's telling the truth? The kid with the pistol asked the old man. Of course I'm telling the truth. Open up already, I said. I don't know, replied the old man. He didn't lower his crossbow, and he kept the door in his sights. Hey, man, how many fingers am I holding up? None, you aged retard. Put the crossbow down and open the door. I was tired of standing outside like an abandoned kitten mewing to get in. They vacillated for a while longer, but eventually opened up. I didn't bother activating invisibility. They'd lowered their weapons, and I figured they wouldn't have time to raise them again if something went down. I was led into the apartment and to a seat at the table, onto which I placed 5 gray boxes. Irina immediately busied herself with them. That was the name of the children's mother. The young lad standing by the door with the pistol was called Zenya. He was her brother. The old man, who looked like a moonshiner, was Stepan. He had the highest level, 7. And last were 2 brothers, Kirill and Anton, who couldn't help looking at me apprehensively. Naturally, the food changed the situation somewhat, and seeing I was unarmed, they likewise laid their weapons aside. So come on, bring me up to speed. What's going on in this town of yours? I decided to kick off the Q&A while Irina was preparing food. First of all, tell me why you're not using electricity when you have an artifact for it. As the most senior among them, the old man took the floor. Only fools and half-wits use electricity now, he said upbraidingly. Perhaps it is true that you are not from around here. Everybody here knows it's easier for insects to detect people using electricity. An amusing picture. On the table were crackers, potato chips, and other finger foods that no one was touching. But when the old man had imparted his information, he immediately reached for some gingerbread. Had he earned it? The system told me there were no other groups left in your town, I said. This was the key thing for me, and I noticed everyone tense. What happened to them? Wait a minute, said the old man, goggling dumbfounded. You're the one the system wrote about. You're responsible for all this turmoil in the town. Well, kinda, yes, I replied, seeing no reason for his reaction. The lads began to moan, while the old man continued, That's why it was precisely us you had to find. Anyone who finds themselves in your company is courting danger. Would you like to know what happened to all the rest? The insects annihilated most of them, and the ones they didn't fled. Rumor has it that some even fled via portals to other towns, where it's quieter. What a strange reaction. The Tariansi weren't such powerful warriors. How had they been able to destroy other groups? Undertraining? Or a negligent attitude to personal strength? I don't understand why you're so afraid of them. Just spray them with your wonder water and Bob's your uncle. Grandpa snorted in anger at my words. Our water, as you call it, only dissolves infecteds and has no effect on the living. It is called alchemical fire. And since you are aware of it, that means you must have been tracking these blockheads of mine. Why did they not notice you? Yeah, right, as if they had the remotest chance. Everybody be quiet. Flying insects approaching. Anton was looking through a hole in a window and raised the alarm. Everybody into the soundproof room and fast, the old man commanded. Then to me he said, You can get lost if you like, or you can come with us. But you don't stand a chance. I shrugged my shoulders and remained sitting. Did he want me in his debt? Why choose such a dangerous, in their opinion, moment to suggest I either get lost or go with them? Obviously, any normal person would choose them. If you don't mind, I think I might take a stroll. I'll be back later, I said, rising leisurely from the table and making for the door. Cockiness has been the ruin of many men, he retorted. But instead of trying to dissuade me, he then ran to close the door behind me. I could not have a normal conversation with him while the gnats were still swarming, and by all appearances they were swarming precisely in this direction. How did they know? Perhaps it was just what they did, fly around here doing some mowing? I had to investigate the place. I went up to the 7th floor and found an open apartment with a wide balcony. Several dozen Tariansi were flying towards the building. Unfortunately for them, today was not their day. I took down the first one as it hovered outside a 3rd-floor window by simply whacking an arrow in the place where its wings joined. Wow, how panicked they were as they scattered in search of people. What if I do this? I bound the wings of 2 insects at once, but only one's broke. What, is that guy stronger? What if I repeat the process? I concentrated and tried to make my aim steadier. Maybe the Uzis had tied themselves badly. Missed again, broken again. In that case, let's see what it has to say about a rupture arrow. Not exactly on target. The missile became lodged in its upper chest, not deep, but enough for the explosion to rip it to shreds. They now realized where the attack was coming from, and flew quickly upwards. Although I had no idea why, for there were no more than a dozen of them, and I wasn't there anymore. All I could hear was spears smashing window panes as I descended to the 8th floor and began pinging more arrows at them. How did you manage to dodge that? At the last moment, the smallest of them swerved away from my arrow, raised its head to look at me, and let loose with a blood-curdling scream. Psychological attack repelled. So you're one of those, are you? I was dumbstruck with indignation to see a mentalist for the first time. What if its attack had been successful and crippled my suffering head? I could not understand what the system had done to me. Yes, I was a sociopath, yet at the same time different from all the others. The fiery explosion arrow that struck it in the abdomen put some spring in the little thing's wings, but the Uzi wrapped around them robbed it of its last chance to escape. Whoops, shit. It fell and impaled itself on a fence hidden under the snow, and hung there like a loathsome butterfly on a pin. 3 to go. Still plucky lads. They exchanged glances with each other and chirred. Before 2 of them went on the offensive, although they got the wrong balcony. The 3rd one accelerated, and judging by a change in the coloration of its wings, was preparing to flee. Oh, no, you don't. You won't get far. And thus I learned more about them. Those possessing magic could pick up speed. Maybe not all of them, but at least some. That's why those ones had particularly fragile wings. I activated Uzi, and its wings were nearly torn off. Bombs away, guy. Unable to take my eyes from it, I nearly fell prey to a spear from a Tariansi that had landed unannounced on the balcony. I was forced to turn away, and due to the lack of room, also to use the maneuver of a certain czar, ejecting the assailant from my balcony with a boot. Whoosh! A second spear whizzed past me. It would be a cinch to Uzi them all to death, but it would be the kiss of death for me as well, in terms of energy depletion. An interesting thought popped into my head. I blinked back inside the apartment, picked up the spear, and ran back out to the balcony to return it to its owner with a mighty hurl. What can I say? As a hurler, I was up there with the best Greek hurlers of those ancient times, and after flipping over a couple of times in flight, the spear struck the beetle flatwise as it stared at me in astonishment. Oh, screw it. Uzi. That's better. Shoot, and where did you come from? It was you who fell from the balcony, I thought, seeing my footprint on its chest. Well, since you're the last, I will treat you to something really special. A crystal arrow to the liver. Nobody lives forever. While I wasn't actually sure they had a liver, I did notice something interesting. The intense pain sent it loopy, and it body slammed a window to smithereens and was now thrashing about the room, soiling quite a nice-looking white carpet with its blood. So, now I can return and continue our conversation. The last lot of problems done with, I saw no new insects on the horizon. As I was on the point of heading back to the old man to ask him why they needed gold, my eye was caught by something interesting. No way, that's impossible. Lying alongside the body of the Tariansi was a white book. Chapter 5. I approached the bug's body gingerly, as though afraid I was dreaming and about to wake up. As I crept closer, the book did not disappear. Excellent. A white book? I'd never seen one drop before, so I was extremely interested. Even if it was the weakest of skills, everything would be forgiven, for a skill is a skill, after all. I bent low, picked up the book, and inspected it. It was no different from any other book dropped in a trinket casket, aside from the color, white. Perhaps it was some kind of light magic? Evaluation. Skill Leveling Up book. This book allows you to raise any one of your skills by +1 level. Yeah, right. I exhaled heavily with mistrust before reading the description again. Important note. You discover a new fact. Fact number 8945. You may receive a skill leveling up book by killing an invader. Your chances are not high. For starters, there were serious boatloads of facts. Prior to this, I had seen fact number 5432. So, it transpired that facts did not come exclusively from blue caskets, but also seemingly from out of nowhere. And the sweetest thing was that these skills could thus be leveled up. All pretty cool, if you ask me. There was now a reason to hang around here a bit longer. After all, the chances of one dropping back at home were unclear. I'd killed a ton of midgets, but never seen a book. Or maybe that was the whole point. I hadn't seen one because I hadn't been looking. Important note. The book is activated by a mental command. Shoot, what am I to do? The shock of the find made me park my butt on the sofa and forget all about people. The decision I faced now was which skill to level up. After mulling it over for 5 minutes, all I understood was that I didn't understand anything. I drank some juice in the hope it might help me think better. And it did. What was I so worried about? My chief skill was invisibility, so I would invest in that. Book in hand, mental command, and you cannot improve level 10 invisibility. Level 10 is the maximum level for your planet. I see. Bummer. Of course, I could postpone the decision, but the temptation to strengthen up right now was too great. And I was alone here. I needed every bonus I could get my hands on. Sinking back into deep thought, I began to weigh up vision versus blink. 2 skills I used every day, and I wasn't sure which I used more frequently. And then there was evaluation, but it wasn't a battle skill. Throwing caution to the wind, I tossed a coin. Heads, blink, tails, vision. I only managed to toss and catch it on the second go. Heads. Thus it was decided. Blink. Another mental command, and the book disappeared from my hands. Your blink skill has been increased from level 2 to level 3. Henceforth, you are able to blink 5 meters further than before, and your internal energy consumption for this will be reduced. Is that it? Where are the figures? Maybe I want to know how much my internal energy consumption will be reduced by. Although being able to blink 5 meters further was nonetheless fantastic. But anyway, now I can get back to people. I stepped back out onto the balcony to check everything was still in order. And it was a good job I did so, for a new squadron of flying Tariansi were on the way. But how had they found out? I'd killed them all, hadn't I? Never mind. Bow in hand, sandy arrow fitted. It took me an hour to wipe them out. Never before had I paid such close attention to their corpses. Now, when I killed an insect, I watched the body fall in the hope of seeing a book drop. But despite downing over 50 of them, I drew a blank this time. This mission of theirs was clearly punitive, yet doomed to fail due to my presence. It seemed my invisibility flummoxed them. I would kill them in twos and immediately scuttle away, leaving them to throw spears at an empty space. After wrapping up here, I noticed on the map that the humans had shifted several streets over and were now ensconced in a new building. How fleet of them. Would I have to be constantly chasing them now? We hadn't finished our conversation, so I supposed I had no choice. Out on the street, I was looking on the map for the shortest route when suddenly... Attention! The Honor Group has reached 1,200 members. It is able to move up to the next level and become a clan. Important note, for this, you will need a clan crystal. You can receive it by completing 10 special system tests. Important note, becoming a clan provides a multitude of new opportunities in many fields of development. For example, after completing a test, any clan member may be transferred to clan territory instead of returning to where they were transferred from originally. Also possible is the opening of clan portals. These are just 2 examples of the opportunities that clan status provides. But be warned, potential danger is also increased. Important note, the system recommends you accept clan status. Combat, leader of the Honor Group, has received a request to either accept or decline the offer. If the Honor Group declines the offer, the next such opportunity will be offered when membership reaches 2,000. Take it. Accept. I wanted to shout at the top of my lungs, but there was no one to hear me, except for the zombies tucking into the corpses of the Tariansi down below. Accept. What is there to think about? The second I'd finished reading the system message, I wrote to Combat. I'm willing to do 12 tests. Did you hear all that? New opportunities. Really interesting. A clan portal? We'll be able to drop by for tea with the Urus and misappropriate all their grimoires. I was getting a tad overexcited. My face bore a beaming smile, and I wanted to run and jump around, anything except sit on my tush. Combat replied, "We have an hour to decide. I've called a meeting. We're going to do some brainstorming. Your opinion has been noted and will be taken into consideration." So an hour? Good, I've got an hour. Shit, I've got a whole hour to wait. No, wait. What did I want with people? I would find them and talk to them later. If you don't mind, I think I'll go back to my temporary lodgings and prepare for the tests. I hope the system issues them all straight away. Logic dictates that it should do. T-minus 30 minutes. What shall we do? Combat looked at everyone and brought an end to the raucous arguing. Varg is hands down in favor of accepting the terms to become a clan. Well, that makes sense, snickered Fedya. All he wants is to gallivant around other worlds saving elf girls. Calm down, friend, said Clubfoot, clapping him on the shoulder. There will be more princesses before your time is up. Or princes, added Quartermaster, sabotaging the serious mood with the ensuing laughter. Combat was again compelled to bang his fist on the desk, making it creak. He was level 10, after all, and had only gotten stronger. He now understood how right I was. He did not want to waste time on trivialities, instead devoting himself exclusively to the group's development. And it turned out that leveling up was accompanied by an increase in his performance capabilities and a decrease in sleep requirement. I'm against the idea. I think we have plenty of opportunity to wind up dead in this town, said Petrovich, the group's healer. I would remind you that Varg is perfectly capable of completing half the tests by himself without breaking a sweat, said Combat, quoting me, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's exclusively what he's planning. Maybe we should do a little song and dance for him. Give him all the tests. We can do them ourselves, you know. My guys are tired of missing out on them while Varg's having fun out there, complained Shatan, before downing his coffee in one go. We need to develop as well. We're sufficiently adapted to the new reality. I propose we also take part in some tests. Right now the question is not one of tests, but of whether we should accept clan status, Gennady reminded him. What is there to think about? Said Clubfoot, feeling guilty and exasperated at what was being said. Clan status and artifacts will help us get Varg out of there, and we will use them. We do not abandon our own people. Any questions? "There you go, getting all wound up again, turning a meeting into a circus," said Fedya, rolling his eyes in complete agreement. "Any more objections?" said the leader, looking around at his people. "If not, I will accept the system's terms, and we get down to work. We'll have to decide who goes first. Clubfoot is right when he says we can't leave everything to Varg alone. And since the last round of tests, the soldiers have strengthened up pretty well. If there is a choice, we send the lad on solo tests and get our squads together for the group ones." "Excellent," said Clubfoot, his eyes lighting up, making Combat shake his head. The reply from Combat arrived just as I was approaching my den, and it made my day more than words could say. Certainly, I hadn't doubted the decision the group would make, but sometimes you just can't help the tiny worm of uncertainty having a little wriggle. Of course, the paramount issue was the safeguarding of the group. And a test was an initial risk, which became a strength, which helped you survive. Combat also bemoaned the fact that their supplies of my blood were running low, and that was a concern. I detected no one in the house. The ceilings were dusty, which meant no moths had flown through. I had a bite to eat and got ready, then logged onto the trading platform and replenished my supplies. Recent events had contrived to leave me low on arrows. The problem was that gray boxes were not unlimited, and I was withholding them. I decided to trade only reds. They were useful for the group and nothing but garbage to me now. My business done, I waited for the start of the test. Attention! Your group has accepted the terms necessary to create a clan. Your group must complete 10 tests in 10 days, 5 group tests and 5 solo tests. For each test completed, a reward will be presented. Upon completion of all the tests, the group leader will be presented with a clan artifact, the installation of which will give you clan status and open new opportunities for development. Important note: anyone who so desires may participate in the test, providing they are no lower than level 10. In order to apply, you must log on to the group menu and select the desired field. Without wasting a second, I entered the group menu and sought out the desired field with my eyes. Not that either. Aha. A list of participants appeared. Cool, I didn't know. I would have to have a proper look later to at least find out who was called what. Here it is. There really were 10 tests, and WTF? One group test for 5 persons was already booked. What the hell? Combat, what's all this about? Who's already left for a test? I couldn't get my head around how someone had beaten me to it. Shatan will get his comeuppance, came Combat's curt and clearly miffed reply. So yet again, he'd been first out of the blocks for a test. The guy just couldn't sit still. When the group required the fort to be held, he assisted in the holding of the fort. Right now, he was not going to leash his guys, who, by the look of it, wanted some adventure for their asses. Admirable zeal for power. Perhaps it's my influence. Anyway, I also had to select the test, although it was more like a task. Considering I was alone, I figured I wouldn't be able to do a group test, which meant I would select the first solo test on the list. Just how I liked it. No partners, no problems. Mentally, I confirmed my selection and froze in expectation. I wondered if the system would release a task specially for me, or whether it would hook me up to one that already existed. Clan test selected. Time to prepare. 4 minutes, 59 seconds, and counting. So soon. Excellent. Maybe I would have time to finish them all before Shatan completed his test. I checked again that I'd taken everything I needed. As it happened, I didn't have many healing potions left. Quick as a flash, I bought up 30 of the cheapest ones before waiting to be transferred. Transfer in. 30 seconds, and counting. The biggest risk was the apartment. I had to hope nobody would come a-knocking and kidnap me still groggy after my return transfer. Mind you, I still had to make it back. Although I was sure I would. Never surer of anything in my life, in fact. Probably even a bit too sure. But that was me, and me was all I could be. In the blink of an eye, the world span and was extinguished. When I opened my eyes, I immediately screwed them fast shut against the bright light. The sky was blue, and I was lying on my back, listening to birdsong and feeling a cool spring breeze fan my face. I jumped sharply to my feet and scanned my surroundings, which were littered with unconscious people. Soon, some began to stir and show signs of life, but only a very few. Test begins in 30 minutes and counting. Your task is to pass through the maze and reach the Tree of Life first. When the first person or group reaches the target, survival regime will be activated in the maze, and this will lead to increased chance of death. Around the Tree of Life is a safe zone where all fighting is prohibited. Completion of the maze will require all your brain power and a little logic. Important note: you are currently in a safe zone near the maze, where all fighting is prohibited. Violation of this condition incurs a punishment. Important note: the first team to reach the finish will receive a reward. All others to reach the finish will survive. Your chances of survival are 33%. Good luck. Important note: firearms do not work in the maze. Killing in the maze is permitted, but it does not affect the final reward. Important note: the information posts may help you complete the test. So these ruins in the woods are a maze, are they? And sure enough, up ahead there did seem to be something that looked like a maze, although the only things that made it stand out were its size and height. The walls were 5 meters tall, and there were over 24 paths. The system had said we could join forces to create squads. That was not particularly good for me, as I was a lone wolf and could not trust persons unknown to cover my back. On the other hand, the system had also mentioned brains and logic, and that was where I might come unstuck. However smart and quick-witted I like to consider myself, I knew damn well it wasn't true. My tactics involved going headlong into everything and destroying anything in my path. But I couldn't be sure they would work here. I might get stuck in the maze for a long time, and what would I do then? I needed to do some thinking. In the meantime, people were slowly waking up and regaining consciousness. Some became frenziedly active straight away, inspecting the locality. But apart from the entrance to the maze and the stone columns in the safe zone, there was nothing to see, if you didn't count the expansive meadow stretching way beyond the horizon. Of course, there were also the woods, but they contained the maze. I went to check out the stone columns, to find they were decorated with a variety of hieroglyphs that meant nothing to me. The sun, the moon, a human head on a spike, etc. "Who wants to join my squad? I'm level 15 and will accept anyone level 10 or higher," piped up the first and most vocal character. "Hey man, what level are you? Want to join our squad?" This was addressed to me by a muscle-bound lad of about 30, whose torso was hung with a variety of bladed weapons. "You don't look particularly experienced, but I'm prepared to take you for 200 gray boxes." "Piss off," I replied, waving him away and continuing to inspect the symbols on the columns and trying to understand how they might be of help. He did not take kindly to my response and fixed me with a heavy stare. "I'll remember you," he said churlishly before scurrying away. "And I'll remember you," I said with a smile as I continued my studies. 10 minutes later, I realized how dumb I was. And I wasn't alone. Just like everyone else who came up and tried to decipher the hidden message, I understood nothing of the symbols. What the hell kind of message was this? A baton is handed to a tree. The tree grows a hand. The hand begins to burn, and sticks scatter all over the place. Obviously, they were supposed to represent the paths in the maze, but which ones? There were approximately 100 such messages. "I have a warning for everyone. My squad enters the maze first. If anyone tries to follow us, they will be killed. No offense, guys." The speaker already had a squad of 5 and was dictating his terms. Maybe I should follow them? Shoot, I knew that in order to complete the clan task, my brief was to get to the Tree of Life first, rather than annihilate everyone here. I lost count of how many times I'd walked around the columns studying them, but I was gleaning nothing new. I just didn't understand. Right, Varg, since you're so clueless in matters of the mind, you have to take a different tack. You need to win, or die trying. But the maze is clearly not a walk in the park, and you won't complete it by running at it like a bull at a gate. But if I kill everyone right at the start, will I be victorious automatically? There are 300 people here, so that option isn't realistic, and I don't want to kill for no reason. I usually kill when the situation dictates I should. Meanwhile, people were joining squads all the more keenly and leaving fewer and fewer loners. Right. Change of tactic. I'd drawn a blank with the columns, so it was time to check out the people. Listen, kiddo. What level are you? A man of about 50 said, approaching a victim I already had my eye on. He was not Russian, although we all spoke Russian here, and he clearly worked as a system translator. 7? The lad answered, not very confidently. Too weak, said the man, dismissing the lad. Got any combat skills or artifacts? Or any that might be useful in battle? No, the lad replied, lowering his gaze. A simple lad. No good for us. The man pulled a face and moved on. I, on the other hand, smiled. Excellent, simply excellent. The kid looked like a dorky nerd, tousle-haired, round glasses covering half his face. He was walking like me among the columns. Unlike me, however, he was making frequent jottings in a notebook. Using my magic vision, I checked it wasn't an artifact. Not for want of trying, he still hadn't found a squad, because everyone took one look at him and said no. Whereas I spotted something interesting in him, namely, the speed of his jottings and the mumblings that accompanied them. Hi, how's it going? I asked, approaching him from behind and making him start. Level 7, no artifacts or combat skills, he said matter-of-factly, assuming I'd come to recruit him. But he was mistaken. I had not come to recruit him, but rather to press-gang him into my squad whether he liked it or not. I looked him over with an interested eye, making him squirm, and asked, Do you want to live? If you do, come with me, and I'll protect you from these idiots and the surprises the maze holds in store, I said, nodding towards all the other people. It occurs to me that your scribblings in that notebook are not just for the sake of it, right? Have you cracked it yet? He became serious in an instant and held the notebook to his chest. Not yet, but I will, he said. Excellent news. Hey, kid, I heard everything. Come on, let me in on the secret. Which entrance is it? Not such excellent news. Someone with sharp hearing had overheard our conversation, despite the fact that we'd been speaking in hushed tones. You tell me everything, yeah. You don't want to suffer, do you? Others became attracted by the commotion. Considered Deadwood, the lad was not being invited to join a group, but merely threatened for information. Not a scenario I was entirely happy with. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong man? I asked, turning to them, drawing my hammer from my inventory and holding it with ease in one hand. Get away from my partner this instant, or I'll give you something to think about, and your pathetic level 10 will not help you. A bit brazen for a maverick, aren't we? Said one of them menacingly. Well, yes, nobody gets suddenly frightened of me. They tend to get angry instead. By now, a reasonable-sized crowd had surrounded us, and everyone was staring at me most uncharitably, although there was nothing they could do. The key thing was not to let the lad get spooked. He was nervous enough as it was. I turned and took his notebook and pen from him uncontested and flipped through the pages of squiggles and formulae. Finding a blank space, I wrote my level in it, before handing the notebook back and smiling to see the surprise on his face. Smart kid. He made up his mind quickly and stepped over to me. Albert, he said, extending his hand. Varg, I replied, purposefully loud enough for everyone to hear, and shook his hand. Several people in the crowd paled and began whispering nervously among themselves. Perhaps now they might think first before sticking their noses into my business. The system has gifted you an artifact. Chapter 6. What's our plan? I asked when we stepped a little further away. We need the last, said the lad dryly. He probably didn't fully trust me yet. Perhaps he thought I would try to squeeze the necessary information from him before leaving him all alone. Pity. I accepted my weak spots just as they were, and right now I understood very well that I needed him. Never mind, so he doesn't trust me yet. But when the doorways open, then we'll see. And just as soon as the doorways did open, people made a dash for them. And after the first ones entered their burrows, others followed their example. No one was in a hurry to enter my doorway, although there were some who kept looking at us, waiting for us to move further away. It didn't feel right to wait. So after checking that the first to enter had done so untroubled and not been immediately spat back out in mutilated shreds, I gave the command to move forward. Shouldn't we tell each other what we're capable of first? The lad asked. A perfectly logical question, just a bit too late. We'll figure it out as we go along. Now, get moving, I said, giving him a shove that left him no option. For the first 30 meters, we followed a twisting corridor with no branches coming off it, until we reached the transparent film of a portal. Not exactly how I imagined this maze, I said, looking around in search of some kind of puzzle. It isn't a maze, said the kid with a shrug. Then he added, at least not in the way we think of them. Interesting. Just a minute. I ordered him to wait by the portal, while I, under his surprised gaze, activated invisibility and ran back. We weren't being tailed, which was a shame. I'd figured there would be idiots trying to kill us from behind. Also, I decided to test my theory concerning the height of the walls. I fired an arrow upwards, and it struck a transparent barrier. That meant using Blink to run along the walls wasn't an option. An idiotic test, I had to admit. I didn't understand it, and it was driving me mad. Previous tests were easier. You knew who and where your foe was, and who was your friend. This was a maze containing a portal and some cryptic symbols, which it seemed nobody had any freaking need of. But the system never did anything just for shit and giggles. I returned to Albert, who was jotting data in his notebook, and gave orders to enter the portal. Be prepared for anything, were my parting words before entering. Like what, for example? Sniggered the weary lad. Be ready to run? I told you I've got no combat skills whatsoever. However, before it's too late, you ought to know that my skill is a second consciousness, effectively a second brain, which triples the speed and quality of my thought processes when compared to a regular person. I figured you were a nerd. It's okay. You don't have to make excuses, I said. I saw no problem with him using his head. I'm not a nerd, he grumbled. Then he dropped his voice and added, probably. I suppose you lived in a library before all this? I suggested. His reply was a somehow sad smile. I still do. My grandmother worked in the library. She told me there was a bunker under the building with the supply of provisions in case of war, he said. I had actually been joking to help him relax, but happened to guess correctly. Are you alone there or with a group? It's just me. But on the bright side, all the food is yours, and all the bunks as well. You can sleep on whichever one you want. I did not envy him. The food ran out 2 weeks ago, he sighed, so I've been having to hunt. Albert had managed to take his mind off things, and he began jabbering 19 to the dozen. It was obvious he hadn't had anyone to speak to in a long while. I soon got bored of wasting valuable time, and grabbing him, jumped into the portal. Fuck! Was all the well-mannered young man could squeeze out. The transfer went off fine for me, just a touch of head spin, while the kid was like a rag doll in my arms. Waiting for him to come around, I investigated my new surroundings. A room. Totally empty. except for 3 portals located in archways and daubings all over the walls. No apparent sign of danger. I lowered Albert to the floor to come to his senses and went to check out the symbols. My loud obscenities soon roused him. "What's with all the cussing?" "Ouch, my head's in pieces," whispered the lad. "I could murder a glass of water." "Here. And here's some bonus crackers," I said, handing the kid 3 bottles and a packet. "Drink, eat, and have a look at where we've landed, and think of what to do, because I don't understand anything." Lines, circles, other figures. No freaking way is this a maze. It's a dumb conundrum. I felt like saying screw it, disappearing into a random portal and taking whatever it threw at us. If only it wasn't for the fear of landing in a lava lake or on the seabed. That said, if he didn't figure out quickly which way for us to go, I would blow a fuse all the same and choose a portal at random. Attention. Human death toll so far, 38. Stages completed, 0. Come to think of it, let the kid concentrate. I'm not going to disturb him. He approached the decision intelligently. He drank, he ate, he massaged his fingers, and he even did some stretching. His preparations took 5 minutes. His portal selection less than 1. "We go this way," he said surely, pointing at the middle portal. "Let's go." I saw no point in arguing. If I understand correctly, an easy task and a short journey await us. And if you're wrong? We entered the portal, and again I was forced to catch the lad when his legs gave way. This time, however, he remained conscious. Room of Shtemar-Gengar IV. The sign appeared in front of our eyes with no explanation. We found ourselves in a small room, 4 meters by 2. In one of the long walls was a doorway, the room's only portal, covered in a dark, opaque film. Probably best not to enter. Another wall bore stone buttons decorated with various hieroglyphs and symbols. The most important feature, however, was the fucking water trickling from every crack, and it occurred to me, not draining away anytime soon. A couple of slaps to Albert's cheeks to snap him out of it, and a couple of soft kicks to chase him over to the buttons. "If you want a drink, that shouldn't be a problem," I said. The water was already ankle-deep throughout the room. "You said this would be an easy task." "And it is," he shouted anxiously. "The others had different enemies drawn on them." He was a bundle of nerves. Mind you, I was close to exploding myself. Attention. Human death toll so far, 44. Stages completed, 1. System, I beg you, don't take the piss. Give me a Hydra to fight. That's an easy kill, but I have absolutely no idea what to do here. The kid quickly pressed various stone buttons, making them retract into the wall and stay there. But just as soon as he continued his combination, they clicked out to their previous positions. "Was it a fork or a trident on the 7th column?" he asked, turning to me. "We're fucked," I stated. I'd seen no trace of either. I was just planning to draw my most hardcore arrows and break the walls with them when something happened. The buttons, of which 12 were pressed in, lit up, and the dark film fell away from the portal. By now the water was up to our chests. "Into the portal," I said, not wanting to give it time to close again. Without letting the kid say a word, I quickly dragged him after me. We were thrown into another room, this time with 5 portals. "Albert, let's choose a portal full of monsters, huh? I've no freaking clue what you did back there or how we managed to escape." The kid sat on the floor, sopping wet and quivering from emotional overload. "The idea was to press all the water signs," he began, for some reason, to tell me. "All the columns were water elements, surrounded by their keystones and additional auxiliary symbols. I couldn't possibly know them all, since this world is not ours, and neither are the rules and riddles." Riddles. And here was me thinking it would be more like taking potluck. "The main thing is that you did it. Well done," I said, acting on combat's advice that the soldiers required praise and encouragement. "Here, have some cold coffee and chocolate." Then I gave him some refreshments. "Thank you," he said, taking the food and devouring it. "I could have done it quicker,
before my nerfs and the fact that it took Ashes to understand that a slide in here isn't rated the same as with us.
He sure loved to talk, and even a mouthful didn't stop him. He wolfed the chocolate so quickly I didn't even notice, so I felt compelled to give him another bar. Now I looked at him, I saw a lad of about 20, and a bit of a freak. I couldn't understand whether he was a genius or just weird. I gave him time to revive, and we went to choose another portal. I realized haste wasn't what was needed here. He was the brains required to work it out. He spent a couple of minutes pacing and writing in his notebook. He claimed it made thinking easier. Varg, there are no battle rooms here. Excellent news. 2 of these portals are riddles. It seems to me. One is strange, something like a test or training. I can't say exactly for sure yet. Screw it, let's train. I've had enough of your logic. We entered the portal in the usual way, and I came very close to losing my partner. He staggered and lurched forward, and his next step would have been into an abyss which was literally 1 step in front of him. I managed to grasp him by the scruff of his neck and pull him back. "Thank you," he said, dumbfounded, his eye twitching. This time we found ourselves not in a room but in a hangar, the abyss in the center. On the walls to the sides of the abyss were various buttons, which would obviously play an important role in the completion of the current task. They also bore different symbols, and again, they said nothing to me at all. Albert studied them attentively and cross-checked them with his notes. On the other side of the abyss was the portal we had to reach, yet I saw no evidence of any fucking bridge. "Take it away," I said, a reverential hand gesture inviting the kid to decide our plan of action. "I'll think of something," he replied confidently. "The most important thing is there's no water or time limit." I said nothing about the race to victory in the test, and sat down on the stone floor to wait and see what would happen next. A snag. I hadn't noticed straight away, but on our side were some round stones. Albert found them and set to counting them meticulously. Then he tossed one up and caught it, checked something, and lobbed it into the abyss. We heard no sound of it hitting the bottom, whereupon the smile slipped from his face. "Can you fly, Varg?" "Nope." "Downer." "Uh-huh." In the end, we didn't have to fly, as the lad soon found a way out, and an elementary one to boot. He began picking up the stones and throwing them at the buttons. When he hit one, it lit up, and a flagstone would appear, woven from magic in 2 minutes. The problem was the distance to the buttons and the high-speed jumps onto the stepping stones, not to mention us having to keep our stone throwing accurate. While this may have been a problem for some, it was not so for an archer. I snapped the heads off some arrows and began firing at the buttons without moving from the spot. As it happened, 4 of the buttons behaved rather knavishly and switched off all the platforms. Albert told me where to fire and committed the results to memory, and reaching the other end was, surprisingly, a piece of cake. We were met by another portal, which we also entered. I called another snack break, and noted the avarice with which he looked at the candies. Catching me looking at him, he said it was a side effect of his skill. He always wanted sweet food. It helped him think better. I didn't know whether to believe him, for it could easily be nothing to do with the skill, but simply a love of chocolate. But who was I to argue? He was delivering results, and quite tangibly so. If he had invisibility as well, he'd be an ideal wingman to do all the brain work instead of me. The next room had 5 portals, and he had to do some deep thinking as he studied them. "The shortest portal involves a fight, and it would appear monsters. Although I'm not 100% sure they might even be people," he said. "Now that is good news." "There's nothing to think about. We take it," I said, making a beeline for the portal. After giving me a serious look, in which I read serious doubt, he decided to clarify a couple of points. "You do remember I have no combat skills or weapons, don't you? And another thing, I would quite like to stay alive." I had already given this some thought and come to the conclusion that I would not abandon him or allow him to get fucked up by others. "Don't be afraid. Everything's going to be just fine. I said with a smile, desperate to make him believe me. His response was an ironically raised eyebrow. I absolutely did not want to have to solve more riddles, where little depended on me. The old-fashioned way was better, weapon in hand, adrenaline in blood, just in case I gave him a light level 1 system sword. His inventory capacity was a couple of kilograms, and he had squat in terms of weapons. How had he managed to survive? Fine, he said, capitulating. I'll take your word for it. Let's go. That portal we negotiated no problem. He didn't even feel nauseous this time. And he tried to stick close to me to avoid falling into the next abyss. But there wasn't even a whiff of abyss anyway. Blood, on the other hand, whoa. Barf, was Albert's first reaction. Oh, how delicate we are. See a couple of dismembered human bodies and bring all that chocolate straight back up. Hang in there, big guy, I advised him, checking out the round arena we found ourselves in. Barf! Evidently, the kid would be out of the picture for the foreseeable future. How thin-skinned he was. It was only a pair of mutilated people. Although, now I looked at them, freshly mutilated people, whose blood was yet to dry. We were in a round sandy arena with no doors or any other kind of exit. Very reminiscent of the Colosseum, only there were no grandstands or spectators. We were still underground, but the lighting here was very bright due to a number of oblong crystals mounted in the ceiling. We did not have long to examine everything because a blue portal suddenly appeared, putting me on alert. To be on the safe side, get back behind those boulders, I suggested to Albert to stop him getting accidentally flattened. Silently, he obeyed. For a while, nothing happened, and I was beginning to think the portal was meant for us after all. Something like, you're good lads and you've done well. What do you want with getting into fights? Just mosey on through. However, the emerging muzzle of a horned bull suggested otherwise. Following it came the rest of the body. Wow, it's even armed. It's a minotaur, yelled the kid, pointing at it from his hiding place. I told you it would be better solving riddles than dealing with this horror. So much opprobrium in the glance he threw me. Not the minotaur, the kid. The minotaur already understood what was what, and while I was monitoring the kid and his reaction, it charged me at full pelt. It was armed with a double-headed axe, which was difficult to take my eyes off, and apart from a loincloth, it was naked. Sorry, you horny beast, but I need your weapon. And your horns. Definitely. I could give them to the little ones. Ah, it screamed, gaining speed and swinging the axe mightily. Oozy, oozy, oozy. 3 skills landed at his feet, and although they couldn't actually immobilize him, they were certainly able to throw him off his stride. A second later, I was invisible, blinking to right in front of his face and bringing my hammer crashing down. My poor horns. The headless body of the Minotaur somersaulted through the air for another 20 yards. And to think it had looked so menacing. Very fragile skull, though, asking for trouble. You killed a Minotaur, said Albert. Was he complaining or something? Screw the horns, there were other trophies to think about. I took the axe and weighed it up in my hands. No lighter than my hammer, but covered in carved patterns and inscriptions. Evaluation. Basic double-headed axe of the Minoan Guardian. You mean to say that thing was only a guardian? Hilarious. In that case, system, can you send me 12 guardians in system armor? The guardians didn't appear, and the portal vanished, so until the next one showed up, we would just have to wait for our next opponents. We were not made to wait long, perhaps a minute or two. 2 portals opened at once, and out of them leaped some very freakish frogs, about my chest height at the withers. Why the hell are they fighting each other? Just take a look at those tongues, slashing skin with the efficiency of any hatchet. Each tongue strike left a long, deep laceration in a body. The frogs croaked, fought, and croaked some more. What piss take was this? I soon got bored, so I interrupted their little squabble by firing at them. A couple of froggy heads turned my way, but seeing nothing and no one, they quickly returned to their infighting. The kid was hidden, I was invisible, and these poor creatures were settling interpersonal disputes. My sandy arrows literally consumed their bodies from the inside out. "Psst, Varg. Don't touch them. They're going to massacre each other," whispered Albert. "Don't provoke them, otherwise they'll attack us." Plucky lad. For some reason, I wanted a bit of fun, and there weren't so many frogs. I deactivated invisibility, looked at the kid's gobsmacked expression, and began shooting up the greens. Momentarily, they noticed the new protagonist and began snapping their tongues in my direction. Blink, shoot. Blink, shoot. Since it seemed pointless to pummel their bodies, I aimed for their eyes. "Ribbit." "Aha," I replied to a fat frog, before moving closer and bashing its body into the sand with a single hammer blow. No sooner had I skipped aside than it burst. 5 minutes later, everything was over and the frogs were dead. "You're a psycho," Albert exclaimed as he ran out from behind the rocks. "Why take such a stupid risk?" I was bored. "You're busy with your conundrums, so what was I supposed to do?" "Was the poor Minotaur not enough for you? You didn't really have to break its horns, did you?" "Ah, so that was it. He also needed horns." "Holy Moses, I could have had the horns of a mythical creature in my possession now." We chatted for a while, until another portal opened and the kid went back behind his rocks again. Fighting was evidently not his thing, but then again, why would it be? He needed to find a normal group where his noodle could be of benefit. I did have in mind to invite him to join us, but I wasn't 100% sure yet. And how was I going to smuggle him home anyway? With that pretty cosmic skill of his, he would need further vetting. When 5 minutes had passed with no one else exiting the portal, we entered it and found ourselves in another room with a choice of portals. Attention! Human death toll so far, 121. Stages completed, 26. Albert wanted to choose the next portal himself, and so took another riddle. I didn't bother arguing. He'd already proven his skills. Added to which, he needed a little time to recover from the fight, which had demoralized him somewhat. The test was a room with more buttons, musical ones this time. From the ceiling hung metal spikes, which dropped randomly one at a time for every incorrect press of a button. Just the once I had to blink away from a spike, but other than that, it all passed surprisingly quickly. He immediately knew what to do. You had to select identical tonalities according to category. I didn't understand anything, but the kid immediately started running around and deciphering values he alone understood. The task was so simple it took him less than 5 minutes. As he worked, he prattled incessantly, claiming it helped him think, and he managed to tell me quite a lot of his backstory. Now I understood him better as a person, a regular geek who'd been clever even before the advent of the system and afterwards only became smarter. After completing the test with the musical buttons, we were sent back to the previous room, except that now it was different. Only one portal, not a single symbol. "Do you think we've done it?" he asked, for some reason hesitantly. "It would seem so," I replied reticently, in no hurry to rejoice. We entered the portal and came out once again into an enormous arena. "I think only we are expected." 4 portals and the same number of squads. We were last. Attention! Only one team will reach the Tree of Life. Battle commences in 3, 2, 1. "I'm never going on another test again," the kid groaned fatefully, when he realized I'd been in invisibility all the time, and he was standing there alone. Chapter 7. I would never have thought this puny Four Eyes could run so fast. The countdown hadn't finished, and he'd already run and hidden behind a statue. He embraced its outline perfectly, merging with it in the half-light. The people immediately set to annihilating each other, just like in the best action movies, while I sat there invisible and observed the mayhem. Oof. One of them, an old and very swarthy man, performed something akin to a glissade to get up close to a chap whose mind was clearly wandering before catching him in a hold and bending his neck. The guy died instantly. Nobody lives with a neck bent at that angle. It was interesting that they were fighting to the death, while not understanding it was the bespectacled gentleman who had the greater chance of victory. Whoops, I spoke too soon. One suddenly realized and approached him at speed. He was invisible, like me, only weaker. A crystal-tipped arrow flew into his belly, putting the kibosh on his invisibility, along with his life. He did not die immediately, but tried feverishly to get some healing potion down his neck. It's too late for that. Those crystal shards are there to stay. I was very eager to enter the fray, but we were responsible for those we had tamed. In my case, that was Albert. He had seriously bailed me out in this test, and I was accustomed to repaying my debts. The people divided into pairs and fought almost honestly, mano a mano. The only ones I could see working as a team were a lad and a lass. Dark strands of smoke stretched from the girl's hands, transforming into the figures of beasts and busying themselves with the total laceration of a blackfellow. All the while, her partner protected her with a wide shield. The strands were like feelers' tentacles, also becoming vulnerable on contact with the body during an attack. Unnoticed, I skirted around them and crept up from the rear. My dagger entered her neck, scuttling her chances of further life before my sword took the lad's head off. That was the most dangerous pair out of the way. The old neck snapper was flagging now and being strong-armed by a swordsman. He was managing to fend him off with his fists, and the sword wasn't leaving so much as a scratch on them. My magic vision showed a luminescence running up his forearms as far as the elbows. I see, an interesting skill. You think someone is completely unarmed, but in actual fact, they are a weapon. I waited until just 3 people remained alive, excluding us. A blood-smeared lad, a flaxen-haired girl with tattoos on her face, and the old man stood facing each other, no one brave enough to strike first. Dare I say it, but we all belong to different squads. We can pass into the portal together. We don't need to continue fighting, said the old man, taking the liberty of opening negotiations. I really could see the portal. The system was counting on a squad of 5 persons, and there were precisely 5 of us left in the arena. I was also in no hurry to enter it, not least because I didn't know what awaited me at the other end. And I also didn't want to have the enemy behind my back. At the same time, I kept an eye on them to stop them slipping through first and definitely did not stand with my back to them. I'd suffered quite enough unplanned flights into portals, thank you very much. Agreed, said the girl, lowering her spear. I'm also not against the idea. Why spill blood for no reason when we've lost our teams anyway, said the boy with a shrug. But what are we going to do with the rat hiding behind that statue? He continued, nodding in Albert's direction. A level 7 wimp with no combat skills? Kill him, obviously, replied the girl. Quite the ball-buster. Unless somebody wants to lug a useless deadweight around. The others shook their heads. Come out of there, rat. We know you can hear us, shouted the old man with an amused sneer. Frankly speaking, the old man got lucky. Dying on the spot, with a smile on his lips. One fast swish of my sword and his head was severed from his shoulders. Blink backwards, and an arrow struck the girl in the leg. Anyone else here? She yelled, grimacing with pain and trying to withdraw the arrow. She was unlikely to be able to remove a serrated arrow. The bloodied boy was swearing violently and running towards... No, he was running towards the portal. He didn't see me, for he had a shield covering his head to the right-hand side. He clearly reckoned himself smart. Uzis around his ankles, and he crashed to the ground. Easier than I thought. Then I landed with both feet on his neck. Weak opponents, if I was honest. Turning to the injured girl, I saw her lobbing vials of some liquid every which way. No explosions followed, or anything worse, for that matter, only strange vapors appearing. What was she up to? "Don't get too close, those fumes might be poisonous," shouted Albert from his hiding place. I didn't need him to tell me that. In battle, I was a fish in water. Despite her wounds, the girl wasn't giving up. Leaning on her spear, she looked around, clearly in search of me. If you ask me, she was already a goner. Her cuts were bleeding pretty badly anyway, and she didn't seem to have any potions. And she understood that perfectly. "Hey, can you hear me? I'm from the new regime, and if I die, they'll know who killed me, and your group will be in for a rough ride. My clan number's over 2,000, and we'll eat you up and try not to choke on your bones. Help me stem the blood flow and take me to the Tree of Life." Are you kidding? Save you and let you win? Too cocky by half, this one. My response twatted her in the other leg, eliciting a heart-rending howl of pain that spread throughout the whole arena. Then the howl slowly morphed into deep whimperings as a sandy arrow intensified her cruel suffering, mincing her flesh and bone with tiny grains of sand. And since her skill was speed, she had nothing to respond with. She'd used up all her damage tolerance right at the start, when her group had transpired to be too weak and she'd had to carry them all. Deactivating invisibility, I approached Albert quietly. "Let's go see what's going on," I whispered. Frightening the lad, he quickly pulled himself together and nodded. "You are very strong," he said out of the blue on the way to the portal. "They stood no chance against someone like you." "Aren't you even going to call me a monster? Or a murderer?" I asked, surprised at his composure. In response, he only smiled. "I'm a coward, not an idiot. I understand full well what's happening in the world at the moment." Kid, you understand nothing." Pictures of all my past enemies flashed through my head. Maybe I should start a diary of all the different creatures and aliens I bumped into. It would be something to show my children in my dotage. Wait, what? What children? Never mind, forget it. Stupid idea. In 200 years' time, I'll start a hunter's diary. The portal led us to yet another room with yet more portals, and I began to seethe. I was sick of roaming these chambers of horror, which, along with the Minotaur and the people melees, were not remotely scary. And what really irritated me was the puzzles. "How are you? Ready to go?" "I want to get this task over and done with," I said to the lad. "I'm not tired, let's go," he said. Eureka! As we entered, we saw a bizarre tree hewn masterfully from the rock. I had never seen a sculpture that fine, even in the elves' town. "Congratulations! You are the first team to arrive at the Tree of Life. Before you stands the sacred tree of the underground Ilsur people. According to legend, the tree was installed by the first king, who united 7 clans and created this world's first underground kingdom. The Ilsur race died out over 7,000 years ago, but their legacy lives eternally in this tree and the rooms you have passed through." "It's beautiful," said the kid, his eyes sparkling and a dumb smile of contentment spreading across his face. I could see he was a romantic at heart. "Each of you will receive 1 reward. For the remainder, a countdown timer will begin. Those who fail to reach the tree in 1 hour will remain in these catacombs forever. You receive exquisite ghost arrow, 3 pieces. Zoinks! I inhaled sharply, unable to believe my luck. And judging by the expression of shock on Albert's face, he had also received something unexpected. "Have you also been given 100 boxes?" he asked, beating me to it. Something like that. Evaluation. A ghost arrow will pass through walls and other obstacles, gaining materiality only on contact with living flesh. My jaw dropped. It felt like Christmas. Now I could kill people using vision without even being in the same building. Arrows like this needed saving for very extreme circumstances. Attention! You may complete the task and return to your planet. Or you may fight each other, in which case the victor's reward will double. To say that Albert paled was an understatement. He looked like he was about to suffer a heart attack. He couldn't squeeze so much as a word out, merely opening and closing his fright-skewed mouth like a fish. That means I could have 6 arrows. 6 arrows of perfect kill. 6. A whole 6. Albert was a smart kid, and I figured he would soon come to terms with his destiny. I watched as his crest fell, and he didn't so much as entertain the thought of resisting. He simply stood there, shoulders drooping, looking mournfully ahead. Surely I didn't create such a negative impression on people, did I? How? All I did was kill a couple of people who wanted to do the same to me. Like I said before, I wasn't going to kill him. 6 arrows was, of course, tempting, but no matter how much of a bastard I was, I did have some notion of gratitude. He'd helped me, and I would help him. Plus, the kid had only displayed his good side. If you went around killing everyone left, right, and center, you might end up not only losing yourself, but also very lonely. Don't stress it. I'm not going to kill you, I said, approaching him and giving his shoulder a shake. I have killed many, it's true, but only those with sword in hand who knew what awaited them. I could tell he didn't believe me, but what else could I say? Better find some other way. I logged onto the group menu and looked for the sacred symbol Combat had spoken of. The kid did not yet understand what I was doing. And there we go. Found it. In a wink, the kid's expression of shock was transposed by one of calm. Albert Karbaladov has accepted your invitation to join your group. Excellent. It would certainly not hurt the group, soon to be clan, to have his brains around. All that remained was to finish the tests, become a clan, and open the portal-shaped bonuses. Then I could hightail it back here to collect him if he was still alive. Now you can see I'm not planning to kill you, I said, looking at him with mild reproach. Our group is soon to become a clan, and I'm hoping we'll have our own portals. Then we can come back and pick you up. There's no need for that, he said. I didn't get it. Was this a mutiny or something? I could change my mind, don't forget. The thing is, said the kid, wavering, the system offered to swap my reward for the opportunity to transfer to your world. Come again? I was lost for words, except for expletives. System, don't you want to make me the same offer? It is me, as it were, who is the lost sheep here, not him. I also want to return home, to where it's warm and the food is delicious. No answer. The news was discouraging, but I didn't let it show. I had a brave face to put on and a reputation to uphold. That's fantastic, I replied with a smile, before beckoning him towards the portal. First thing when you arrive at the base, don't move or make any sharp movements, unless there are zombies around, of course. And take this just in case. Producing a notebook from my inventory, I wrote on the first page that he was with me. If anyone grabs you before I have time to warn the group about you, give them this piece of paper, and they'll greet you accordingly. Okay, he said, taking the paper hesitantly before following me. The kid was a bit slow on the uptake and didn't fully understand what had just happened. We stepped into the portal and plunged into darkness. I came round at home, in the same place the system had taken me from before. When I opened my eyes, I turned my head in an attempt to figure out what wasn't quite right. Everything wasn't quite right. My cozy little room had been turned upside down and defaced. It was very upsetting to be robbed of my abode again. How tired I was of these surprises. Just 2 hours absence and the place gets tossed. And it appeared not by people. When I'd left for the test, on the table had been some tins of food, which now lay flattened on the floor. People would have taken the food, which meant that the freaking perpetrators here had been Tariansi. I messaged Combat to warn him to expect and welcome a very non-combat kid. He was surprised to be sent someone in this manner and asked why I wasn't coming with him. Probably missing me. I walked around the room, massaging bits of my body and checking over the house using vision. They'd closed the door on the way out, and in the corridor now lay a large, pulsing egg the size of a dinosaur's. I was scared to imagine what might hatch from it. No time to think. I legged it to the first window I came across and started hammering at the boards. The windows were simple plastic affairs, so opening them was not hard, and a blink later I was down on the street and riding hard for the sunset. After running to a safe distance, I stopped and waited. Sod's Law came into play, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Then I decided to speed the process up by making a racket to attract zombies, which, like mushrooms after the rain, came crawling out of the neighboring houses. I rounded up 5 of them and threw a ticking old mechanical alarm clock inside one of the buildings, and they all went bumbling in search of the offending noisemaker. Naturally, they entered via the door, and in the corridor came across the egg. And when they came up close to it, the egg exploded, flinging a wave of dust everywhere. I thought the Z's were toast, but no. Not only were they still alive, but they had found the alarm clock and liquidated it. Now everyone was covered in a bright yellow dust and looked vaguely like yellow Smurfs. 7 minutes later, I had been timing specially, a squad of Tariansi rocked up and flew into the building. What do you want with me? The object turned out not to be an egg, but some kind of signal booby trap which was activated by the slightest motion. Well, since you're so keen to play, let's play. I took 2 petrol canisters from my inventory and approached the entrance. There were at least 30 creatures in the house and more circling in the sky. In invisibility, the canisters likewise unseeable, I placed them right by the door, before stepping away and drawing a fiery explosion arrow. I took aim at the nearest canister and loosed the arrow. With a mighty bang, the entire building was immediately engulfed in flames. With the entrance gripped by the fire, the burning bodies could not get back outside, so they started smashing at the windows, except the windows were boarded up. Oh no. One pair had managed to jump out the window I'd opened and were now rolling around in the snow to relieve the pain. But their wings had had it. Just to make sure, I thwacked another fiery explosion in through the window. The hue and cry outside was savage, and they were now throwing spears in every direction. No doubt they'd guessed I was somewhere close by and were counting on striking it lucky. But their chances of a fortuitous strike were low, while I, under cover of the hullabaloo, took out 3 of them and bugged out to a new location. And what have we here? Away to the side, I saw a gnat in delicately gilded metal armor. A bigwig was paying me a visit, and he began barking angry orders at everyone. I think I can spare a few poison bite arrows for him. No sooner thought than done. Inching closer, I let an arrow fly and hit him in the leg. Not great, but it ought to do the trick. And so it did. He died, and all hell broke loose. The insects went mental and started tearing about irately in search of me. Then zombies were attracted by the commotion and attacked the gnats on the ground, while being airborne was also not safe for the Tariansi, with archer zombies on the alert. Just as I was thinking to make my escape, the air was rocked by a fierce squeal that made me block my ears. What is that? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A swarm of fruit bats came out of nowhere and fell upon the Tariansi. What was going on? Was this how the world opposed invaders? Or perhaps the zombies weren't quite so dumb as I thought and had found themselves a war chief? Yes, there was lots that remained to be learned about the system. This was not a fight for life, but a fight to the death. The fruit bats had no arms, so instead tore at the Tariansi with their powerful claws. The Tariansi fired their spears and used magic, but were vastly outnumbered by the bats. I did not bother butting into their dispute and cautiously slunk away. What did it have to do with me? Nothing. I had only just returned and wanted to find somewhere to rest, only there wasn't anywhere, for my house was no more. Words do not describe how much I didn't like moving house. It was like a trigger to me, and I would snap very easily. And when I snapped, I would go psycho. Like just now, for example. When I was running through the town, I happened upon a new hive being vacated by Tariansi on their way to do battle. Come to think of it, it probably wasn't a regular hive, but a hunting one. Or possibly a watchtower. I didn't know for sure. You deprived me of my home, and for that, I'm going to destroy you, I thought, eyeing it with a bloodthirsty smile, while logging onto the trading platform to top up my petrol reserves. Chapter 8. Count Gaffion sat in his study, musing intently over the fresh news. A magic fire crackled cozily in the fireplace, and his silver goblet was filled with the light young wine he so loved. A knock at the door.
"Father, you called for me?"
A young girl entered the room. The Count looked his daughter up and down, nodded her towards an armchair, and was lost again to reflection. Since being attacked and held captive, his daughter had changed considerably. She had somehow grown up quickly, and now all her days were busy with intensive training. Balls and fashionable parties had gone out of the window, and even the Count's personal butler's reports about her were exclusively flattering. And surprising him was no mean feat. The girl had changed in front of his very eyes, and all because of one meeting. "Gaffion," the Count began softly, "I wish to discuss a certain matter with you. You said you wanted to be of some use to the country. Well, the opportunity to do so has arisen." This came as a surprise to the girl, because her imprisonment had weighed heavy on her father and he was afraid of losing her. "I'm ready, father," the girl exclaimed, jumping up in excitement at the prospect of something she couldn't even have dreamed of happening in the foreseeable future. The Count chuckled to see his daughter's ardor. On the outside, he tried to remain cold-blooded, as befitted the ruler of these lands, yet his heart nonetheless ached terribly. His plan was very risky, and just as it might strengthen his daughter, it might also kill her. "Honor and glory," Gaffion shouted, declaiming the motto of his people. "These are not just simple words. This is the path of the first of the clan Gaffion. In battle, he gained the glory which allowed him to create a clan, and the honor with which he ruled led to the clan's prosperity." "Honor and glory," Gaffion repeated, giving the salute of the house, a fist raised high. "I'm ready for any test and will never bring shame on our clan." "Good. I believe you," replied her father, struggling to find the words to say what was on his mind. "I have been honored with a task from the system, just as our ancestor was honored several hundred years ago." The girl's eyes widened. Only very rarely in recent times had the system issued tasks, more often simply sending them new worlds. "What task, father?" she asked, trying to quell the tremble in her voice. "Just as with our ancestor, it has been proposed that I dispatch a squad to another world, for an indefinite time, with the option of establishing a settlement there," he said. Not 100% convinced it was worth saying, although everything had been chewed over dozens of times. The thing was that a human could become stronger not only through intensive training, but also by killing other living beings. And the younger worlds, to where people were rarely dispatched, were a tasty treat with colossal quantities of enemies. The founder, Shion Gaffion, according to Chronicle, happened upon a world populated by creatures with only a very passing resemblance to humans. Tree-dwelling, shorter than humans, skin entirely covered in fur, and monsters dwelt in half of their world as well. That was where he had spent a year, and been able to gain strength for himself and his squad from heavy and bloody battles. Imagine his astonishment when the system sent him an offer to leave for another planet. And it turned out that wasn't the whole story. And when he discovered exactly which planet, his astonishment only grew. The system's proposal involved either him or another family member heading up the squad. How could you possibly astonish an old count who had seen so much in his 77 years? The accompanying notes said they could choose their point of exit, and at the end was a list of coordinates. Standard stuff? No, totally non-standard. Although the system had long since stopped surprising anyone with its convolutions that no one had ever been able to second-guess. He scrolled through coordinates and city names that meant nothing to him, aside from their belonging to another state, or perhaps even another race. Reaching the 10th item on the list, he lost the gift of speech when he saw a postscript to the effect that this was not Varg's town. At this point, the Count realized the system was hinting at him to dispatch Gefaya there. So that means you're leaving. The girl suddenly darkened to think she would have to protect the county boundaries in her father's absence. You can count on me. I won't let you down. The point of no return had been reached, and the Count didn't know whether he wanted to cross the shadowy line beyond which his daughter would never be the same again. He could also get his son back from the capital and send him out on a test. The system has not specified that it must be me in person, said the Count slowly, rising from the table and stepping towards the fireplace. It said it may be anyone from my house. Are you trying to say? She began, as the information was digested and shaped into a grotesque jigsaw puzzle. It will be me. Her initial reaction was fear. Then delight at the prospect, mixed with doubt that she was up to it. Varg. It's Varg's world. Varg's town, he said. That clinched it. I agree, the girl squeezed out, blushing. Who would have doubted it? Chuckled the Count, who was forever fielding reports of his daughter's occasional weeping into her pillow at night. And she'd broken the neighbor's son's nose after he dissed the filthy barbarian who was honored to have saved her. We have approximately 1 month. No exact time frame has been stipulated, but the point was raised that the world's defenses are weakening. Why am I indulging her? The Count thought with a sigh, noting that his daughter had stopped listening to him and was now thinking thoughts of her own. He himself was not against going to that world, and even having a word with this Varg character. But there was the system and its hint to think of, and his father had warned him to be very careful with the signals it sent. By 12 o'clock, I had found and destroyed 6 hunting hives. The gnats squealed so sweetly as they burned alive, unable to escape their blazing homes. Well, how could they when the exit was frozen and sabotaged? I had discovered this peculiarity of their membrane by firing a frozen explosion at it, upon which it simply became covered with ice and ceased to function. I may have achieved much already today, but it was too early to speak of results. I went on to find at least another 10 hunting hives, some of them truly gigantic and even scary to approach. Who the hell was to know how many buzzing things might come flying out and give poor me a good collective shoeing? But the little ones, they didn't get so lucky. Were it not for the desire to sleep, I would have kept running and destroying them. They were really stressing me out. Why the hell set up people traps in houses? Why was it so cool in here? I yawned a sleepy yawn, squirmed against the cold. How had I contrived to end up in this winter wonderland? I'd be better off on a warm island somewhere. Get rid of all the zombies and other little critters, then lie there in the sun and wait for the system to give me a clan portal. Which reminded me about the clan. What was going on with our tests? I opened the group menu and cursed under my breath. 2 groups and 2 solos already completed. Who was taking the bread out of my mouth? Listen, what's all this about? Who's sticking their noses into my tests? I addressed my complaint to Combat, hoping to discover the impudent fellow's name. Combat replied, Fedya. Motherfucker. He says it's your own fault that you're too slow. What a jerk-off. So bold when I'm not around. Tell him I'll get him back. Tell him yourself if you like, instead of interrupting me in a meeting. Well, naturally, I could, but this was more fun. I had to hurry and find somewhere to get some sleep. The evening would bring another test, and I needed to get some strength back. And where are you buzzing off to, you cockwombles? I asked out loud as I activated Uzi on the wings of 2 Tariansi flying past. Well, did you make it? Everything's pissing me off. 1 test fewer now, and all involving the gnats which had blitzed my last refuge. I soon found new lodgings, however, by waltzing into the nearest 5-story block and clearing it of Z's, approximately 100 of them. The apartment was scabby, but what did I care? Not debating for long, I shut all the doors, checked the windows were strong enough, and crashed out. I awoke early evening, not naturally, but from the noise outside the window. Oh, what is it now? I mumbled in my displeasure and shuffled towards the window. Are you having a laugh? Fruit bats and Tariansi tussling again. The latter were clearly in charge, thanks to their sheer numbers. Fuckity. Do they actually have it in them to stop, or do I have to drop into their world and spread some zombie virus? It was unlikely to help, anyway. They were already bitten and scratched, but hadn't turned, despite being dead. I want to eat, and those fuckers are making a bunch of noise and stopping me thinking. I wanted to go and shoot them all, and then have some dinner. But time was pressing, the clock was ticking, and the tests wouldn't wait. I sat down at the table and began unloading food boxes. 1, 2, 3, 5 boxes. Hell, what is this? Why so much chemical shit? All I ask for is one yummy little sandwich. On box number 7, the system heard me and sent bread, and on number 8, boiled pork. So there you go. Like an oligarch who's lost his credit card and is now trying to scrape by, I was feeding on whatever came along. Shoot, I would soon be killing for food. The noise outside was not going away. I made myself some tea on the gas stove, then I drank it. The shouts did not cease. I brewed some coffee. The sounds of battle grew ever louder. "You're toast," I shouted, cracking and going in search of a convenient balcony. An interesting picture opened up before me, the ground littered with hundreds of corpses. I took out my telephone and made a video to show combat. Then I drew my bow and began to pick off the loudest bawlers. The first of all was a magus, who was producing yellowish spheres of a honey-like consistency out of thin air. He lobbed them at the fruit bats, and the viscous bead juice prevented their wings from fulfilling their function. Dead men, destroy our land. Ah, so that's who was yelling. I sought out the loudmouth and put a sandy arrow in it. In its thigh, to be precise, but it was enough. It squealed even louder now, then dropped like a stone, and was silent. And here was a group of 10 fruities trying to deafen the Tariansi with their squeaks. Excellent. A fiery explosion into the crowd, followed by carcasses flying and crashing to earth. I let the other fruit bats be, only going for the squeakers. I wondered if it might be a new mutation. They hadn't squawked this loudly or this often before. For half an hour, I fired on the Tariansi from cover so they wouldn't notice me. The ones that did show signs of suspicion soon died from oozy, shackled wing syndrome. Everything seemed to be going okay. The bats were winning, and I wasn't spending blinks, saving my strength for the next test. Perhaps Tariansi numbers were depleted at last? How many of them, along with zombies, had we massacred? After all, their numbers weren't infinite, were they? So then what about the alchemist? Presumably he was still alive. I located him on the map. He'd moved again, but all was in order. Everyone near him was alive, and that could not fail to delight. Although he still hadn't replied to my agonizing question, why did he need gold? And I sensed his reply might serve up an interesting twist. I wanted to hurry and get to this test, as it was unsafe to hang around here for long. Too many corpses were strewn below the windows, and they might attract bugs coming to investigate the houses. I found new accommodation a kilometer away, and figured that was far enough. As I walked there, I wrote to the girls and asked how things were. Everything was fine, except that they missed me and were awaiting my return. I missed them as well, especially the hot, tasty home cooking. Settling myself into my new apartment, I called up the group menu and saw that another group task was being completed. They were definitely taking the piss. I could not allow myself to lag behind. I made a mental appeal to the system and chose myself a solo task. Nothing happened for 5 minutes. Then I got a reply. Attention. There is currently only one suitable task available, and its level of difficulty is high. Do you want to accept it or wait for the next one? Enrollment for this test will close in 30 minutes. What was there to think about? Of course I wanted to accept. The harder the test, the more valuable the reward. You have accepted the test. Wait to be dispatched. I was hoping against hope it wouldn't be brain teasers or snakes. That said, snakes were better than brain work. There might not be a second Albert there, which would mean I would have to figure it out for myself. Speaking of the kid, I'd forgotten to write to him, although by his mark I could see he was alive and had made it safely to the base. I could spend the remaining countdown time on communication. I wrote to him and got a fast reply that everything was okay and he was currently being tested for professional aptitude. Then I wrote to Combat, who confirmed that after all the tests, he would be released from quarantine. When did they manage to devise tests and quarantine? I wondered. There never used to be any such thing. Everything was okay with Albert, everything was excellent with Combat, and the ladies and the girls were safe, which meant I wasn't wasting my time running around this town like a hamster in a wheel, whacking enemies to strengthen myself and my group. With 5 minutes left to go on the timer, I was just plain bored. I checked my gear again and was satisfied everything was good and my reserves topped up as much as was possible. I even had time for a bite to eat. Transfer in 3, 2, 1. At last, I smiled and was swallowed in a whirlpool of darkness. It did not last long, and I soon recovered myself. The first sense to come back was my hearing. I caught faraway birdsong. Then my sense of smell returned, picking up freshly mown grass. Then my eyes opened. I lay on the green grass and groaned inwardly to see the distant forest. Surely not more freaking riddles. How tired I was of them. Not 10 seconds passed before I sat up, looked around, and realized I was mistaken. Seriously mistaken. If this was a logic test, I was clueless. I was lying in a circle of people, surrounded by a protective barrier, while other people stood to either side of us. Hang on. Were they actually people? One side seemed to be, but the other side wasn't so clear. People didn't have fangs, did they? Or did they? Something wasn't right. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something definitely wasn't right. My head was still buzzing lightly. It appeared I was one of the first to regain consciousness again, and now I was trying to figure out what was bothering me. Does Earth actually have green people? Wait. There were also Turgus, or orcs, lying in the protected circle. Attention. Your current location is a world called Mangargra. You have the good fortune to find yourself between two warring sides. Humans are encroaching on the walls of Castle Vergig, which is inhabited by a race of vampires known locally as the Children of the Night. Important note. You have to choose which side to join, and then participate in a battle. Well, either that, or just try to survive. Important note. The side you choose cannot kill you without good reason. Any conflict will be decided by duel, and death in a duel incurs no penalty. Also, you do not have the right to kill representatives of your chosen side except in a duel. Important note. Firearms do not work here. Important note. Choose your side wisely. If the children of the night are vanquished, the probability of them and all their allies being completely wiped out is 97.3%. Important note: the test has no fixed time limit. In order to choose your side, simply approach one of them through its barrier, and you will automatically be counted among its members. Vampires, huh? Interesting. In the meantime, all the poor creatures began to stir, and I was able to admire them in all their glory, which made me feel uneasy. Orcs, goblins, humans, even gnomes, if I wasn't mistaken, and even elves. Wow, a veritably frolicsome gathering. You have been called upon to defend humankind from these odious abominations. For this, you will not only be rewarded by the great system, but also honored before the faces of the gods of light. An old man, standing on the other side of the barrier, had awoken and taken it upon himself to be the first to speak. A colorful dude, he was surrounded by his people who looked decidedly like crusaders. Their distinguishing feature was a round symbol on their tunics and armor, and they were variously armed from crossbows to broadswords. Magi were also present, standing there with their magic-radiating staffs. What I didn't like was the open disgust adorning the crusaders' faces as they looked at us, and their grimaces became even more pronounced when they clocked the people. Was this a gaggle of local racists attacking defenseless vampires? I turned to give the vampires a close inspection. They looked anything but weak, oozing power despite their low numbers. Just 10 of them against 300 people. The man's words went unanswered, his contingent too occupied with dividing itself into groups, green with green, jug-eared with jug-eared. That was the elves. The green goblins with the long ears meantime formed up alongside the orcs. The old man now attempted to get his message across to the people, shouting something about taking the bastard bloodsuckers. Approximately 100 then gathered around him, while the others continued their deliberations. All around was turmoil, in the midst of which I noticed 100 of the most cunning individuals, elves to be more precise. Cautiously, they were moving to that part of the barrier closest to the woods. What was happening? Nobody even spotted them breaking into a run and quickly slipping through the tree line, showing clean pairs of heels. Crafty old big earses. Maybe I should do the same, I thought. But that would mean missing out on all the fun, and there would be plenty of that. You could count on it. So, whom to choose, humans or vampires? The answer was obvious. Why was it that my face would always develop a beatific smile at moments like these? Chapter 9. Is our service to be paid for in gold? Asked a large green orc as it approached the barrier. The man screwed up his face and was about to give a sharp retort when the man standing behind him stopped him. You will all get a share of the trophies after the castle is taken, he said, pulling a displeased face. A share, of course. You advance in the front ranks like cannon fodder, and then no one will have to give anything to anyone. We've already been through this in another world. Just one thing I didn't understand. Why were the vampires so quiet? The humans were sounding off and stirring everyone up, and the befanged ones hadn't said so much as a word. They were approached, and questions were asked of them, and all they could do was sniff and look at everyone else disdainfully. I was interested, so I approached them myself. 2 in particular stood out from the squad, a man of about 50 and a girl of about 20. I wondered whether she was his wife or some relation. If she was the former, the old man had gotten lucky. The girl was beautiful, with long, dark hair and pale skin, and hung with weapons like a Christmas tree. A small sword at her belt, 2 baldricks of throwing knives, and a horsewhip. What did she need with a horsewhip? While I was looking them over, a group of goblins came up. The leader stepped forward and treated them to a look of hatred. Your tribe of bitches slaughtered my entire village, he said. I couldn't understand the point of the confrontation. It may have happened in another world, but that will not stop me killing you all here. Then he spat at them. But the gob didn't reach its intended target, intercepted instead by the barrier. I'll remember you, replied the old man dryly, exuding a death aura. A shiver ran down my spine. A strong old man, and no mistake. The girl narrowed her danger-filled eyes and reached for her horsewhip, but was stopped by the old man's hand coming to rest on her shoulder. Hey, are you going to feed us? Can you find some food for a simple fellow, or is it only blood you've got? I asked chirpily. There were now 2 pairs of squinting eyes on me, and the girl went really mad now. What if she went full-on hysterical tantrum? Do we really look like savages who feed on blood alone? Human? Such a sweet voice, yet so poisonous. Standing before you are 2 higher vampires, not brainless brutes. I looked her up and down with a fascinated eye. Are all your pretty girls this flaky? I asked of the old man. Or is this the only one who can't cage the rage? How dare you? She flared up in an instant, showing me her fangs. She only gets antsy when she's hungry, and your arrival has messed with her feeding routine, the old man said, cutting her off. Perhaps you would like to improve her mood by allowing her some of your blood. So that was it. The old man had decided to speak to me. You know, not too many of those presently alive have seen my blood, and even fewer have been able to draw it. The incident when the soldiers had to carry me injured didn't count. What do you think? Will she be able to draw my blood? The old man smiled and looked at the girl. That's all clear then. He's just bored and entertaining himself. I think she will. Would you like to check? He asked, raising a mocking eyebrow. Are you proposing I join your side? Absolutely not. You choose the side you feel closest to. I have no need of a rabble of roughnecks, he said, casting an eye over the clamorous crowd on the verge of fisticuffs as they tried to decide what to do. Alternatively, you could just come in under the walls of the castle and challenge her to a duel. Lafayette positively adores duels, especially when the prize is fresh blood. Was it just me, or did one of the guardsmen behind them flinch, and the second look askance at the girl? A duel, you say? Now that is interesting. I agreed to a duel. Only, what do I get when I win? When am victorious? I asked, making everyone smile. I didn't understand why. Either my faltering or the possibility of my winning had made them laugh. Doing battle just for the sake of it just isn't my thing. What do you want? Asked the old man. I would be perfectly happy with high-level weapons, interesting arrows or skills, and basically anything powerful and unusual. It sounded childish, but it captured the essence 100% faithfully. Oh, yes, system knowledge would also not go amiss. The old man became pensive, though his smile did not fade. It is dangerous to tell otherworldlies about the system. There may be consequences. Not the first time I'd heard that, but it was worth a try. I can offer you a treasure of our clan, which we call the Tear of the Blood Moon. Or maybe you can keep your treasure and give me weapons instead? Bagatelles with fancy names were also not my thing. My thing was more like a level 10 bow or a pernicious spear. He began, before taking a brief pause. Well, it is a weapon of sorts. It has been the death of more than 100 people. And not just people. Grandpa, you don't want to be quiet. He interrupted her again. Well, do you agree? Now it was my turn to ponder. So, She's his granddaughter, and she's clearly not happy for the tear of the blood moon to fall into my hands, which means it's valuable. Unusual, if nothing else. I agree, I said, and beaming at the vampires' surprised faces, stepped through the barrier. When do we begin? How about right now? But better a bit further away from that lot. I waved a hand in the direction of the crowd at my back.
I see you are somewhat foolhardy to be making a decision like this, he replied. The tear of the blood moon may even suit you very well.
I just love interesting things, I said with a shrug. You have chosen your side, and you may not change your decision. Nothing wondrous happened in the next half hour. Nobody else joined us. There were those who inquired what they would receive in return, and the response was always deathly silence, prompting them to leave. The way I understood it, the vampires were not about to pay anybody. And besides, they regarded everyone with hostility. The odd daredevil came to mouth off at them, and they didn't leave me out, calling me the vampire's frat mat and criticizing my choice. I noticed it was people from the other side sending them specially. Were they really that petty? But basically the whole situation I found insanely amusing, and I was dying to kick up a spot of bother. Truth be known, my choice had been nothing to do with rewards, but pure curiosity regarding the duel. It would not be fought to the death, and I could test out my strengths. In my world, a fight to the death had very severe consequences, yet here you simply stipulated conditions, and that was that. The maximum she would get if I lost was a glass of my blood. And that wasn't a given, and I wasn't planning to lose anyway. What I was planning to do was fight to the full extent of my power and not worry they would discover my secrets. Time ticked by. Nothing. Honestly, so unexpected. Surely there must be at least a couple of idiots. Surely it isn't just me. Judging by the crowd the humans had attracted, they were telling everyone how easily they would overcome the vampires. By the way, who's got more troops? I inquired. A trifling nuance, but still.
They have,
the old man replied dryly. Many more?
5-fold,
he chuckled before adding,
Are you regretting falling for your own foolishness?
Oh, how wrong you are. It's just a shame there are so few of them, I said, shaking my head and drawing my bow. And I might not have enough arrows to go around everyone. Now it was his turn to shake his head as he recognized me for the psycho I was.
We'll find arrows. Don't you worry.
Why are you talking with him, Grandpa? He's a human, the girl hissed balefully.
You have not vanquished him yet, so do not belittle him,
he snapped, making me squirm again. His voice had a certain magically intimidatory tone to it.
Have I not taught you to judge sentients by their strength and deeds?
Don't worry. I'll break all his limbs, said the psycho girl, licking her lips and eyeing me like a piece of steak. Just the way I like it. One of the other vampires behind her stirred. You're not the only one around here with a head full of problems, Sweet Pea. I smiled back and mirrored her lingual gesture. I see you like pain, I said, eyeing her like prey. I'm curious to hear you cry out in terror, you know? Pfft. Her answer was hesitant. Then she snorted and turned away. The old man burst out laughing.
Now look what you have done. You have embarrassed her. She is accustomed to everybody being frightened of her, he said in response to my inquisitively raised eyebrow. She is very strong, despite her youth, and forever kicking up a rumpus. She has hitherto crippled more than 12 of her own kind, losing countless teeth in the process.
It was evident right from the get-go that she was a kind girl. We stood there a while longer. Then the boss vampire ordered us to move out. Nobody else had tried to join us. By the way, I said, remembering I'd forgotten to ask, what do they call you?
There is no reason for you to know my name. Oh, how self-important we are. However, you are the only one who joined our side, although I do not understand why. But for that I will tell you. I am the patriarch of the Urshavos clan, and my name is Vasteron. This young thing, well, you already know her name.
You can call me Varg. That is my name. Shame we weren't a clan yet. It didn't exactly sound impressive to be speaking of groups. By the way, why don't the rest of your guys speak? Have they taken a vow of silence, or are they just following orders?
You are right. They are following orders. And I would advise you not to be overly vociferous yourself. You are alive, thanks only to the system and its prohibitions. And also because I have respect for it.
How did he do it? He didn't walk so much as glide. His gait slinking like a predator's.
Don't hold your breath for a ban on killing. There are different ways to kill. Among us are hotheads who act first and think later, even if that means being punished by the system.
I seriously doubted a vampiress would be able to kill me. She was strong, for sure, but that strong? We came out to a high road where there was clear evidence of war. Burned-out carts lay everywhere, along with a load of freshly dug mounds. Not everyone had been buried, though, and plenty of corpses lay by the roadside. Not a vampire to be seen. We walked for 10 minutes without seeing the castle. I was beginning to think this was all a dirty trick involving an underground castle where I would be helpless, or perhaps they only had a crummy little fort, which they proudly called a castle. However, a couple of kilometers later, after skirting around the forest, I realized it was no castle. Rather, it was a magnificent castle with a capital C, and in the Gothic style to boot. It seemed as yet unattacked, if the absence of corpses and other battle remnants was anything to go by. But this begged another question. Where were all the people? Why were they still so far away?
Surprised?
The old man asked after noting my reaction.
Before you is the seat of my clan, where we have lived for many centuries. The humans want to destroy it, simply because we are not the same as them.
They will weep blood, snorted the girl. Is she like this with all the guys? Or is it just me because I'm such a hottie? I decided to ease the tension with a joke, but was immediately forced to dodge the claws that sprouted so quickly from the girl's hands. I'll kill you. I assume all her relationships have been imaginary, right? I asked the old man, ignoring the girl.
You have touched a nerve, he said.
The important thing was that he found it funny and was not yet trying to kill me.
It is hard for her to deal with her disposition, but what can she do? She is still young. And you, granddaughter, be careful with this one. He has just evaded your attack with ease.
With ease? I wouldn't say it was easy. She was fast and dangerous. Obviously, she didn't want to kill me yet, only injure me and teach me a lesson. I got the feeling she wasn't as psychotic as she wanted to appear. It gladdened my eye to see her glowering at me that way. How I loved to needle people and get their hackles up. And, as it turned out, unpeople as well. The girl was simmering down, her claws retracting as I watched. She moved away and satisfied herself with merely looking daggers at me. And I got another eyeful of that work of art. I mustn't forget to ask them if Dracula lives here. It is indeed a very gloomy place. It was still a fair way to the castle, and several roads led there. The patriarch decided to turn off to a woodland path, citing potential booby traps on the main road. The humans weren't anywhere near it yet, but they were doing their best to make life difficult. As we walk, I asked him about the area and their life here. The castle hadn't been attacked by humans yet, only the villages where the laborers lived, and it transpired that the vampires did not eat them. only occasionally collecting voluntary blood donations and for extra payment. This was not where the clan's main territory was. It was more like a summer residence surrounded by beautiful countryside, with magnificent woodland affording hunting for fresh wild game. To the north of the castle was a lake offering superb fishing for rare species of fish, whose bones made pretty decent artifacts. And the forest was home to enchanted animals, whose bones were also good for artifacts if you could actually kill them, which was no mean feat. I was reminded of the elves who had vanished into the undergrowth, and I wondered how they were getting along there. Were they finding themselves fleeing from a variety of necromantic mosquitoes? Halt. The old man brought the squad to a standstill. Something here is not quite right. I cannot hear any birds. Wasn't it you who mentioned no aggression within 12 hours of the system soldier's arrival? I reminded him. I also told you that rules are made to be bent, he said in all seriousness, without taking his beady eyes from the tree line. We cannot be attacked by humans from the army of Godric, but anyone else is more than welcome to try. Logical, I suppose. Up ahead is a blind spot which cannot be seen from the castle. It is a very convenient place for an ambush, proffered the girl. The patriarch nodded to 4 of his fighters, who ran ahead lightning quick. Again, I was amazed at their speed. They were twice as fast as speedy zombies, definitely not worth letting opponents like this anywhere near Earth. These were no midgets, whose advantage was in their numbers. A dozen of this lot could easily get into our base and organize a bloody massacre there. The patriarch then dispatched another vampiric foursome after the first group. I was still trying to remain inconspicuous and not display all my talents, particularly my invisibility. I had, however, long since placed marks on them all. All that is apart from the patriarch. I had tried, but the mark simply wouldn't stick to him at all. I figured the reason was his superior strength. I opened the map to see what we had, and interesting it was, too. Incidentally, I had also placed a mark on Godric, just as I had on his people. They were all on the move towards their camp, parting the fog to show me the location of their base. Perhaps I'll pay them a visit tonight, or maybe in the wee small hours. My thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected happening. One of the marks disappeared, which meant one of the vampires had been killed. But we hadn't heard anything. Had it just dropped down dead? It was time to put the horseplay and jocular mood on the back burner and take up a bow fitted with a rupture arrow. Faster on, I said in a calm and even voice. One of your people has just died. The experience of the man, or to be more precise, vampire, was immediately there for all to see. Although, come to think of it, vampires were people before, weren't they? I would have to check later. So anyway, he didn't say anything, giving a short nod and accepting my words in good faith. A pocket dimension is quite a rare thing in our world, said Lafayette as she stared at my bow. She was already thinking, no doubt, how to kill me and take the trophy artifact. Who could have killed a vampire so silently? I asked, thinking, if there's some scary thing living there which might kill me with its stare, I'm not going anywhere near it. Anybody at all. This is an ancient forest with a strong magic background, the old man replied. Just what I wanted to hear. So, what are we going to do? I was not about to go racing ahead of everyone else. Was I some kind of hero or something? Wait, he replied, his shoulders shrugging phlegmatically. I got the impression he wasn't overly concerned by the death of one of his kind. Good idea. Wait, maybe some stray beast built a den here and they're going to frighten it away. Uh-huh. Told you so. Ooh! Came a savage roar, making the birds perched in the trees suddenly take to the air and flap hurriedly away. Oh! Ow! The howls repeated a dozen times. "I reckon we're surrounded," I said to the patriarch, who was clearly of the same opinion.
"Werewolves," he spat. "Now we know why Godric was so sure of victory. He was in league with them. They are our arch-enemies. Their spittle is deadly to a regular vampire, and a higher vampire's wounds will take months to heal."
No sooner had he said this than he was struck at speed by a huge, furry projectile. I thought that was it. The old man's time had come. But he surprised me one more time. He managed to grab the object by its neck, which he then broke in a single flick of his wrist before flinging the dead body aside with ease. And I got a perfect view of who we'd just encountered. It looked like I was in for an engrossing adventure. I realized this as I stood there in invisibility, fully battle-ready, with hammer in hand. My bow was no use to me here, against this most frisky of opponents. Chapter 10. The werewolf, as the patriarch had called it, was like a shapeshifter. Everything that was happening seemed unreal to me, like I was sleeping. Perhaps I'm in a coma? I pinched my hand. It hurt. It was all nonsense. But let us return to the shapeshifter, or werewolf. Height, nearly 4 meters, all covered in fur, long, bone-chilling muzzle. At first it ran on 4 legs, and just before pouncing it reared up onto 2, trying to reach the patriarch with its forelimbs. But the old man was no slouch, and with one arm he was able to fend off the huge creature without stressing overly. Were I in his shoes, my belly button would have popped out. And so invisibility was once again my best friend. The patriarch's subordinates surrounded him, and with good reason, when you considered the new creatures emerging at pace from the woods in such numbers. Fuck knows how many there were. Lots. Blink, drive hammer into dog's spine. Crack. Nothing could survive a strike like that. Yet it was still alive, although admittedly whimpering and writhing in pain on the ground. How did a simple walk in the fresh air turn into this royal bloodbath? Right in front of my very eyes, Lafayette thrashed one werewolf down to the bone with her horsewhip. Just one hefty slash, parting the flesh like Moses in the Red Sea. What about that one? Oh no, she's on it. She turned around to face another beast, unfortunately a tad too late, as the hound already had its jaws around her neck. 2 short blinks, and I struck the animal right on the nose with my hammer. Oops, I sprayed the girl with blood. I didn't avoid it myself either. I had to hope there would be a laundry in the castle. Meanwhile, the patriarch was taking on 6 werewolves at once, and having no trouble killing them. They were immediately replaced by newcomers. He was definitely their main target, while the rest of us were merely kept at arm's length so we didn't get in the way. The patriarch needed help. Otherwise, who was going to defend the castle? Nobody had canceled the task. "Rive!" came a roar from behind me. But how? Then the penny dropped. The smell. It could smell its dead brother on me. I was lucky to escape, blinking 5 meters into the air. There I switched weapons, and when I landed back down on top of the shapeshifter, I impaled it on my spear. That wasn't enough, however, for it was still alive and trying to pull the weapon out. I switched again, this time drawing my broadsword, and with the aid of another blink, I chopped its head off. The head was dead, but the body continued to convulse in its death throes. Tenacious bastards. Bow in hand, I fired a rupture arrow at a gray werewolf currently unleashing a ferocious attack on the patriarch, who didn't seem to be tiring. He had picked up the sword of a fallen vampire, and was now beating off all comers with a masterclass in acrobatics and fencing. Maybe it was a bad idea to fight his granddaughter. If she'd inherited even as little as 20% of his mastery, dueling with her would be no walk in the park. And should I accidentally kill her, What were the chances of him ripping my head off? I thought these vampires would be weaker. Although that one there being torn to pieces by 2 ginger werewolves doesn't look particularly strong. He's still alive, mind. It is a very strange world where everyone is so hardy. I wondered how long I would survive in the jaws of a werewolf. Would my dragon blood bid me farewell? I didn't want to take any risks, so I retreated a short way. I drew a rupture arrow and put it in the expansive back of another cur, relieving it of a hefty chunk of flesh and sending its wild yelps of pain resounding around the locality. And if we try a sandy arrow? I located my next target, pulled back my bowstring, and thwacked it right between the shoulder blades. Oof! The werewolf's howls were even shriller than the last one's. It rolled around on its back from the pain, trying to reach the arrow with its claws. Unfortunately, it was only making the situation worse, lacerating its back and leaving deep, bloody furrows. We seemed to be taking the upper hand, if you didn't count a couple of lost vampires and the ones who'd stayed in the forest. But it was a false dawn, what with more new werewolves leaping out of the tree line and hot-footing it towards the patriarch. That said, he had piled up a fair mound of corpses around him and didn't have so much as a scratch on him. This simply wouldn't do. I was spending too many arrows on them. After all, I didn't know how long I would be stuck here, and I may well need them in the future. Time to economize, Varg. Otherwise it'll turn out like it did with the necromancer. Snowstorm amucks all used up, and you flying into a portal like that self-important midget. "Grandpa, behind you," the girl shouted. And sure enough, as he was stamping on and breaking the neck of an enormous werewolf, 4 members of the new crop of beasts launched themselves at him in unison. I wonder if the patriarch dies. Will the castle be taken quickly? Never mind, this probably isn't the time for contemplation. 3 blinks left me no time for a decent backswing, so my hammer wasn't an option. But I did have my spear, and I used it to skewer 2 at once, before blinking again and crashing into them from the side to knock them away from the old vampire. Swerving away from the muzzle of one werewolf, I drew my dagger and stabbed it in the eye, nearly getting bitten by another as I did so. Its maw was accelerating towards my throat, clearly intent on locking it in a death grip. So be it. Just you try. I activated Uzi and the mouth was blocked, the animal losing vital seconds, which allowed me to treat its eyeball to the same dagger move. Blinking away once more, I saw the old man had dealt with the 2 impaled on my spear and moved on to decapitating the next in line. I continued firing basic arrows, aiming as much as possible for eyes, and things really did get simpler now. A blind enemy was far easier to kill. By the end of the battle, there were too many corpses to count, and only 5 of us left alive. Being me, grandfather and granddaughter, and 2 battle-scarred vampires who looked even more pallid now. The girl had taken a fair beating. Her right leg shredded. She wasn't bleeding, but she did look extremely wretched, paler than before the battle, and she couldn't stand up straight. Probably torn tendons. "I reckon your granddaughter's about to snuff it," I said to the old man, who was gazing at the forest. "All is in order. She has merely been poisoned," he replied, not even looking our way. "We must return to the castle, post-haste. That was an advanced detachment from a primitive tribe who attacked us." "Aren't we going to wait for the rest?" I asked, reminding him of the guys he sent out on reconnaissance. "There is no one to wait for. They are already dead." I opened the map and saw he spoke the truth, for all the marks were extinguished. "Granddaughter, can you walk by yourself?" So he wasn't quite as hard-hearted as he liked to appear. I had long ago realized that each world and each race had their caprices, and it was better not to get involved in them. "If not, you can be carried." "Shh!" she hissed at two vampires who had taken an unwilling step towards her. "I can walk by myself." "Is she always like this?" I asked the old man in jest. "Was she raised by wolves in a cave?" She looked daggers at me again, but the truculence was gone. I even felt a touch of pity for her. "Always," said her grandfather with a heavy sigh. "We must hurry before the next round of hounds arrives." He was right, but I had other ideas on that score. "Listen, Vasteron, here's the thing. I've got to pop off for a while, if it's not a problem with you." It sounded as though I'd changed my mind about fighting and decided to do a runner, but I think he understood me. "Do as you please," he said, about turning and marching off. I already knew where the castle was. "I'll be back, but warn your troops not to shoot me, otherwise I'll get all jittery," I added, just in case. In response, he merely frowned and nodded his displeasure. He was obviously not used to being spoken to that way, and I basically got the impression that the whole affair with the reinforcements had been a waste of his time. The system had ordered him to come, and he could not disobey it. He hadn't even tried to enroll anyone, which I understood very well. Let a bunch of strangers into your castle? Sod that, for a game of soldiers. Killing may be prohibited, but robbery? Go for it. As long as they don't wrench your arms off, that is. The system was so mistrustful that as a result of a theft, it might even change the status of the thief to enemy, and then they would be truly fucked. They would become somebody's breakfast, or in the best case scenario, an invalid. If you removed both of a thief's hands and cauterized the wounds, then you hadn't, in fact, killed them. I did not wait for him to disappear from view, but quickly activated invisibility and hastened into the forest. And what of it? I came here looking for entertainment, and since those dogs had attacked me, that meant I had every right to respond in kind. Near the end of the battle, I had noticed one cur sitting at the edge of the woods and taking in the fight. And when the werewolf saw its brothers die like dogs, it turned and ran back so quickly that I scarcely had time to hang my mark on it. But nevertheless, I did manage. And right now, my flea-ridden spy, I hoped, was returning to its pack, with me hot on its heels. Well, I say hot on its heels, but I was actually quite a long way behind. The flea bag was pretty agile, and it knew its hunting ground well. On the way, I saw no other animals except for two lousy snakes, one of which, its coloration an unpleasant dark shade of purple, was eating the other. All the birds and the squirrel hidden in a knot hole with just its tail sticking out did not count. The sight of the snakes made me shudder, and to be on the safe side, I killed the one that wasn't dead yet. From here, I made it to the werewolves' camp without further incident. There was a chance of bumping into some of them on the way, but I didn't, although I could hear their howls in the distance. For some reason, I'd thought I'd find them all living together in one big cave and be able to fill it with fire. In actual fact, I caught them having a sausage party. The camp was home to approximately 50, possibly more, butt-naked men who were strolling to and fro. No houses, only tents, and not a single cave for miles around. Some wandered around, chatting casually, while others dressed a deer carcass. The camp was completely devoid of women, which brought repulsive thoughts to mind. Surely they weren't the things that enter one's head. I read the situation correctly. This was a temporary camp, and there was nothing of interest. What surprised me was the fact that they were in their human guise here. I strolled around the camp for half an hour, feeling very good about myself. My presence was not detected, even their heightened sense of smell not helping. I changed into clean clothes before I got here, having to make do with level 3 leather armor, but I reckon their olfaction was probably in human mode anyway, what with them being in human form. Aha, here came my first customers. 5 people walking away from the camp. I followed them. When they were well clear of the camp, I leaped into action. The first one had his head pierced through by an enhanced elven arrow, killing him on the spot. Then 2 more arrows followed hot on its heels, and thus 3 people died ingloriously without knowing what hit them. The remainder leaped into a gully and began to transform. I hurried towards them. What can I say? A gruesome spectacle. 1-meter-80 human men grew into 3 or 4-meter things, howling and growling wildly in the process, their skin tearing and growing over again in front of my very eyes. While fur grew up through it. One even pissed himself from the pain. The whole procedure took approximately 2 minutes. I killed one as he rolled around on the ground, turning into a monster. My second victim I allowed to complete his transformation for the purpose of timing the procedure, before I pulped his head with my hammer. Beggars and gypsies, that's who Marashas should have chosen. They didn't even have anything to take. I threw the 2 corpses into my inventory to give to the vampires. You never know. Then I checked out the whole area, and just as well, too. Attracted by the noise, a naked lad was approaching the murder scene. It was a good job I spotted him before he realized what had happened. My first arrow entered his chest. The second went through his shoulder and into his head. Even in their human form, they had good regeneration. Until I hit his head, he didn't give a toss about the other injuries. I had another look around, then headed back to the camp. Evening arrived, bringing darkness, and the woods came to life. The birds began to sing, and the distant calls of various animals could be heard. I watched as a hamster with fiery red eyes scuttled out of its hole and disappeared somewhere about its business. A funny little thing. Maybe I should take it home for Liza? I wonder if that's even possible. No, I would let it live. And anyway, it had vanished. On my return to the camp, I found their numbers increased, hunters having returned with quarry. The dead animals were strange, like animals in our world, yet not without differences. For example, 200 kilograms worth of wild boar, but with a dozen fangs jutting from its mug. The animals were currently being divvied up, and chunks of fresh meat dished out to people. Nobody even thought of cooking it, making their feast not exactly a pleasant sight. Next body. Came a shout from, I presumed, the leader of the pack. A lean man, his ribs eminently countable, ran to carry out the order. Their appetite was proper bestial. While their collective attention was drawn to the butchery of the deer, I crept closer. Even in their human form, they growled at the sight of fresh raw meat. The small mountain of dead animals prompted me to hatch a cunning plan, which would require the use of one of my procurements. I produced some syringes I'd privatized from Quartermaster. I seem to remember him saying they were meant for animals, and judging by the needles, hippos. The syringes contained poison of Shurshu. My mission was accomplished in 2 minutes, each animal taking 2 syringes. I jabbed them into different places on the bodies in the hope it would suffice. There was no time to be scared, but there was also no need to. They were dressing the animals at a relaxed pace, cutting the meat into fairly small chunks. In a word, gastronomists. I retreated to a safe distance, then realized the inconvenience of my new position, so I moved, blinking up into a tree. Now I had a good view of everyone and could even shoot from up here. When the top dog barked the order for the next carcass to be brought, I tensed up. This was the moment of truth. Would it work, or wouldn't it? The poison had a greenish tint to it, but no smell. The funny thing was that I had absolutely no faith in the Enterprise. Their sense of smell wasn't bad, and they might easily suspect something. But while they were trying to figure out who'd done it and sending a search party out for me, I could be trying to take them out one by one next to the camp. Imagine my surprise when the carcass of a gray deer was hauled in for dressing and the meat immediately handed out. Nothing happened to begin with. But then an unpleasant picture formed as the 24 people who had received and eaten the meat fell almost simultaneously to their knees, yelling and bawling in dreadful pain, their skin becoming covered in green streaks not unlike varicose veins. Their packmates jumped straight in to help, but then I jumped in to hinder them. One after another, smoky arrows flew into the crowd, confusing their movement. Then came another surprise. Smoke That was what they didn't like. All those who had transpired to get caught in my smoky trap began to sneeze uncontrollably. I did not let such a convenient moment go to waste and started shooting on rapid fire, aiming for their heads. By the time they clocked what was going on, I'd killed 15 men, and another 20 were close to death by poison. Strangely, the poison hindered their transformation. Several were trying to turn into wolves, but approximately halfway through the process they would shrink back, and the result was resounding roars of pain and despair. "I'm gonna kill," proclaimed the top dog. I had taken my eye off the ball, and he had actually contrived to transform and was now scrambling up the trunk of my tree. And he'd been able to speak in his animal guise. I blinked onto another tree and observed his now fruitless scramblings from there. I fitted a poison bite arrow to my bow, and a wink later it pounded into the top dog werewolf's thigh. I could have aimed for his head, but why? I was already the victor here. I merely wanted to know how it would act on him. Well, and make him suffer a touch for his attack on me. He snapped off the arrow in one sharp swipe of his paw and leaped onto my tree. Meanwhile, I was already running towards the pile of whimpering bodies, drawing my dagger and shadow blade as I ran. Vision helped me see through the smoke, and the werewolves' heads fell from their shoulders one by one. Many had not yet turned, and were now lying on the ground, squirming like shrimps. It was unjustly easy to kill them. I even wanted to yawn for effect. Oh, a fat ginger werewolf had spotted me. Well, not me exactly. He had spotted his dead accomplices and was now tearing around the camp, wafting at the smoke with his beclawed hands in an attempt to catch me by chance. Using blink, I ducked under his arm, and in one clean swipe of my blade, I lopped it off. Without wasting time, I used my next blink to nip behind his back, from where I decapitated him. The bloodbath did not last long, and by the end only the top dog and I remained alive. He was a sorry sight. Red-green blood flowing from his mouth and eyes, although in truth one of his eyes was gone. I wondered who the Shirshu were, that their poison could act this way even on creatures with such wild regeneration. He'd probably suffered enough by now, so Uzis around legs, neck, and muzzle, blink closer, bring hammer down on head, thwack, thwack, thwack. A persistent fucker. Not persistent enough, though, and he soon gave up the ghost. When all that remained of his head was porridge, I composed myself and stepped away from his corpse. Then began the dirty work of removing heads and shunting them into my inventory. I was going for tea with some vampires, so I would need gifts. It was not the done thing to go visiting empty-handed. When I opened the map to check which way the vampire's castle was, I noticed some other marks in the same forest. That meant I hadn't killed all the curs. Best rectify that situation, then. Chapter 11. When I got to where I was going, it was already dark, but my night vision facilitated navigation through the forest. The only thing that required avoidance was a curious yellow puddle radiating a magic that hurt my eyes. I used blink to steer clear of it, whatever it was. The marks led me to another camp. Fewer flea bags, but 3 dozen were still not to be sniffed at, except that this lot were somewhat sluggish, half of them asleep, in fact. The day had worn me out, and I had no desire to play with them for long, which is why I immediately set to slicing up the slumberers. It might have been inhumane, but this was war. There was no rider left here, only victory. My dagger in their skulls was a sure way of killing them. I overheard a campfire conversation between 2 werewolves in human form. "Why do you think Grandma sent us to the rear guard? Wouldn't we be better off patrolling near the bloodsucker's castle?" "Who knows?" said the second man, pulling a face. "I don't even want to think about it. All I need right now is fresh meat. And why did we have to sign an agreement with the humans? Now we can't access their meat until we deal with the bloodsuckers." "Well, he's the alpha, and he knows best what to do," replied the other, expressing blind faith in their alpha dog commander. But what the future held, he was not destined to know, for just then a basic arrow pierced his cranium. "Raid!" shouted his buddy. "We're under attack! Everybody on your feet!" Those werewolves who could still run now mustered around him, falling instant prey to my arrows. I shifted around using Blink, not wanting to risk charging at them head on. Not all of them began to transform, evidently understanding that it would make it too easy to pick them all off. Instead, the ones that were slow to turn made the tactical decision to shield their zippier packmates with their own bodies. They covered their comrades' heads with their paws, which prevented me taking precise aim, and that meant it was time to break out the ruptures. Nothing but expenditure with this lot, but what can you do? 5 arrows, 5 corpses. The rest I finished off as they convulsed on the ground in their attempts to lycanthropize. Only one came anywhere near achieving full lupine status. It occurred to me to finish him off, but then I figured he could be my new sniffer dog, so I tore off all his limbs, and without waiting for him to gather his wits, I placed a mark on him. If the limbs grew back and he was able to run, that would reveal something of this world to me, and possibly I would come back for him later. If not, that would just be the way the cookie crumbled. Frankly speaking, they weren't much cop as enemies. If you didn't let them turn, that is. If I understood anything, it was that they somehow sensed when I was close, but my invisibility concealed my scent from them. I gathered their heads, took a last look at the stumper, and walked casually back to the castle. The castle scarcely greeted me. No fanfares or red carpets. The weak little vampires did not even notice me enter the grounds. Theoretically, they should have been able to sense me and my blood. The reality was that I had read too many fairy tales. A regular castle, though beautiful, surrounded by high stone walls, donjons, and a moat full of old, stinky water. Plus wrought iron gates so powerful they would do serious damage to anyone smashing into them. Inside was a small courtyard and a host of little buildings. I wandered among them but found nothing of interest. Barracks, armory, storerooms, etc. Even a classroom, where several vampires sat copying from books. The best thing was the forge. There would be someone to cobble together some arrows. But the stables stumped me. Why the hell did they walk anywhere if they had horses? Or were they for food? On the other side of the courtyard, the wall was higher, about 20 meters, with huge round towers. Yet I saw no ballistae or catapults, which was strange. What kind of castle had no freaking siege weapons? Beyond that was another courtyard, featuring a beautiful garden and a castlette surrounded by more small houses. It did not take long to find what I was looking for, what with the marks on the map doing all the work for me. It turned out I'd made a mistake. I hadn't been able to place a mark on the patriarch, but I figured he would never stray far from his granddaughter. A miscalculation on my part. Maneuvering between the servant vampires and the soldier bloodsuckers, I found her station and switched on vision. Bah, life never taught me anything. When I saw what there was to see, I turned vision straight back off, blushed, and sidled away at speed. The girl was totally naked and performing twirls in front of a mirror to see herself from all angles. Chicks will be chicks in any world. She stood there flaunting her slim, pale body. If she found out I'd seen her, half the castle would likely be destroyed as I fled her wrath. Shoot. So how was I to find the patriarch? I could think of nothing better than X-raying all the rooms. That took an hour, at the end of which I found him in a study on the very top floor of the castle. I wonder, are all old men like this? Combat also literally lives in his place of work. Upon my knock, he tensed up, put down the quill he was writing with, and sat there staring at the door. The patriarch was no regular vampire, and his skills were as yet unknown to me. He was now no doubt scanning the door and finding no one there, yet he had heard a knock. After boring through it for 10 seconds, he relaxed and said, "You may as well come in, Varg, since you're here." Quick on the draw, this one. I didn't bother testing his patience since I was exhausted and hungry. I removed my invisibility, pushed the door open, and entered. How's life? Everything okay? I was promised you would give me a cot and a good feed, I said, taking a seat on one of the sofas, which looked soft but was actually pretty damn hard. You surprise me more and more, he chuckled, putting aside his papers, while my hatchlings merely sadden me by not spotting your approach. Were you an enemy, I would have to execute them all. They're not to blame here, I said, not following his logic. You didn't notice me either at first, so what chance did they stand? Why punish the innocent? To make others more vigilant. An interesting point of view, as though he was looking into the soul. While he was speaking, my tummy began to rumble, which made him laugh. My next question has just answered itself, he said. What was he talking about? What question is that? I asked, not quite following. I wanted to ask what the dickens you came here for, but your stomach answered the question for you. Note to self, very keen hearing. We spent the next 10 minutes discussing various questions of the castle's defense. I asked and he answered, and when he didn't want to answer, he tactfully dodged the question by saying, Some things you do not need to know. A knock at the door, and in walked Lafayette, mighty surprised by my presence. And just what is he doing here? She asked her grandfather bluntly while ignoring me. Why did they let a human into the castle? I came here to fight a duel with you, but I see you're still limping. What a pity, I said with a theatrical shake of my head as I looked her over. Perhaps you could just concede. That way I get some kind of treasure and you remain in one piece. The girl growled like a tigress and displayed her talons. I am prepared to do battle right here and now. Her grandfather smiled, as he always did to see his granddaughter this way. Lifa, calm down at once. You are behaving impulsively and irrationally, said the patriarch, dampening her ardor. What did I teach you? Composure and restraint. The poison has not left your body yet. You are weak, and our guest, he emphasized the word guest, is a dangerous opponent, albeit a human one. Pfft, the girl snorted, sitting down on a sofa while keeping her distance from me. She threw one leg over the other and began to file her already sharp claws. The nail file appeared out of thin air, but just before this, a ring sparkled momentarily on her finger. Perhaps she was in such a bad temper because her ring was the equivalent of my inventory, a treasure on her finger. If that was the case, then obviously I had to have it. You could never have too many inventories. By the way, I've got some gifts for you, I said, smiling my anticipation at their reaction as I retrieved the werewolf heads from my inventory. Do you like them? A deathly silence hung in the room. Even the nail file stopped moving, while the girl's jaw slowly dropped. Everything went much more smoothly after my demonstration. If at first they'd taken me for a human and kept me alive purely out of respect for the system, then now they saw me as a useful ally. They took the heads, and it was time to discuss my demands. We talked for 4 hours, despite Lafayette's ongoing displeasure, but following news of cooperation between the werewolves and the humans, her grandfather became thoughtful. The castle was a nest where they trained fledglings sent to them from other lands. You might say it was something of a tradition. The forest here was superb for hunting magic beasts, and after drinking their blood, the young bats grew stronger. And the deeper into the forest, the more dangerous and ferocious the beasts. However, they were not alone in this. Beyond the woods lay the lands of werewolf clans also partial to magic meat. Those junkies were also fed on special herbs straight from puppyhood, which made their saliva poisonous to vampires. And not only their saliva, but their blood was also vampire venom. Their feud went back to ancient times, But for the last 300 years, it had manifested itself in nothing more than minor woodland scuffles. And you might say that was good for everyone concerned. The young generation was forever training and gaining experience. I learned that the vampires were not simple creatures. According to our legends, vampirism is passed on via a bite, and vampires cannot have children. Yet this lot was a full-fledged race. They could use their bite to turn a human into a vampire, but it was a difficult procedure which they did not want to tell me about, citing secrets known only to their kind. I also discovered that their main territory was far away, and help would not arrive for at least a month. In charge there was the son of the patriarch and father of the girl. The old man had been put out to pasture here and was responsible for the youngsters. They approved of how I'd acted with the werewolves, notching up points for myself in the process. We chatted about all sorts of other things as well, and I told them a bit about my world. Then I was invited to dine, which I declined, much to the girl's surprise. The patriarch nodded his understanding and said food would be delivered to the chamber which had been set aside and prepared for me. I did not understand the girl's reaction. Possibly it was offensive in their tradition to refuse the offer of food, but the old man was smart and understood perfectly well just how little I cared for their traditions and conventions. All I wanted to do was eat quickly and crash out. I liked the world here in principle, but my group was waiting for me and the clan would not organize itself. A young lady vampire in a no-nonsense combat doublet led me along dark, gloomy corridors to my allotted room, not once responding to my jokes, and I tried so hard. How serious it all was around here. The room was actually a 4-room apartment. Particularly impressive the balanced king-sized bed. There was no way you could sleep in it without a harem. The thought reminded me of my girls, and my spirits fell. I wondered how they were getting along. I could never have imagined caring for anyone else in this life apart from me. The food was brought quickly and plentifully, as promised. The abundance of wild game was most agreeable, although I wasn't too sure about the red sauces, and there were 7 pots of them. However, curiosity and laissez-faire made themselves known, and I decided to try all of them. Tasty chow. The sauces were made with berries and wine, and not, as I had first suspected, of fresh blood. After dinner, I went straight to sleep, for tomorrow promised to be a busy day. Vasteron had given me the info I needed about the enemy, and now I could go on the raid without any misgivings. However tired I was, I still woke early in the morning, so I went in search of a servant girl who might be able to feed me. I was led to the main dining hall and fed, under the curious and occasionally malicious gaze of the young vampires. I was sitting peacefully and chewing on a rare steak, when out of the corner of my eye I spotted someone approaching. I understood the castle was inhabited predominantly by fledglings, with 20 or 30 instructors, but surely it wasn't going to be the same old hackneyed sketch as in all the other worlds, was it? A vampire carrying a tray walked past me and, purely accidentally, upturned it over my head with a spiteful sneer. He wasn't sneering for long, mind. I blinked around behind his back, kicked his calves to force him to his knees, grabbed his head, and rammed his nose repeatedly into the massive oaken table. "Now look what you've gone and done. You've spattered everything in blood," I said, feigning frustration. "Any more takers?" I asked, casting my eyes over the hall. Shoot. They were supposed to lower their heads towards their plates and be silent, not rise from their seats and come at me. "You attacked Derek, human," hissed a young man with long blonde hair and an aristocratic demeanor. How nefariously he looked at me, as though I wasn't there. I decided that if push came to shove, I would cripple him first. Pity it wouldn't end in a fight. For some reason, I was sure of that. The guards would be along in a jiffy, if not the patriarch himself, to dole out a collective tongue-lashing. The vampires were closing in on me, and none of the seniors were present, although I was sure they would be soon. That's what I thought, right up until the moment I found myself dodging a quick slash of long claws aimed at my eyes by the girl standing closest to me. I was seriously startled and blinked nearer to her, which in turn startled her, but not enough to make her so much as squeak. I grabbed her wrists and pulled her towards me, before headbutting her on the bridge of her nose, making blood spurt from it. My next move was to throw her to the ground and snap off her claws with a single heel strike. That would teach her. Then it all kicked off, the crowd arming themselves with forks, knives, and trays. And since they weren't using their claws, that meant they didn't want to kill me, which was fair enough, for everyone was afraid of the system, and this lot clearly had aggression issues. Vasteron had warned me not to provoke them if at all possible, for their young blood was still roiling. They could not yet control themselves, and they considered themselves the center of the universe, and they sure as hell didn't like humans. Vampires were a closed caste, to which humans were not admitted, which was why the Patriarch hadn't beckoned anyone to join them. Too proud they were. And then up I rock. And because of the system's rules, they can't kick me out. I turned away from a fork and produced my own from my inventory before spiking a thigh with it. Then I put a knife in someone's backside. Unlucky, kid. Then I jumped away from an antsy but pretty girl. What a shame to disfigure her body with kitchen utensils. So after avoiding her strike, I activated Uzi on her neck. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she grasped at the threads tearing her apart. But I was already behind her and slapping her butt to show her she was already dead. Oof. There was so much white fury in those eyes when she turned them to me. I fended them off for 20 minutes, at the end of which time 24 of them were wounded and engaging me no further. But they did step aside so as not to prevent others attacking me. All in all, it was rather amusing. The young vampires were very fast, despite their utter lack of experience. I realized the management had permitted the Kittywinks to have some fun, but all good things must come to an end, and our time was up. The veteran vampires came running into the dining hall and rounded everyone up. Well, nearly everyone. I blinked behind a column and activated invisibility. Let them come looking for me. I went back up to my rooms and pinned a note on the door to the effect that I'd gone out hunting and didn't know when I would be back. I mean, I wouldn't want them to think I'd taken umbrage and run away forever, but I wasn't happy with the way things were. Was I supposed to go without a hot meal? I exited the castle as easily as I'd entered it and wandered off in the direction of the marks I'd hung on people. I came across nothing of interest on the way. My journey to the camp, pretty dull, in fact. 2 hours of forced march later, I was there. The camp. Again, the camp. Only this time there weren't hundreds and hundreds of tents. On the contrary, there were very few. And the people, as far as I could make out with my binoculars, were sleeping on pieces of thin, gray material spread on the ground. The weather was summery, and everywhere was warm. Actually, according to the Patriarch, rain was an extremely rare phenomenon in these parts, and it only ever lasted just over an hour, although the soil never dried out, on account of groundwater and the magic which shrouded their whole world. An ill twist of fate, or a balancer. But the vampires did not possess magic. All they possessed were their bodies, which, with constant training, became deadly weapons. The older the vampire, the stronger they were. On top of which, they had to drink the blood of magic animals from time to time, which made them stronger. And they also had regeneration, like the werewolves, except they were in the habit of inflicting each other with wounds that healed with great difficulty. I ran around the perimeter but did not enter the camp, only checking it out with magic vision for danger spots. As Vasteron had said, most of their artifacts were geared towards fighting against vampires since they knew the bloodsuckers would not accept outsiders. And the advent of the system was always a bombshell that was simply impossible to predict. He also said the only dangerous thing he'd seen were these unusual spears driven into the ground, with spearheads in the form of metal rings radiating magic. I inched closer. Zero reaction. Closer still. Same story. Closer, and closer. Zilch! I got right up close to one and stared at it from point-blank range. It wasn't working. A disc with an inscription. No biggie. Taking another step, I was now within the boundaries of the field camp. Surely it can't be that easy. I took a good look around but saw no pitfalls. So I shrugged my shoulders and smiled. Uncle Varg is here to see you. Chapter 12. Neutralizing a camp would inevitably be beyond many, but not me. You never forget how to ride a bike, as the saying goes, so my first task was to find their provisions stores. My aim was to finish them off within a couple of days. As Vasteron had said, the siege might last for 2 months, if not longer. It would not be possible to take the castle quickly, but to slowly wear them down over time was probably doable. At the end of the day, there were currently about 700 vampires in the castle, and they all required feeding. That could be done using blood, of course, but it was issued rarely and only at specific stages of development. He said the young vampires were raised that way so they didn't become dependent on blood, just like junkies. The goddess's bidding will soon be done. 2 people walked past me, wearing armor on top of snow-white clothes. Amen to that, brother. We're going to annihilate these undead once and for all. Clerics, as it was explained to me, crusaders against the undead. When they couldn't find an opponent, they would make one up. And it was now the turn of the vampires. Before them, it had been the necromancers. They acted to the benefit of humans, laying to rest the dead men who would rise on occasion from their graves. The clerics would take the necromancers' bread and then their lives. And now they were doing the same, only for money. I wandered around the camp, eavesdropping on people, including inhabitants of other worlds. Nothing of interest. Orcs spoiling for a fight. People praying for their lives. Goblins pondering what to steal next. After hearing they planned to move out for the castle in 5 days' time, I spent an unhurried 2 hours scouring the camp. Was that okay with me? Absolutely not. I gave not a toss that they were waiting for reinforcements. I had uncompleted tasks to complete. I figured it would take me a week, and then I could move on. The provisions situation was a difficult one. They were very carefully guarded, and it wouldn't be easy to get close. I had originally been planning to swipe everything. But then I understood it wasn't realistic, which meant Plan B. I drew a bunch of fiery explosion arrows and fired them at carts, of which there was a whole slew. The people were preparing thoroughly for a siege of the castle. Like igneous birds, the arrows flew at the carts, and the greedy flames devoured everything in the vicinity. Bells began to ring in the camp. Yes, they even had poles with bells on top, something I hadn't been expecting. 20 guardsmen died instantly as a result of the explosions, and that was just for starters. Before the rest had time to flee, I produced basic arrows and shot everything that moved. I even chalked up my first orc in this world. What did he think it was doing, charging straight at me like that? After that, I opened my Warriors of the Light account, felling 2 who ran lumberingly past. Now, after a sweeping inspection of the area, I could shift to a new position. People were running this way. I moved 100 yards away and put a dark energy arrow in a cart containing food. The carts numbered lots. Lots and lots, just like the people. At a rough estimate, the motley crew comprised 12,000 heads, which surprised me, to put it mildly. But the vampires were not weaklings, which meant this battle would be no cakewalk for the humans. This was probably why they'd signed an agreement with the shapeshifters who patrolled the castle grounds day and night, denying my pale-faced friends a relaxing hunt in the forest to replenish their reserves. Incidentally, they did also have a well in the castle, but by all accounts, the water from the springs in the forest was much more healthful, because the forest itself was magic. Everyone fan out. I want the infiltrator found immediately. My train of thought was interrupted by the arrival of the Knights Templar. All clear here. A young temple knight did not finish his sentence, his throat suddenly penetrated by an arrow. What's with all the recklessness, kid? What did he expect, searching the area like that? Using magic vision, I observed Magi and Knights Templar gesticulating and weaving magic. I recognized just the one product, a cocoon that would protect you from being shot. That was my dream, but it had evaded me so far. They were engageable, but it would be expensive. All the Magi needed killing at once, and without grandstanding, so I moved to another new position, a tad further away this time. On the way, I did not touch the soldiers running from all around towards the sounds of explosions. Well, I say soldiers. There were actually very few soldiers, mainly former bondsmen. Nothing unexpected. I got the impression they'd been dragged away from the fields and had weapons shoved into their hands. Perhaps they were well paid here? Or in it because of their faith? I had no clue. It was clear, anyway, that they would be the first ranks of cannon fodder. Or maybe they would be simple lackeys. Come here. Give me that. Go away. Don't interrupt. As I ran, I spotted something strange. The leaders of the Knights Templar hadn't come out of their tents when they heard the explosions. They were all holding these strange amulets in their hands and speaking into them, while the tents themselves were radiating magic like crazy, just so long as I didn't pick up any radiation as I walked past. What could I say? I couldn't just walk on past a tent housing people wearing robes and armor, so I thwacked a dark energy arrow in there, and, wonder of wonders, it broke through their protection, producing cries from inside. 2 were immediately overcome by the darkness, dead already, while the other 2 managed to run from the tent, where crystal tips awaited them. Their hollers were like music to my ears. It might have been possible to save them, but judging by their pale faces, demoralization had already taken over the approaching people. And how could it not, when their leaders were squealing like half-murdered piglets? Figuring their suffering would scare people, I moved on without finishing them off. Real panic had taken hold in the camp, or at least in the northern part, while the other side was still quiet. Not for long, mind. I hatched a horrible plan, which didn't exactly enthrall me myself, but I'd heard enough negative shit about this army. The area was home to simple villages which had been razed to the ground for no better reason than their proximity to the vampires. People had donated blood in exchange for vampire artifacts and money. According to them, the vampires were proper silver spooners. Except that was there, and not here. Here, they had a simple training base, nothing more serious than that, and if you asked me, having that here in this backwater so far from their main forces was plain silly. The palefaces had said the ships bearing reinforcements would be here no sooner than 2 months hence, and that was if there were no storms between now and then. That said, when the ancient vampires did arrive, they would quickly restore order and remind the humans who were the masters of these lands. And not only the humans, but the cowardly curs were also mentioned. And speaking of curs, they were also present in the camp. They were easily recognizable because the only clothes they wore were pants, and they had all-over body hair and no weapons. I went to the quietest part of the camp, where the wounded were kept, although where they came from I was at a loss to explain. Vampire swoops generally left no wounded, begging the question, who had done this to them? Seeing they were all bandaged up, I could not tell the nature of their injuries, but they were likely to be stab wounds and slash wounds. I took out a file of my secret weapon and smeared it literally on my dagger. Then I approached the worst wounded of the poor sleeping things and applied a small incision to each of them. Altogether, I marked 200 people, and I must admit, I felt a touch uneasy about it, just so long as the medicine was no worse than the disease. Although I reckon the vampires wouldn't suffer. And if they did, what did it have to do with me? The system had sent me, so I was only following orders. I was but a weapon in its hands, fed bounteously and entertained with a variety of tests. I waited half an hour, and only when the first person stood up did I realize it was time to flee to another part of the camp. The light entities of this world are enraged by your actions. Expect the announcement of a hunt for your head by all their followers. Important note: the system approves of your methods. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 50 kilograms. The system supported me, so it made no difference who was against me. My mood improved drastically in an instant, and I was overcome with euphoria. Due to my surfeit of positive emotion, I sliced up another few Templars on the way. They may have possessed magic, but no one lived forever after a dagger to the liver. I ran as far as the carts laden with weapons. That's right, they didn't issue weapons to everyone, and many slept unarmed on the ground. They probably weren't trusted, only given weapons just before a siege. There were guardsmen here, but fewer than protected the food stores. Blink, and a head was detached from its shoulders. Swivel around, and a second body collapsed to the ground. Not wanting to waste my advantage, I blinked over to the remaining security dudes and quietly offed them. They didn't even have time to understand what was going on. So what? So nothing. Over at the carts, I conducted a quick audit. Amazingly, I was doing all this in broad daylight, but everyone was too busy to even look in this part of the camp. Shouts and howls could be heard in the distance as the zombies came to life and resumed their fun and games. I hoped they wouldn't infect the whole camp. Otherwise, I'd get bored. I was curious as to whether this lot had come across such zombies before. If I understood correctly, they were System Zs, not junkies. And if I were to infect this whole world, would control of it pass over to the system? Or did it already control them? The only thing of interest I found in the carts was arrows. Low quality, but arrows nonetheless. I took them all, before soaking everything in petrol and setting it alight. Shoot, I think I overdid it with the fuel. The resulting flames almost relieved me of my eyebrows, which now furrowed at the unpleasant recollection of my whole body being black. I preferred tests where everything depended on my skills, rather than puzzles which left you guessing how you would die. To be on the safe side, I stayed here for another 5 minutes, shooting approaching folk with their own arrows. Most of them were unarmed, but lugging buckets of water. And that was most irregular. I was yet to see where they sourced their water, but judging by the number of buckets they bore, they had their own spring somewhere around. I would have to go and deal with it. "All our weapons are there. Be quicker with those buckets, you knuckle-draggers," shouted the commander as he ran up. "We're under fire. We don't know who from," came the responding shouts. "It's the dark beasts and their monkey business," chipped in others. A combat monk assumed a pose and began to form magic. I fired a couple of arrows at him, but they were stopped by his protective barrier. That would not do, so I drew some explosion arrows. Fail number 2. A sturdy shield, for sure. I would soon develop an allergy to barriers. I leaped away using blink, but evidently not far enough. The magic broke free of his hands, and everything around was drowned by an enormous wave of light, which made me screw up my eyes so tightly they teared up. After blinking a few times, I checked myself over, only to notice I was strangely unharmed. "They are not dark," howled the monk, reaching behind his back for his battle staff before approaching the burning carts. What could I say? I'd done my thing, and the fire was inextinguishable, and if it wasn't, there would be nothing worth saving anyway. I didn't want to leave, but this chap was behaving too cocksurely for my liking. He should, in theory, have been running around in terror, yet here he was, walking around in search of the enemy. I aimed a frozen explosion arrow at his feet. Startled, he jumped back to where I was waiting for him with my weapon poised to swing. Crunch. Splat. The whole of the combat monk's side turned to mush, and untreatably so in my view. Now I could retreat. "Gregory is wounded," came the voices of people from all around. "We need to get him urgently to the holy healer." Shoot, man, who was this holy healer? What barbarism was this? He was indeed still alive. What a hard case. That said, his barrier now dropped, but he was quickly surrounded by soldiers who covered him with their shields. Waste of time. A shield was a good thing, but it only covered a small part of the body. I spent the next hour running around the camp, killing soldiers, at least 100, sowing fear and horror as I did so. Now that was my forte. The turned zombies had been slaughtered, very surprised that the light magic hadn't worked on them. But I knew. It wasn't they who had to compete with the system. With some difficulty, I eventually found the water and understood why it had taken so long. One of the tents was pitched over a deep stone well. A cunning plan. The problem was that a constant watch was being kept over it. I observed the 4 people by the entrance and considered how best to act in the given situation. I thought for a bit, mulled for a bit, and came up with a plan of my own. I drew some smoky arrows and began to twang them into the area around the tent. "Incoming!" I heard. Everything was going according to plan. I did not shoot at the tent itself, but a touch to the left. The guards immediately ran there, giving me the opportunity to sneak into the tent. That the well was very deep I already knew thanks to vision, so poison would be of no use. I didn't have enough poison or laxative, which I still had left over from the elves' world. I still had a plan for such an event, however, and owed a debt of gratitude to Quartermaster, with whom I had shared my story of spiking water with laxative. He had called me a rookie, and then told me about arsenic. I'd never heard of it, while Quartermaster, after telling me about it, gave me some. Where he had gotten it, I had no idea. And so, I took the bag of arsenic from my inventory and then had another good think. Well, I definitely thought for 2 seconds, while the people outside the tent shouted and bustled in their search for me. I quickly sprinkled the poison into the well and made a swift exit. No sooner had I done so than I saw a werewolf heading for the tent at full tilt. So fast, in fact, that it seemed to be anticipating having me for lunch, and it didn't stop to attack people on the way, which meant it understood. It even looked smarter than the ones that had attacked the vampires in the woods. Maybe those ones had been high on herbs that turned them into berserkers? I wanted to walk back past the tent, but what if his olfactory senses sniffed out something amiss with the well? On the other hand, there was smoke everywhere, so he probably wouldn't be able to smell anything. But what was the point of wild guesses? My hands acted faster than my head, and the werewolf was soon rolling about on the ground, its muzzle blown apart by the direct strike of a rupture arrow. Now I would definitely have to split. I heard a howl approaching. As I made my escape, I stumbled upon an interesting place inside the camp. A small clearing with no tents, but crowded with warriors. The whole clearing was dotted with posts driven into the ground, rings at the top with chains attached, and people collared to the chains. So they hadn't massacred all the prisoners after all. As if that weren't bad enough, some of the collars were not regular, but magic. I saw no vampires among the prisoners, but there were plenty of girls, whom by all appearances the soldiers had not been so unscrupulous as to take advantage of. Nonetheless, my fists did clench, and all by themselves. "Leave her alone. Take me. Surely you can see she can't even talk," I heard. My vision opened up a sorry picture of a female captive covering another with her own body. "Shut your trap, bitch," said a soldier, stepping over to her and punching her in the face, which threw her to the side where she smacked the back of her head painfully against a log. Why were my temples pulsing so? And why did I want to kill everybody? No, wait, not kill, but wrench to pieces, shred, and enjoy the cries and prayers for mercy. I tried to get a grip on myself and calm down. As it happened, the girl was wasting her time protecting her friend, for the other was already dead. Which wasn't surprising, given there wasn't a square inch on her body that wasn't scarred or freshly wounded. It wasn't just me who was unhappy with the picture, but also the male prisoners wearing magic collars. "I'm gonna eat your heart out just as soon as I break free," one of the shackled men said, his voice a lupine growl. "Stop baying, hound. Do you want to switch places with her? Our chief doesn't only like girls, you know," laughed the rotten-toothed man at his own joke. 1 mark? 2 marks? 20 marks. I have committed you all to memory. I dare say killing them all now would have been overly charitable. I could not help these people, these prisoners of the werewolves, for they would surely be killed anyway, and without being allowed to leave the camp. Whereas conjuring up something terrible was absolutely within my remit. I would wait until nightfall. With that thought, I went off in search of the commander's tent with a view to killing them. But after 200 yards, I stopped. What the hell was I doing? Why wait until nightfall? What was I doing making plans? I wanted to kill right now. It appeared I had lost sight of my life credo. I stood there unmoving for a short while before throwing my head back and laughing. Life moves in mysterious ways. I'd become too soft and forgotten that life needed to be lived, not later, but in the here and now. So I about turned and marched back. I'm telling you, she died of natural causes. She was still alive this morning. I warned you not to hit her so hard. Now there are fewer of... The speaker didn't finish his sentence. What with being dead and all, I had wrung his neck with a single precise twisting motion. The second one took a crystal arrow to the belly, then hammered the wound with his fist. That made him cough, and he drenched the ground with scarlet blood. Then the real slaughter kicked off, and I became like one of those werewolves. But I didn't kill them. Oh, no. I maimed them. Arms, legs, and noses lay scattered on the ground, while the groaning humans wiggled like worms as they flooded the earth with their blood. "Why are you so pale?" I asked, noticing one of them about to breathe his last. "Who gave you permission to shuffle off this sinful earth?" I poured a bottle of healing potion down his throat. It was too early to die. They still needed to learn what hellish pain was. Everyone was shouting so loudly that I wanted to block my ears, but naturally it would not have gone unnoticed. Humans were already running this way. In another situation, I would have fled, but now all I wanted was more blood. Smoke arrows flew at the perimeter, allowing me a couple of seconds to put the people's collars and chains in my inventory. "If you want to live, run," I said, stepping out of invisibility and speaking right into the face of the fiercest werewolf. "Your life is now in your hands, or in your case, your paws." His look burned with rage and an appetite for revenge, and mine did the same. He probably saw something relatable in it, which was why he didn't growl at me, merely nodding and introducing himself. "I am Ulf, son of Krullik. My pack lives beyond the northern hills, by the source of the Marble Creek. Should you ever find yourself in those parts, you can always count on my hospitality." I nodded like a nodding dog, blankly and wordlessly, before watching them gallop away. People would be on the way here soon, stealing through the smoke to kill me, while I had only one thought. Was his father's name really Krullik? If so, that would make him Ulf, son of Krullik. Chapter 13. Regardless of how much I wanted to, I couldn't fight for long. When the Templar Magi arrived, things took a dangerous turn, and I was forced to retreat, under cover of a smokescreen. I'd had a rollicking time, and no less than 30 souls had died by my hand, or rather by my dagger and shadow blade. A hammer was all very well, but not suitable here. I retreated into the forest, where I could rest and give people time to chill out, and to drink their fill of water from the poisoned well. I seemed to have ruffled the feathers of the whole camp. But when I got to the forest, something unexpected happened. Attention! You are invited to take part in a test, Arena of Conscription. The test consists of one or more one-on-one battles. Important note: for completing the test you will receive a new kind of arrow. Important note: you have 30 seconds to decide. I agree, I shouted in my head as soon as I'd read the notification. Transfer in 3, 2, 1. I did not care that I was being dragged away from the edge of the woods. There would be arrows and fighting, and what could be better than that? The countdown finished, but my world did not go blank as it usually did, only slightly blurry, though it did spin. "Welcome, Lady Iron, to the Arena of the Three Signs," was the first thing I heard. "Unfortunately, luck is not on the lady's side today. Her conscript is weak, and it will be incredibly hard for her to do battle in a duel of honor." I realized I was standing on my own 2 feet, with my eyes tight shut, and it occurred to me someone was speaking into a microphone, their words picked up by 1,000 voices, declaiming from all around duel and death. I looked around and wanted to swear. Again, I was in an arena, only this time it was chock-a-block with people looking like ancient Romans, dressed in light colors and causing a ruckus. Deranged they were. You have been transferred to the planet Umairan. This arena is where the local aristocracy settle their conflicts. All fights are to the death. Each fighter may choose one ally to fight on their side. Your ally is Lady Iron, who has been challenged by 3 people today. She does not have the right to refuse, because if she does, indelible shame will be brought on her kind. The lady does not possess magic, having dedicated all her life to science and art. Her parents' authority has thus far protected her from such challenges, but they are currently at the southern border, leading their legions on a mission to annex a neighboring state, a situation their arch-enemies have taken advantage of. Important note: the task will be considered complete if you are victorious and save the lady's life. Important note: this fight has no rules, and will continue until the death of one of the fighters. Ooh, the details. Breathtaking stuff. So, take no prisoners. Excellent. Now then, where's this partner of mine? I turned my head to the right and saw no one, then to the left with the same result. I turned around and saw a young girl standing behind me with a sword in her hands and her head bowed. What's with this sulky mood? Why is she behaving like she's already lost? And now let us welcome Viscount Civilvich, who laid down the challenge to our young lady. The mist over the arena, which I had hitherto not noticed, dispersed to reveal a lad standing next to a huge monster. In a wink, the crowd was silenced. Then, to a man, they turned to look at me, then at the monster, then back at me. Then their cries resumed, and more joyfully now. The thing that stood opposite me, 100 yards away, bore only a very vague resemblance to a human. 5 meters tall, hideously muscly arms and legs, and a torso thrice the size of me. But what made it truly unique was its head. And the neck it was missing. Thick, intertwining, cable-like muscles, or something similar, ran directly between its thorax and head, meaning it ought to be monstrously powerful. In each hand it held a sword, which used to be someone's backbone, but was now a customized weapon of death. Running from its forehead to its back was a shining, bony plate which girdled its entire spine. It appeared sentient, gawking at me from beneath its brow. I clocked the girl, giving me and the monster a comparative look up and down, no doubt concluding the duel was already lost. The comely-looking lad at the monster's side had already resheathed his pig sticker and was now relaxed and smiling contentedly. The audience was laughing and pointing at me. Even the MC, or whoever it was painting me in a bad light. What? Were they laughing at me? Was the Viscount grinning to look at me? But of course, I wasn't dressed in shiny armor like him, nor was I holding a weapon encrusted with rubies. On the other hand, I did have the wherewithal to surprise an opponent, on top of which I was seething. You are all toast. "Let battle commence," came the sudden command, prompting the thing to come rumbling menacingly towards me. The girl was instantly wide awake and brandishing her sword in front of her. She possessed no magic, I noticed, but she did have a good stance and fluidity of motion. She had clearly been taught how to fight, and whether she could vanquish this monster remained to be seen. The monster was already halfway towards us, and the crowd even more worked up, shrieking a single word in chorus. Death! Death! Cripes, the monster spoke as well, its voice hissing and guttural. So, death it is then, I thought to myself, shrugging my shoulders and drawing my bow. My rupture arrow entered through the muttonhead's eyes and blew up its brains from the inside. The eyeballs flew out like two pool balls, and smoke emerged from the empty eye sockets. Everyone watched as it collapsed and died. I even felt let down by how easy it was. A deathly silence hung over the arena, so quiet that I heard a mosquito fly by. "Are you going to kill that imbroglio, or shall I?" I asked the girl, who was staring in shock at the dead monster. I had to repeat the question twice before she snapped out of her stupor. When the sense of what I'd said got through to her, she nodded and headed off towards her comely opponent. The Viscount was no longer pleased, and the smile had dropped from his face, replaced by a look of fear. He hastily drew his pig sticker, but instead of hurrying to attack, he stepped slowly backwards. As she approached, he realized his time was running low, and it became clear he was no warrior. This led me to wonder what the point of the duel was. Although the rules were admittedly different in this world, what was with all these challenges? And why had he been given that great beast while she had a simple human? The monster had died before it even had time to guess who or what was killing it, added to which none of the contestants possessed magic. On the other hand, I had noticed some kind of barrier protecting the grandstands, which meant that magic was present in this world. These two clearly weren't magic, fighting simply as they were with pig stickers. And the girl was beginning to take the upper hand. With nothing to do, I simply watched the girl slice him up, while he puffed and panted and backed down. I even sniggered to think that if I'd gone up against him, he would have lasted no longer than 3 seconds. Sooner or later, all things come to an end, and this fight ended with the girl slashing his throat and him sullying her dress with blood by way of reprisal. The dress was cut from exquisite lace, while he wore an elegant vintage suit. A high-class pair, these two, certainly not of the warrior class. Leaving him to leak blood, she stumbled back to me on trembling legs, to the loud applause of the audience, some of whom threw flowers into the arena. It was strange that she had agreed to fight him at all. She clearly had the skills, but no experience whatsoever. She was seized by a light quiver, and I thought she was about to pass out. "The victors are Lady Iron and her warrior conscript," yelled the commentator joyously to the merriment of the crowd. "And while they are preparing for the next fight, you can watch 2 more gladiators fight it out." A trellis gate was raised behind us, as though an invitation to enter. "Is it dangerous in there?" I asked Iron, so I might know what to expect. All she could manage was a negative shake of the head. Shoot, chicks, huh? I can't say anything normally. What if a head shake in these parts is the equivalent of our nod? "Please say something, don't just communicate in gestures," I said in mild reproach. The last thing I needed right now was a petrified partner. "Dangerous," she managed. "Nobody would dare attack us in there." Like I was going to believe that. Seeing her fumble, I took her by the hand and led her to the exit, checking around us and ready to spring an unpleasant surprise on any would-be attackers. But everything went smoother than I thought, and we were met by some beautiful and snazzily togged-up girls and led down bright corridors to a room where we would be alone, just the 2 of us. After checking it was safe, I entered first. The room was at least 100 square meters and decorated no less magnificently than a palace. It had everything: a pool, a fountain, and 5 luxurious beds. A table strained under the weight of the food it bore, which was still steaming and therefore only recently cooked. By this time, the girl had regained her mental balance and composure. "You can relax. Nobody will attack us here. Let's eat. We're going to need our strength," she said, taking me by the hand and leading me to the table. There wasn't much choice anyway, plus I was starving. The meat looked especially appetizing, and those looks were not deceiving. Truly tasty. Not a patch on Polina's cooking, that went without saying, but better than the vampires. Perhaps I should stay here. Why not? It's a funky little world. They feed you, they let you fight, and the place is heaving with hotties. The only problem was that they all looked weak. I didn't eat too much, just the 2 chickens, and where I found room for that I had no idea. All the while the girl was silent, waiting for my hunger to be satisfied. Apart from the sound of water from the decorative fountain in the corner, The silence was total, dispiritingly so. "Let's have a little Q&A, shall we?" I said, startling her. "I wouldn't mind knowing where I am and what's going on here." She stared at me for a few seconds, until I began to regret saying a word to her. Oh, system. Her verbal diarrhea, huh? I didn't know how to shut her up. She told me about everything, without pause. And she asked me where I was from and what it was like there and everything. Thus I learned about the duel, and that there would be another 2 enemies. The key thing was that they had conscription cards from the system. She had left her own cards at home since she was hurrying into battle in honor of the Emperor, and it would be bad form to come here with your own deck. One time somebody had come who didn't care a fig for propriety. At the time, the Emperor had had one too many and turned a blind eye, allowing his daughter the right, as it were, to refuse the challenge. But in her words, death was preferable to refusal, and since she didn't have any cards with her, she got a random one and ended up with me. Normally, nothing of interest came from them. So what? It turns out I'm an object? Summoned for the public's delectation? I said, flabbergasted by the news. Or a little beastie who can be conscripted without my say-so? Then I checked myself. It wasn't as though the system was making me do it. I had signed up by myself. But anyway, I digress. I was not, after all, fighting for them, but rather for the arrows with which I hoped the system would deign to shower me generously. No, how could you think that? Babbled the girl. We consider conscription a great honor, and there have been cases when a conscript stayed behind for a few days after the duel because the Emperor himself is responsible for their safekeeping. One guy was tortured for 7 whole days before he died, just for threatening a warrior. He was the son of a duke. Well, if that's the case, it can't be bad. I hoped she was telling the truth and not spinning me yarns. By the way, I didn't notice anyone in the grandstands dressed like you. The gentlefolk sit in a separate room watching the fight on a magic screen, she explained obligingly. Only the rabble sit in the grandstands, and it is often not safe there. It has happened that conscripted warriors have fought so violently that they destroyed the barrier and spectators died as a result. That probably caused a right royal scandal, yeah? Nah, she said dismissively, waving it away with a slender hand. What does it matter to the rabble? They're grateful to be let in, and the extra victims only add piquancy. Interesting world, this one. We spoke for another half hour. Then someone came to fetch us. At last, I thought, gladly making for the door. I was tired of sitting here. Of course, everything was classy and tasty, but I had some Templars waiting for me. We entered the arena with our heads held high. Well, I certainly did. The girl walked behind me. She seemed to have lost the assuredness with which she'd so recently quizzed me on everything. Basically, she was a strange one. Most of her questions had been about our culture and music, and she had asked me to recite her some poems and verses. And here it is, what you've been waiting for so long, the MC shouted again. A Lady Iron and a conscript warrior who, citizens of Erim, bears the name of Varg. Varg, 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 Varg. The grandstands chanted my name, and my ego began to inflate exponentially. They like you, the girl said, smiling weakly. Lady Iron's next opponent will be Viscount Franzio, announced the MC, and the grandstands chanted his name. Here was the opportunity to have 2 Viscounts on my scorecard. Pretty dead cert, I reckoned. Everything happened in a very mundane fashion. We were screened off from the public's view by a barrier and readied ourselves. Our barrier fell first. No change there, since only 1 warrior could be conscripted. Iron had decided not to swap me out, but it was clear enough that nobody would have let her anyway. Then the Viscount's barrier dropped, and we beheld his assistant. A neat black guy? Was this some kind of joke? No, he was definitely not from my lands. Naked from the waist up, the man's body was wrapped in red ribbons, but they were not an item of clothing or decoration. The stripes were part of him. In his hands he held 2 short daggers, which made him look more like an assassin than a warrior. an impression confirmed by his wild animal pre-leap crouch and his fire-in-the-belly demeanor. Changes had also been made to the arena itself. Passageways had appeared in the ground, which, as vision enabled me to see, ran down into an underground floor where you could continue to fight. Curious.
"I know about his conscript," whispered the girl. "He is from another world, where the warriors consider themselves natural-born killers, and are incredibly difficult to spot in the dark. In all likeliness, he will run straight down to the ground floor."
In that case, let me take out this foppish Viscount, and he can sit there until tomorrow if he likes. I saw no problem with that. But the girl shook her head.
"The battle will only be over when the conscriptor and the conscript are killed," she said.
I saw no problem here either.
"The Viscount will take him underground with him, and your bow will be useless down there."
Whoa, she was already looking sad. "Do you want to go down and kill them yourself?" How was I to know it wasn't her dream?
"No,"
she said, shaking her head in an amusing fashion to express her position on the matter. "Do you want me to go and kill them?" All I was actually doing was brightening the mood while we waited for kickoff.
"You won't be able to. When the start is announced, they will immediately take up position below ground, and it will be a position of unbelievable strength. We will have to wait for them to come back out by themselves, or until the MC closes either the upper or the lower part of the arena, at which point neither team will have any choice."
Will the people be able to see what's happening underground? It was an important question for me, and would dictate how I acted down there.
"No."
So what's the point of these catacombs, if everything's designed to entertain the public? Pretty unsound logic, if you ask me.
"The point is the intrigue. 2 teams disappear down there, and only one comes out."
"When it begins, just sit here and wait for me," I said. There was no use dragging her down there with me, and I would work faster on my own. And just as she said, the second the battle began, those 2 dived through one of the passageways and vanished. And despite her attempts to dissuade me, I followed them. I entered the lower level and immediately activated invisibility.
"System, how nice it is to feel like my invisibility again. It's like a second skin to me. I feel lost without it."
What did the underground arena look like? Nothing special. A load of passageways, little rooms, and larger halls with columns. Technically, the place was illuminated, but given that only every 10th flaming torch was actually in place, the illumination was very ineffective. My vision was my friend. I would have to buy more pears somewhere.
"System, perhaps you could bung me some more pears as a reward, and I'll fight a couple of extra battles?"
You never knew. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Silence, aside from the howling wolves. Actually, they weren't wolves, but the spectators in the grandstands, although they didn't differ greatly. I soon found my opponents, lying in ambush for me in one of the dark halls. The ceilings were 3 meters high, and the dark warrior had taken it into his head to climb up to the top of a column and wait for me there. An interesting sentient. His stripes had merged with the rest of his body, becoming black and making him almost invisible. This was the system's little joke. And I really did luck out with invisibles. That said, his invisibility was fairly ropey, although his column hanging skills were nothing short of professional. His daggers now hung at his waist, replaced in his hands by a blowgun he produced out of thin air. And I would have bet my bottom dollar it was loaded with a poison dart or some other shit I didn't want to become acquainted with. As it happened, I wouldn't have to, since I was behind him and wondering how best to kill him. I could play a little game and kill the Viscount first, but I'd been too relaxed of late as it was, and I might play my way into trouble. Blink, and 2 daggers plunged deep into his back. Another blink, and I was back down on the ground. And not before time, as he grabbed one of his daggers with what strength he had left and slashed at the air behind him, where I had been just a second before. Then the little sly one collapsed and died. He looked about 30 years old.
"Shan, can you hear anything? Have you eliminated the target?"
asked the curious Viscount, creeping closer.
"Shan, go!"
He saw the warrior lying there. Then his breathing became suddenly labored, following a hammer strike from me.
"Is that all? pretty dull, really, system. Won't there be any strong opponents? Or was this a hint to deal quickly with the last one and get the hell out of this wretched world?
Chapter 14. Man, you should have seen Lady Iron's face when I strolled nonchalantly, as though nothing had happened, from the doorway my opponents had so recently entered. Silence reigned once again, until the MC announced us as the victors, adding that the Franzio family would now have to pay the girl compensation for the offense it had caused. And you didn't believe me, I said, flashing the girl my kind smile. I told you I'd sort them out. We were again taken to a suite of rooms, different ones but also sumptuous, where tables were laden with food for at least 20 people. When you saw this respect for others, you realized the fights were not merely a big mishmash of mayhem for these people, but some kind of cultural event. The girls who led us to the rooms regarded me with respect and awe. Not a bad little world. I would have to remember it and maybe ask the system to send me back here for a battle sometime. We ate and rested. This time they gave us 2 hours, during which time the girl drove me nuts by not shutting up for a second. Surprisingly, she didn't ask how her opponents had died. She did, however, want me to sing her a popular song from our world. Maybe I should dance a little jig for her as well. I wriggled out of that by presenting her with a guitar, and now she was sitting to the side and plunking away, and she'd stopped talking. I had loads of contingency junk like that squirreled away in cards. At one point, I'd wanted to throw everything away, but I hadn't gotten around to it, and occasionally something would get you out of a tight spot. Tell me, are you not remotely concerned we might die here? I asked her, astounded by her caprice. In the arena, she trembled like an aspen leaf, while here she was calm as the glassy sea. Why be concerned about something you can't change? She replied, her expression one of non-comprehension. You have to delight in life in each minute lived. If it is in the cards that I should die today, then so be it. At least I will have learned much that is new to me. And as proof of her words, she embraced the guitar. Unfortunately, she could not give me anything, for she had nothing with her to give. I did not understand how you could enter the arena without a weapon, even if it was a common practice for them. And is this your dangerous opponent? I asked, fixing with a mistrustful stare the runt standing in the arena and looking maliciously at us. Frankly, he doesn't look very strong. Pint-sized, but with the hubris of a 2-meter giant. As she had told me, the kid was 18 and the son of a count whom she had recently rejected, and now he had decided to kill her in revenge. Evidently such were the mores of the aristocracy around here and the grudges they bore. And the scenario repeated itself. A dome concealed us for a few minutes, giving us time to prepare, and the girl time to feel very anxious. He's from a wealthy family, and his cards will be very strong, so be careful, she told me. Do you want to kill the little count yourself, or should I do it? I asked. It made no difference to me. I do, but I can't, she replied. He's an experienced duelist who has been trained in fencing since infancy, whereas I've always neglected my training. That's a point. It's worth me thinking about my training. Mastery stones dropped rarely, and it was not a fact that they were of any use. Now was an excellent opportunity to invite myself to do a spot of sparring with the vampires. I reckon they would not refuse me, and be glad to roll with me in the quad to display their superiority. Without the use of skills, that is. The barrier's about to drop. I don't know what will happen after that, so basically, you'd better hide. Uh-huh. Good job she didn't argue. Her death was something I could do without, because the system might cut my bonuses or even cancel them. And the prospect of being fined didn't exactly thrill. Truth be known, I didn't believe anyone could kill her while I was close by. I couldn't see any strong warriors. But when the barrier dropped, my lower jaw did likewise, out of shock. Beside the count stood an octopus. No, really, purple in color and as tall as a man, a real live octopus, which moved with the aid of thin tentacles,
Large head like a person's, only elongated like a balloon. Eyes and mouth just as they should be. No distortion, but no ears or hair. "What the heck is this Pokemon?" I asked of the instantly paled girl. "Run," she scarcely squeezed out, only her lips moving. "What do you mean, run? I'm gonna—" No sooner had I asked the question than I sensed it for myself. Level 5 psychological interference. It was here I realized we were up shit creek, and I began to curse in my head. My body stopped listening to me, and my eyes glimmered with a variety of pictures very distant from reality, while the arena was not in evidence. Seas, oceans, and all manner of deep water views, which I was dragged around like a wet rag, while a voice resounded in my head. "Kill, shred, throttle, go on, kill, kill." The cold and clingy whisper came from all sides at once, repeating the same thing over and over. I don't know why it seemed clingy. No doubt some association with the suckers on its tentacles. I thought I understood everything, yet I could do nothing. My body had ceased to be my own, and that made me mad, although that madness soon dissipated. Kill. Kill. How much time had passed I did not know. The voice spoke and spoke in my head with no thought of desisting. "Now then, Varg, think." Shit, no thoughts came. I needed to relax first. If I could think, that meant I was still alive. The damned mental protection had not worked, yet it should have done. I tried to think of a way out, but whatever I tried failed. I even tried to imagine the arena and return to it, but no, only pictures, and in the center of them only me. "Kill, kill, kill yourself," the voice repeated monotonously, while my body still refused to obey me. I was still confused, when suddenly I felt the dagger of darkness in my hand, its curved handle lying pleasantly on my palm. I'm not going to kill myself, am I? The thought flashed through my head in but a wink, but for some reason it didn't seem like a bad idea. What? Kill myself? I was suddenly dragged under by a wave of wrath that might have razed cities, if not entire continents. Does that mean my body and mind have partially surrendered to this piece of shit? I get it. 6 blinks activated themselves. I had no idea how. I tried to channel my will in various directions, and it worked. The delusion burst like a soap bubble, and I was myself again. And in the arena, the spectators chanting a single word. Death. The girl stood in the center of the arena talking to the Count. In their hands they held pig stickers, yet they were in no hurry to get rumbling. So did that mean the psychological attack had not affected her? Or could he only control one at a time? Possible. The asswipe octopus was turning its head in search of me, and the Count eventually realized I was gone. In the meantime, I blinked around the arena, not stopping for a single second. Pausing for breath would mean my death. I tried to guess how I'd fallen into the trap and why it was no longer acting on me. The thing was visual contact. He could not control both me and Iron simultaneously. In order to do that, he would have to be cross-eyed. Bow in hand, I was now behind them and 20 yards away. I drew a crystal arrow, fitted it quickly to my bow, and shot the Count in the back. He wore no armor, not even of the magic variety. Bullseye. The Count fell, and the octopus turned to where the arrow had come from, but I used blink to nip round behind it, denying it a sight of me. 2 blinks to close in on it, bow switched out for hammer. It was now or never. I hoped it had no magic protection or a mental field around its body. Though I didn't actually care, if I was honest, and all I wanted to do was kill it. Swipe. Thwack, thwack, squish, thwack, thwack. I lost count of how many blows I inflicted, but all that remained of the fucker was a single wet spot and the remains of its tentacles. Nothing else. I thwacked it until the red mist cleared from my eyes. I raised my head and looked to see what was happening in the arena.
The girl stood in dumbstruck shock, and the audience had stopped their howls. Silence. And I was all covered in purple blood. The overgrown cuttlefish had incensed me so much that I'd lost control of myself, which had probably been its master plan. It was as though each repetition of the word kill had superimposed itself on the previous one, and I had spewed them back at the creature, deriving immense pleasure from the process. Then, not wanting to prolong its suffering too long, the girl finished the enemy off. Following a nod of approval from me, she simply thrust her pig sticker into its heart. Well, how could I refuse when she looked at me so beseechingly? Never before have I crossed paths with such a maddening opponent, I informed the girl, wiping my bloodied face on my sleeve. Her eye began to twitch. "How did you manage to kill an octopus?" she asked, astounded and not daring to even stir. "They are considered seriously high-ranking warriors." High-ranking or low-ranking, it had died, the same as all the others. "You have completed the task with honors, and will be transferred back in 5 minutes and counting." The system had remembered me, and I had a counter-suggestion for it. "Listen, system, my dear, let's come to an arrangement here. Instead of arrows, you give me +1 level to the protection of my mental welfare. I beg you." I made a mental appeal to the system in the hope of catching it in a good mood. The response surprised me. "Attention. For completing the test, you receive a new kind of arrow. Received. Arrows with burning tips, 70 pieces. Upon contact with a living organism, the tips of these arrows will turn into white-hot liquid metal. Additional note. You have proved your mettle, disrupting level 4 psychological influence. As a reward, you receive +1 level to psychological protection. Leech." A gift. And I didn't even have to do anything. Not bad. Thank you, dear system. I would have to ask it for favors more often, although it would be important not to go overboard, otherwise it might leave me with no loot for my insolence. My psychological protection was now level 5, and that could not fail to delight. I hoped not to end up in a similar situation next time. I would never have imagined being so easy to break. "Lady Iron and her conscripted warrior have been victorious in all their duels," chimed in the MC. I mean, what would we do without him? I was just wondering where he'd gone. "The lady has defended her honor, killing 2 viscounts and a countess. According to Empire law, the chiefs of those clans must apologize publicly to the lady." "You won?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. With a mild air of guilt, she lowered her head. "Forgive me, I was useless," the girl whined. "It is customary here to claim victory for the conscriptor, not the conscripted warrior. They usually leave directly after the battle." "Such is the warrior's fate," I smiled. "But you mentioned there are conscription cards. How do conscripted warriors come and go, then?" "The cards are all different. No 2 identical cards exist with an image of one and the same person. The race may be the same, but the sentients are all different." I thought I was beginning to understand. The system was up to something here, and since the warriors were not rebelling, that meant they were willing to fight. And if that was the case, the system must be paying generously. I wondered if I could take my card with me and give it to someone else. If so, I could leave Polina an emergency assistance card to call me in a moment of need. While the girl was still coming round, I got busy with some very interesting marauding. The Count's pig sticker. It was all he had. Incidentally, the black assassin had afforded me some daggers, 2 ornate lancets that would be useful for stealth and murder. All shaped lancet. I fell in love with the lancet at first sight, with its slim, 20-centimeter-long needle, and in my mind's eye I could see it killing sleepers as it entered their brains. Plus, fussing around with a dagger was a pain in the ass sometimes. More importantly, as I discovered when I whacked it against the wall in the catacombs, it was sturdy. The system guaranteed quality. "Give me 2 minutes and I'll be okay again," said the girl, who seemed to be trying to say something more. "Uh-huh, thank you," I said. Then she came up and gave me a tight hug. What's with all the lovey-dovey behavior? It was nice, of course, but let's not forget she'd just run one guy through and was now embracing another. I reappeared in the same place from where the system had sent me for the test. In that regard, there was nothing new. I instantly activated invisibility and began a scan of the area. My return teleportation had gone smoothly and without the lights going out in my head. I saw nothing dangerous, apart from a wild green raccoon with horns on its head. It spotted me immediately and bore its teeth. Probably the top dog around here. I did not bother to fight it, instead continuing on my way after paying it a toll for passing through its territory. I could spare a Snickers. Bon appetit. It immediately hid the chocolate in a very spacious pocket. Geez, weird raccoons in these parts. Very weird. Anyway, what to do next? I opened the map and smiled. What have they forgotten? I whispered to myself. The map showed the marks of vampires currently in the forest. I had also marked all the important and strong people in the castle just in case. And here they were, the so-called guardsmen or instructors, now in the woods. I set out to find them, in the hope of finding something interesting as well. It took me 4 hours, and I regretted my decision 10 times in the meanwhile. Those fuckers moved very fast, and it was hard to catch up with them. They were not, however, heading deep into the forest, but to the other side. It would have been easier for me to remain by the humans' camp and continue picking them off there one at a time. It was nightfall, after all, and my time was the night time when everyone was asleep. But the die was cast, and there was no turning back. I came across one werewolf hunting, and tried out my new arrow on it. I waited for it to get its teeth into a small wild boar, and then felled it. Well, I say felled, but what I really mean is I shot it in the side. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but when the arrow activated, I even felt a twinge of pity for the beast. The arrowhead began to melt, and the wolf produced a deplorable howl of intense pain as it rolled about on the ground. It also produced a smell of fried meat, as the liquid metal now re-hardened and the werewolf died. The whole show took roughly a minute. The crystal-tipped arrow had apparently found itself a competitor. Smiling rapaciously, I began to draw a comic strip in my head of how I would use these little cuties in the future. I wonder if a vampire's body would react in the same way. It would clearly not work against zombies, but humans would find it very, very unpleasant. As I ran, I looked at the map so as not to get lost. Running out of the forest, I saw a little village in the distance. Had the vampires decided to grab a bite to eat? Checking with the map, I saw it was indeed them. So then, let's have a look at what they're up to. Not all of them had stayed in the village. 5 had gone ahead, and when I got there, I saw they were walking towards a hill with a small castle at the top. What, were they going to take it? Just the 5 of them? How naive. Who was to know there weren't super warriors up there? The other 15 vampires remained in the village. Despite being surrounded by a stake wall heavily manned with sentries, they had no trouble getting in and didn't even kill anyone. 2 of the sentries by the closed gates were werewolves. That spoke volumes. When I found the first of them, they were communicating with hand signals and noiselessly entering houses to kill the sleeping werewolves within. Interestingly, I saw no women or children. Perhaps it wasn't a village after all, but some kind of military camp. I decided not to announce my presence, but to just keep following them. And thus, we wandered around the village for 20 minutes, at which point I got bored, so I went to check on the vampires by the castle. Christoph, what are you doing here? I asked, approaching him from behind. Lying in wait, he answered, his tone impassive and his head not so much as stirring. Mental, he didn't even flinch, neither did the rest of them. You didn't see me, right? No. The voice was cold and empty. Or maybe just composed? So why aren't you attacking me? What if I was an enemy? We remember your voice, he replied, his voice still dry. What did you want? I was bored, so I decided to come and check how you were getting on here.
We have a task.
A superb answer, of course. It explained everything. Any specifics? They exchanged glances. Kristoff remained the only speaker.
The camp and the castle belong to the hounds that joined forces with the humans.
That meant it wasn't a village.
They violated a long-standing agreement with us and must be punished.
The vampires had come here to kill. That much was obvious. Are you going to kill everyone here? Is this their whole tribe, or are there others elsewhere?
I liked to be in the picture. You never knew what might happen. The task is to cause maximum damage before retreating to the castle, he said, his voice betraying a note of discontent with our little chat. We cannot kill them all, for they are too many, but we can take the first ranks unawares as they exit the castle, and yes, they do have another dozen or so castles in this region, along with a couple of towns and a host of clans.
I see. So they're saboteurs, then. They would slit the throats of sleepers and split before the alarm was raised. And this lot were basically standing watch, tasked with killing 10 or 20 souls, if possible, before making their getaway. The only thing I didn't get was, since there were so many Turnskins here, why hadn't they wiped them out yet? Perhaps they were afraid, in the knowledge that reinforcements would soon be here from over the sea. I've been in your camp. Your guys are doing excellent work there. It's peaceful and quiet. I reckon they'll be able to massacre everyone. I may just have put a hex on them, I thought. A bell chimed in the camp and the alarm beacon lit up. Oh, how damningly they regarded me, as though I had actually put a hex on them. Howls from the castle. Excellent. A battle would now commence, and I could take part. From force of habit, my bow was already in my hands and a smile on my face. I wonder if I'll ever stop smiling at the anticipation of a ruckus about to kick off. Chapter 15. Stand by. The vampire raised his fist in a call to attack. I took up a position further from them, so that all roads to the camp were covered. The shapeshifters would definitely not be expecting an ambush here. What was the best way to kill a werewolf? Correct, an arrow to the head. And if it was an elven arrow, it would definitely be curtains for the doggy. The gates opened, and the shapeshifters came running out. Not many, a mere dozen, and 5 of them died on the spot. The vampires launched themselves at them as one, each of them making just one calculated swipe of a hand furnished with sharp claws, and the dogs' heads crashed to the ground. It wasn't worth me joining in, for I might disrupt the picture of the battle. There went another 2 dead dogs, and the vampires continued to back the remaining living ones into a corner. I reckon they would cope. I mean, what was the alternative? Meanwhile, I was already standing on the castle wall by the corpse of a poor sod who had run up here. Probably a scout who'd been sleeping and was awoken by the alarm bell but didn't want to turn if he could help it, figuring everything would work out okay. But he didn't luck out, and I put his head in my inventory as a trophy. Credit where credit is due, huh? Every visit to Vasteron would involve bringing gifts. The castle was not big, with room for 100 people, perhaps 200 at a stretch, and werewolves were running towards it from every direction. Fearful howls came from nearly every window. They're transforming, the bastards. I could have stolen inside and killed the lot of them. But enclosed spaces were not my cup of tea, and it wasn't worth the risk. Whoa! Herring from the building came a behemoth, twice the size of the average werewolf, knocking the doors off their hinges with its giant body. It was in such a rush that it slipped, clearly not fully compos mentis yet, after being awoken. My first arrow got it in the side, and the resultant pain-racked yelp echoed around the vicinity. I followed up with a crystal tip to the chest, hoping it would be appreciated. The lamentations were badass, but the creature was not planning to give up the ghost. I was about to finish the wolf off with a 3rd arrow when others came running and put their bodies between me and it, growling and looking around in search of the enemy. One of them caught an arrow right in its eye. Certainly it was no squirrel, but in the dark and at distance it was no easy shot, especially considering its head was weaving this way and that. It died immediately.
only for its place to be taken by another. Aha, they're trying to drag the big dog away. I wonder if he's their dad. Never mind, on with the firefight. I kept a simultaneous eye on the vampires to check everything was in order, what with the constant waves of new werewolves approaching. They had no time to catch their breath, so I had to keep helping them out with the odd arrow. I had already felled 3 that clearly considered themselves the smartest. Catching sight of the vampires, they ran back into the castle and up to the top of the wall, intending to jump down from up there, but instead finding me up here with my lancets. I did not have time to cut off their crania. I did want to gather trophies for the patriarch, but it wasn't strictly necessary. I had noticed that the werewolf heads I had brought for the vampires had not been thrown away, but the servants had been ordered to take them to the trophy room. Now I was thinking, maybe I should create my own trophy pavilion in a tower. And while I was thinking, I did not let up with my werewolf shooting. My advantage, of course, was in my blinks. When the dogs were coming for me on the staircase, I moved up to the tower. And when they ran to the tower, I would blink up onto the wall. However, there were now far more of them in the courtyard, and it wasn't so easy to hold them there. I was compelled to draw smoky arrows and launch them into the internal courtyard. The veil of smoke was a very unpleasant thing for their sensitive noses. "Varg, it's time to leave," one of the vampires said, appearing alongside me. "Leave?" The suggestion surprised me, and I laughed. "You want to run away? Well, you run and leave me to continue having fun." The vampire fixed me with a stare and nodded. He did not leave immediately, but continued fighting the werewolves by the gates. They had incurred no serious losses, only a couple of wounded. The werewolves were still sleepy and confused, and I was lending a hand, so they were harrying around the courtyard with arrows in their bodies, which did not speak well of their combat capabilities. Oof. Lost in thought, I was suddenly leaped upon by 3 hounds exiting the smoky veil at once. The first I sent packing with a hammer strike that fractured all its bones and delivered a bunch of unpleasant sensations. But I found myself having to back away from the other 2. Shoot, they seemed to have picked up my scent. I could not flee because they would attack the vampires, who had quite enough enemies to be going on with, so I had to deal with them as quickly as possible. I deactivated invisibility, making their strikes not so haphazard and easier for me to dodge. A wolfhound flew right at me, and I was able to roll away while at the same time chopping off a hairy leg just below the knee. "Roar!" it yelped in pain. The one remaining comrade tried to avenge the dismemberment, but it was a one-on-one fight, and it soon lost its head when it jumped at me, trying to kill me with its huge paws. I blinked around to behind its back, and the battle was done. Then I turned back to the injured one and wrapped an Uzi around its muzzle. I could try to tear it off, but it would only be wasting time. Already minus 1 leg, it nonetheless tried to stand, glowering at me with eyes full of hatred. It would be a shame to kill it. Haha, only joking. It was no shame at all. Half an hour later, we received 10 vampires' worth of backup. Out of the whole squad of vampire saboteurs, just 3 had died, and 2 wounded ones had already been sent to the forest to wait for us. All the while, I shot, chopped, struck, and stabbed, continuing the killing spree along with the vampires. The reinforcements certainly tipped the scales in our favor, and we began to take the upper hand. I would like to say it was easy, but that was far from the truth. I had put a fair dent in my reserves of fiery explosion and frozen explosion arrows, and without them we would be in trouble from a sheer numbers point of view. When the vampires had dealt with all the shapeshifters, the only people left in the castle were the women and servants, now led out into the courtyard and made to kneel down. "Christoph, do we kill them as well?" One of the vampires asked permission of his boss. The ladies did not turn. They may have been enemies, but they were also unarmed, and I was categorically against the idea. "Leave them alone," I said to the vampire, not giving a monkey's for his opinion. He looked at me through angry, narrowed eyes and gripped his sword tighter.
Are you not forgetting yourself, stranger? He hissed through clenched teeth.
Another word from you, and I'll knock all your teeth out and you'll have to drink blood through a straw. Get it? I retorted, not backing down, but instead summoning my hammer. Naturally, the hammer would not help against their agility, but who said I was going to hammer them? It was purely to distract their attention, and if they did attack suddenly, it would be swiftly replaced by a blade.
Everybody simmer down, said Kristoff, stepping forward. Shagur, do not forget what the human is capable of. And besides, the system has forbidden his killing. If you really insist, you will have the chance to challenge him to a duel later, and I will give you my consent. But I will not back you. Varg has the right to remain among the living. Take a look around you. How many have fallen to his arrows? If your enmity hinders your common sense, then you would be better off not joining us on combat tasks.
Shagur squinted his ire, and his fists clenched, looked first at me and then at Kristoff, before nodding his compliance.
Forgive me, Kristoff, I got carried away. It won't happen again,
Shagur said. Then, however, deciding not to let me have the last word, he turned to the prisoners.
Say thank you to the human, you filthy curs. He has today saved your worthless lives, and now you must live with that disgrace.
Now then, he evidently thought he was the smartest one here. But what if I were to follow him around and annoy him, making him look like a fool in front of all the other vampires in the castle? Then he would definitely have to challenge me to a duel, and I could knock his teeth out as promised. After this little contretemps, we split up, because the best part was now to come. The marauding. Oh, I love to gather trophies. Since I didn't know what else could possibly be of interest to me, I went straight to the armory. Meanwhile, the vampires went to ransack the offices for documents and other such goodies. We locked the female prisoners in the kitchen in a separate little building. They were in no danger of starving to death, and with the vampires' fellow countrymen arriving in a few hours, we needed to hustle. The first room in the arsenal contained slim pickings, the only weapons being spears. If I understood the situation at all, they were not fond of weapons. Although I had definitely seen them with bows and spears when they were in their human guise, which meant they had at least had some training. Evaluation.
Course spear. A regular spear.
Nothing more than trash. Only the basic arrows were worth anything at all, and there were about 700 of them, straight into my inventory with them. Finding nothing more of interest in any of the other rooms, I walked around with a flaming torch and set fire to everything. The vampires set the other rooms alight as well, and soon the main building was ablaze. That night showed how uncool it was to be a werewolf. What was so great about their generation, speed, and strength if transformation took so long? It was better to be a high-level human. Incidentally, I'd forgotten to ask the vampires what would happen if I was scratched by a werewolf. Would I become one of them or not? After all, were werewolves not born, as opposed to being transformed into? I went off in search of Kristoff to pose him my question. His reply came as a surprise. A werewolf scratch could indeed turn me into one of them. On the other hand, it might kill me. It was a matter of luck. But also, they could bear more little werewolves. So that meant they could scratch all the humans during a war, and thus tempt them over to their side. I also discovered that humans were prepared to pay for these magic scratches. If you were sick and dying, it was a way to save yourself. Or, let's say, if you were born weak and impotent, you could gain some wild strength by becoming a werewolf. It was true they did have problems with their psyche and self-control, but that was only wolves that had been scratched. Those who were born wolves were considered part of an elite, and only rarely did insanity take hold there. This part of the forest was inhabited by weak clans that had been driven out into the wilderness. The strongest clans were in other areas, where they lived much better lives. The new information started the cogs whirring in my head and forcing the dust from them. There was definitely food for thought here, and I would return to the werewolves for sure, and more than once.
It is time to leave, said Kristoff. Their squads will soon be here.
Many?
100, no fewer.
Well, at least it wasn't 1,000. Why so few? Surely they won't be completely different werewolves, will they? Loads stronger? Logic dictated that not all of them could be as weak as the ones here. These ones were probably just simple village people. I reckon the capital might lay a few surprises at my feet.
They still don't know what just happened here, so why they're coming here, I don't know yet.
Logical, I suppose. Let's wait and kill them all. What's the problem? I said, leaping onto the wall with a blink and scouring the horizon, but seeing no sign of the enemy. I returned to Kristoff.
No, we are leaving. We have injured men. It is too risky, he said to my chagrin.
I was even offended. Only a couple of them were wounded, but still they felt the need to flee. They weren't in any danger of being turned into hounds. Couldn't they just put up with it for the sake of business? Anyway, who cares? Staying here alone didn't exactly strike me as a great idea. All things in moderation, as they say. Consider me convinced. We're leaving, I said, voicing my agreement. Our journey to the castle was hassle-free. They carried the two lame guys, the ones without a full complement of limbs. Just imagine, the doggies had bitten off one leg each, and both the left leg. The remainder walked by themselves. They were greeted in the castle and immediately sent for various medical procedures which involved the use of blood.
What are you doing here?
The welcoming committee included Lafayette. And here was I. I may have missed you, so I have returned. Aren't you pleased to see me? I asked, making her face contort.
Varg, please, don't do that,
said the patriarch, also coming out to greet us.
Your smile is sinister, and Lifa is a vulnerable young girl who might become frightened.
Pfft, the girl scoffed, approaching the wounded men and demonstratively ignoring us.
How has your day been? Judging by the brouhaha in the camp, not bad,
asked the patriarch. He knew the score. Yeah, not bad, I said dismissively, not wishing to recount it all just yet. I see you haven't been sitting idle either, sending squads out all over the place. The map had shown that while we were doing battle with the werewolves, another 3 vampire marks had been loitering near the human camp.
Our strength is the surprise attack, and we prefer the nighttime. I see you helped Kristoff, since he is talking to you. That means he acknowledges the strong sentient in you, and that is a rare thing.
Our conversation brought us to a hall where a table was spread for dinner, and I was invited to take a seat. My fellow diners were strictly the elder vampires, basically the instructors and teachers.
They are even letting humans in here now,
one of the bloodsuckers said with a shake of the head, a scowl on his pale face. That's the second vampire I've seen with superfluous teeth, I said, not wanting to let his jibe go unanswered.
Armand, I would ask you to afford my guests some respect. Or are you trying to discredit me by casting doubt on my hospitality?
The patriarch's expression changed in a flash, and an indiscernible yet ominous blood aura came flooding out. Even I was freaked out. This vampire was strong, very strong, and I wasn't sure I would be able to deal with him. None of those sitting here came anywhere close to him.
My apologies to the young man,
said Armand, turning his head towards me with a short nod. Interesting. His attitude to me changed in an instant, not a glimmer of hidden contempt or mockery remaining in his look, only sincerity. Perhaps he was just a superb actor. Or was it a measure of the seriousness of Vasteron's reputation? We took our places at the table and tucked into supper. Shoot, what a nightmare. What the hell did vampires need with 4 different forks and 2 spoons? I felt like a child allowed to the table by his parents, who were now touched by his attempts to appear grown up. Everyone was looking at me, but in silence, except for the patriarch, who paid 0 attention to my manners, and his granddaughter, who was grinning all over her face as she sipped slowly at her wine. Or blood.
Lifa, since you like Varg so much, Why don't you talk to him, rather than just eyeing him up? I have nothing against it."
Everyone was gobsmacked, including me and the girl, who choked on her juice. "Vasteron, you mustn't joke like that," I said, trying to smile and make a joke of the situation. "You've made your little battle hamster blush."
"Hmm?" he replied.
Oops, they didn't know what a hamster was. Well, it's a small furry animal in my world.
"A dangerous predator, no doubt,"
asked the patriarch, his voice serious but his eyes laughing. I don't know how it happened, possibly coincidence or a nasty joke by the system, but I suddenly remembered that knocking about in my inventory was a stuffed toy hamster gnawing at a nut. I was dying to get it out and give it to the girl. Silence hung over the table for a few seconds, and one vampire even let his fork slip from his hand. Then began a bout of wild guffawing, which even embraced the patriarch. Meanwhile, the girl sat blinking, unable to make sense of what had happened. Then she met my insolent gaze with a blood-red gaze of her own. And the smile fell from my lips.
"It would appear the human is about to be killed,"
said one of the vampires, matter-of-factly.
"It would appear so,"
the patriarch agreed. Shoot, it was time to run.
And I still hadn't tried the appetizing-looking two-headed chicken.
The first missile became lodged in the back of my chair. It was followed by a knife and even a spoon. Thank the system I managed to dodge everything. Then the girl reached for her daggers, which she usually had with her but for some reason this time did not. Tutting her rue, she rose from her seat and surveyed the room for what best to kill me with. Finding nothing suitable, she popped her claws out and came at me. Easy as pie, I blinked away, disappeared round a corner and into invisibility. In that unseeable guise, I then returned and walked past the girl, who was now herring around looking for me. She took the bait and intensified her search, while I carefully retook my seat with a view to trying the chicken. And indeed, the rest of the spread.
"She will be very cross when she discovers how you have deceived her,"
said the patriarch casually. Nothing overly disturbing were it not for the fact that I was in invisibility. And so I switched it off, startling the vampires, but not the patriarch, who had deliberately given me to understand that he could see me, or at least sense my presence. "I don't suppose you could share how you knew I was here?" I asked the old man.
"The blood. You cannot control it,"
he replied imperturbably, and grinning.
"To be a hoary vampire is not merely a matter of long years, but long years of experience."
I see. After our repast, as they called it, I found myself once again in Vasteron's study, where I emptied all the trophy heads onto the floor before recounting my adventures in the humans' camp. As it happened, he'd been wanting to send his people to the camp that night as well, but his reconnaissance guys relayed news of the unrest there, and he was compelled to find another target. He liked my operation and had a good chuckle at my antics. All he asked was that I didn't prompt any more epidemics of the risen, as they called zombies. I had seriously gotten the Temple Knights' dander up, and I could expect a warm reception there next time. Turning people into zombies was like a kick in the teeth to the whole pantheon of light, who were warriors against the unclean. But what difference was it to me when the system had my back? All these lighties could fuck off and die. We agreed I would go about my business again in the morning, and then on the following day they were planning a sortie which involved my accompaniment. I was beginning to like working with vampires. They had no compassion, and they acted as a unit when the situation demanded. I did warn him I wouldn't be slicing up women and children, to which he gladly agreed. It even occurred to me he hadn't been overly pleased to hear the initiative from one of his vampires. He probably wasn't quite so strict in this, since he had a granddaughter, which meant he also had children. Although, frankly, what went on in his head was a mystery. Our conversation at an end, we bade each other good night, and I shuffled off to my rooms. I had reckoned on sleeping longer, but fate was a dizzy dame who changed her plans as she went along. At daybreak, horns sounded in the castle. First, I was disoriented and was about to write to combat to find out what had happened, when I remembered where I was and hurried to dress. Damn, I forgot to give my clothes to the washerwomen yesterday evening. They're going to be filthy soon. Dressed, I skipped out onto the wide balcony that extended from my rooms. Now then, I had never seen anything like this before. In the distance, 200 humans were flying towards the castle on the backs of some very bizarre creatures. And just when I was looking forward to a rest, I would now have to start killing again. Although that wasn't so bad when you thought about it. And so I slammed the door shut and ran up onto the castle wall. Chapter 16. Who are they? I asked the patriarch, who was by now alongside me on the wall and peering intently into the distance.
Griffin riders. I would never have thought that a human would ask for help from the kingdom of Citron, he replied.
Evidently, a spot of bother was looming, to which many sides would be party.
Your archery skills will be very useful today. Listen carefully. They are going to bombard us with smoke bombs, which will drain us vampires of our strength, and possibly even kill the youngsters. On top of that, they have fire bombs. But that is all I can tell you.
And what's the best way to destroy them? I asked. I didn't give a toss about them and their bombs.
The Griffin warriors wear full armor, except for their heads and paws. Your bow will pierce it. Kill a Griffin, and it will plummet to the ground along with its rider. The riders themselves are magi as a rule, and will also engage in battle.
Not a trace of my slumber remained, as I now looked forward to an interesting fight with these new creatures. The vampires were arming themselves with bows, and I noticed the black-haired chick trying to avoid her grandfather's gaze. On seeing me, she exploded with rage and shot me a look that might have killed. "Over there," I said, pointing her out to the old man.
I know, he sighed. She's an insufferable girl, never listens to anyone. Her head is full of nothing but battles and adventures. She doesn't understand that the smoke might kill her. She is still so young.
Locking her in the cellar wouldn't do any harm, I said. I had no problem with her disobedience. A month or two down there would wise her up. Why is he smiling at me? I haven't gone and put my foot in it again, have I?
But of course,
the old man said with a snicker. It appeared I understood nothing again. The last time I had understood nothing, Polina and Katya appeared in my life, plus their children, with whom I was compelled to play and interact. As I remembered the girls, my heart skipped a beat. They'd gone and made themselves at home in my soul, the blighters. Are griffins very dangerous? Do they possess magic?
Their talons are sharp, like those of a werewolf, and they can bite heads off with their beaks.
So far, so easy, I thought.
I doubt whether they will fly any lower, since they are considered rather valuable, and nobody would sacrifice them, except that their king was paid very handsomely for them.
I could feel it in my butt that they'd been paid a lot. Well, I suppose I wasn't going to have it all my own way, was I? On top of everything else, these bastards flew very high, which was inconvenient for me because it was hard to reach them with arrows from the castle wall. I could, of course, take up position in a tower, and since I could see no vampires there, then that was what I would do. Were I their commander, I would strike the towers first. The vampires bustled about in the courtyard selecting suitable positions, longbows and crossbows in their hands. All the doors and windows in the castle were quickly shut, for fear of magic smoke. I was no slouch either, activating my invisibility and contemplating what best to whack them with. To begin with, I settled on basic elven arrows and fiery explosions. The elven ones would penetrate anything, while the fieries would singe their feathers. Explosions and ruptures would also play their part. That's all. No time to think, they're here. High in the sky they flew. And just as I suspected, the first missiles landed on the towers, their explosions causing a deafening racket and sending stone chippings flying left, right, and center. That was just the beginning, however, and the missiles were soon followed by smoke bombs. The vampires pulled magic radiating rags over their faces. Magic filters, by the looks of things. The birdies were flying too high to reach from the wall, just as I thought, so I would wait until the dust settled before heading up to the tower. As it happened, there was little of the tower left, at least of this one. Several bombs had already struck it, and the attackers had lost interest in it. Using Blink, I climbed up the tower, where I found a decent space from which to work. I started with a rupture arrow, which struck a griffin right in the chest. I thought their armor would be stronger. The results of this successful strike could be described by the words meaty rain, and following it, the rider plunged earthward with a prolonged cry. Oh, there go another 2 plummeting birdies. One had a spear right through its body, fired by Vasteron. Shoot, how much brute force did Grandpa have? I didn't care much for his jokes concerning me and his granddaughter. If by some cosmic means he began to entertain the scabby notion that I was suitable for her, I wasn't sure I'd be able to deal with him. The people here had gathered an army against him, and I wasn't convinced they stood a chance. And how many more sentients had the system sent to help? That's a point. I wonder how the elves are getting along in the forest. I could go and pay them a visit, although I hadn't placed any markers on any of them. Never mind. I would find them anyway. My next arrow stuck in the belly of a griffin flying over my head, making the creature drop like a stone. 2 down. As I looked around the castle, however, I realized not everything was great. Magic, arrows, smokers, bombs, all flying around and causing chaos. The vampires had suffered no losses yet, but the towers and one of the castle walls had suffered greatly, just as the inner courtyard and the smaller buildings. 24 griffins were headed towards the far side of the castle, where the young vampires were at their studies. I was about to go and help them when I noticed the patriarch moving in that direction. He would definitely snap off their beaks, so I turned back and continued with the firefight. "Don't let them break into the barracks," hollered a vampire. Then I saw that the griffins had already breached the castle and were making for the first barrack. At least there were only a few of them. I drew some fiery explosion arrows and launched them one after another at the recently landed griffins. Oh, how awesome were their squeals and the flapping of their wings as they tried to extinguish the fire. Too bad it was eating them up so quickly. Just to be safe, I put a few basic arrows in the riders, for they hadn't suffered enough by half. After killing 5 of them, I stopped when I saw the vampires leaping from the smoke and attacking them. I had evidently gotten so carried away that I'd blown my cover, and I was now being approached fast by an airborne griffin with its talons stretched dangerously out in front and its rider brandishing a sword. Who the hell needs a sword on a griffin? I had no idea. Crunch. Whee! My hammer straightened out the insolent birdie's backbone. Another strike and the rider flew back beyond the castle walls, while my third strike put a stop to the griffin's twitching. Not so tough after all. Then I witnessed what Vasteron had spoken of. A vampire stuck his sword in the neck of a griffin, and a second griffin snuck up behind the vampire and bit his head off. It didn't chew it, but threw back its head and simply swallowed. Thus these fuckers fed on sentience. I threw the hammer-struck griffin's body from the tower and continued firing at the emboldened flying targets, which still had things to fling. Not all of them had hurried to land and engage at close quarters. After my 20th dead griffin, I began to dread running short of rupture arrows. I had to change tactics. So I began to switch between different towers and use different arrows, selecting the best positions to strike with basics. It made the going a touch slower, but there really were a lot of griffins, and I only had 50 ruptures left. One of my target birdies fell fortuitously right onto the head of one of its compadres. Then I saw Lafayette in trouble, fighting in the thick of the fray. Her clothes were red with the blood of her victims, and she was cackling insanely, totally absorbed in the fight. So totally that she didn't notice 3 riders approaching her at speed. The lead rider held a sword in one hand, while his other hand was stretched up into the air and held something that twinkled magic like Christmas lights. But she couldn't see them. In fact, it was difficult to see anything through the profuse smoke they'd raised. Oh yeah, smoke. She wasn't wearing a mask. I activated Blink and hurried towards her, unable to use arrows down at ground level for fear of hitting my own team. Although I wasn't sure when the vampires had become my team, I had normal teammates back on Earth who had actually earned my trust, and I didn't need any more. Zowie! A griffin's head fell right in front of me from over where Vasteron was fighting. A cute little birdie. Maybe it's worth me thinking about becoming a vampire? There's so much power in that regular-looking old codger. Nah, what nonsense. I'm doing just fine with my dragon blood. I cut into the girl's fight just in time, for she was about to be skewered by 3 swords at once. Those pieces of shit were using a mild form of invisibility, which was why they hadn't been noticed. The first I decapitated. As I was taking my backswing to strike the second, I took a sword in my side. Now that was speed. I scarcely managed to skip aside before the tip of his sword nipped me. Luckily, my armor bore the brunt of the nip. "You're a human." My attacker's eyes widened in surprise and filled with blood. "Traitor!" "Super. What the... Was he really that fast?" I could barely keep up with him and was forced to use Blink and Uzis on all his limbs. Distracting him in this way, I was able to win myself a couple of seconds. He'd seen I was human and decided I was working for the vampires. Clearly, it made no sense to them that people and bloodsuckers should fight alongside each other. I repeated my attempts to reach him, but failed again. He was also trying to kill me, but my blinks saved me. Well, blinks together with the crossbows I was forced to summon from my inventory. Although after 2 deflected bolts, I realized it was pointless trying to shoot him when I should be concentrating on felling his partners. "Hey, get out of the way," he shouted at a vampire who now attacked him, before chopping him in half with a powerful sword swipe. "You will pay for switching to the dark side. We will punish you and all your unclean friends. Your sin will be on your conscience." He raged at me, seething even more now. I could, of course, shake him off, but then lots of vampires would die, or even Leafa, who was also fighting an impressive blighter not far from me. Judging by differences in their armor and the strength they displayed, I reckon they were commanders. Only 3 of them wore capes, and I had killed one of those, while 2 remained at large. Shoot, this was beginning to bore me. I blinked back up to the wall, and the fucker caught up with me in 2 leaps. Still waving his sword and trying to spike me. What was I to do? I had 0 mastery in this discipline. Realizing I couldn't defeat him in a clean fight, I decided to resort to my favorite tactic. 6 blinks, bow in hand, fiery explosion arrow right in his mug. And victory. It was all over. I dodged away from the sword flying at me from the place where he had just been standing. A wink later, that fucker himself flew after it, unharmed and exceedingly angry. What the fuck was going on? Devious tricks will not help the defector. I'm going to disembowel you to feed my griffin. Shoot, he was even finding time to speak. Again, he charged me, fending off arrows from other vampires as he ran. I waited for him to get closer before deciding on a different tack. I pretended to take a backswing, and he prepared to repel my strike with a fierce block. But then my sword disappeared from my hand, replaced with a bottle of poison, which, despite it grieving me to do so, I nonetheless threw in his face. Out of habit, he tried to fend it off with his sword, smashing the bottle and spraying the viscous liquid all over him. Oof. He'd learned to fight, but he hadn't managed to scrape together any brains. He stumbled backwards, wiping his face with his hand. Yet to understand, he was already dead. The poison was in his eyes, nose, and mouth. Not exactly a recipe for prolonged life. After wiping his face as best he could, he bore his teeth and charged me again. Except that I wasn't there anymore. I was atop the tower, twanging arrow after arrow at him. He was able to repel a few of them. But then something went awry and he began to miss them. Naturally, his armor was good quality and withstood basic arrows. But an explosion arrow threw him 20 yards to the side and was followed up with a rupture to the head, just to make sure. Game over. The fanatic had been dealt with. Attention. You have killed the captain of the cavalry guard. Your enemies have suddenly increased in number. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 50 kilograms. System. Are you taking the piss? A pitiful 50 for that Razorback? He's worth at least 200. The killing of the captain did not go unnoticed, and the griffins began to howl, while their riders put all the more fury into the fight, clearly not intending to pull back. Whatever. I spent the next half hour picking off anything with wings. When the battle was over and all the bandits dead, it was time for a bit of marauding. For me, that is. Meanwhile, the vampires counted their losses and cleared the battlefield, roping the youngsters in to help gather up the corpses of their enemies. What a bunch of sissies. It had never occurred to me that vampires might pale. Yet sure enough they did, and then some. I now understood why they weren't allowed to fight. They were far from the cold-blooded beasts from the tales told in my world, but rather just a separate new race. I collected all the armor and weapons of the defeated, whose bodies were riddled with my arrows. The weapons were decent quality, just like the armor, albeit only levels 1 and 2. I had no need of it, but it would do for the skyscraper. The only thing the captain had was a level 4 righteous struggle sword. Frankly, it spoke of nothing. After rounding up my business outside, I shuffled back inside the castle. It would be pointless trying to sleep, but a bite to eat was always welcome. I hadn't gotten as far as the door when a gray-haired vampire ran out. "There you are. The Patriarch demands your urgent presence," he said quickly. And not waiting for my answer, he ran ahead, showing me the way. He looked very concerned, which was extremely out of character for a vampire. Fuck. Surely they hadn't gotten to the old man and he was about to kick the bucket. I couldn't get my head around it. The Patriarch was monstrously powerful, and I was sure he would have made quick work of even that red dragon. So what could possibly have happened since then? As I ran after the vampire, I flicked through all the possibilities in my head. Perhaps he'd been poisoned? Or maybe they used a weapon banned by some convention for the protection of vampires? In which case, what did it have to do with me? How could I help? Did I even want to help? Or maybe I was getting myself worked up over nothing and he simply wanted to discuss a counterstrike with me. On the other hand, he'd done me no harm. So if it was within my powers to somehow help, then why not? He had shown me no disdain or hubris, and probably saw me as a grown-up child with a weapon. Although at his age, that was only to be expected. The vampire was obviously not leading me to the Patriarch's study. And this was a part of the castle I hadn't explored before. We stopped at a door, where he turned around and said, "Go on in. I am not permitted any further." I now had the chance to see his unsettled face up close. I pushed the door and readied myself to see whatever there was to see, be it a dead Vasteron or a trap for me to fall into. I even quickly calculated how best to kill the old vampire in case events should turn nasty. As it turned out, however, the situation was absolutely not as I'd pictured it. The room was a hospital ward decked out in medieval style, and the sole patient was Lafayette. All the beds were empty except the one occupied by the girl. The only other two people in the room were Vasteron and another elderly vampire who appeared no less dangerous than the old man himself. I had not seen him before. "Come in, Varg. Do not stand on ceremony by the door. Nobody is planning to attack you," said the Patriarch. I shrugged my shoulders and accepted his invitation. Up close, the girl looked lousy. and her condition clearly left much to be desired. She was covered in strange black subcutaneous hemorrhages. Her eyes wept dark red, almost black blood, and she was trembling and involuntarily screwing up her face. Somehow, I was to blame. I'd been keeping an eye on her, and then I lost her from view because of that damned captain who attracted my attention. Why hadn't the other vampires helped her? A vile and bitter sensation overcame me, no doubt a feeling of guilt. I was accustomed to being in control of any situation, anywhere, and I thought this time would be no different. The girl's opponent had been weaker than the captain, and I'd reckoned she would breeze it. She was, after all, no weaker than me, perhaps even stronger. Damn, how loathsome I felt in my heart. An interesting young man, said the second vampire, interrupting my train of thought. You are right. He can be of help. Only, are you sure the medicine will not be worse than the poison?
She won't be against the idea. Believe me,
said the patriarch reassuringly. So we just have one thing left to do, yes? Or no? They conversed between themselves, and I didn't understand a word. What are they talking about, and what has this got to do with me? Excuse me, but don't you want to brief me on your plans, or am I going to be bled without my consent? I was joking, but I took 2 steps back just in case. Have you already told him? The vampire doctor asked in surprise. Fuck this, I'm out of here. Or maybe not. How would I get away from these two? Turning my back on them would be signing my own death warrant.
Hush and calm yourself,
said the patriarch, raising his hands.
It is absolutely not what you think.
Yeah, keep talking. So what could I kill them with? I had arrows for the undead, but they would easily be able to pluck them out off the air and might even shove them in me where the sun didn't shine. They moved lightning fast. The patriarch should have been fighting that captain instead of shielding his fledglings. The poor girl coughed and sprayed blood from her mouth, and the old men returned their attention to her. Her condition is worsening. We must act, and fast, said the medic, removing his hand from her forehead.
Only you can help her now, Varg,
said Vasteron, speaking quickly.
She was wounded during the battle, and she did not notice a very rare magic poison finding its way into the wound.
Vasteron, I probably didn't mention it before, but I've got no healing skills whatsoever. At all. He nodded.
Perhaps you have not, but your blood would be able to raise a dead vampire from the grave.
And the penny dropped. Dragon blood. Will it help her?
I am confident it will,
he said. Then he drew closer to his granddaughter and regarded her somberly.
Strong blood makes vampires stronger still and heals wounds, while very strong blood works as a performance-enhancing drug, providing a boost to the vampire's development. That is why we are not liked, for we must drink fresh blood in order to become stronger and stronger.
Food for thought. Although what was there to think about? These two could ask their favor using force. Although it was true that the system was still protecting me, and if anything should happen to Polina or Katya, I would stop at nothing. Despite all his cold-bloodedness and severity, his granddaughter was still very dear to him. Although he was calm about losing his vampires and spoke of the school of survival. Then again, I did feel guilty about what happened. I had gotten carried away and neglected to cover her. I won't become a vampire, will I? I asked, just to be on the safe side. What side effects might there be? The old man smiled a seriously unpleasant smile.
There will be no negative consequences for you. I give you my word, and swear by the system.
Just then the system woke up. This sentient speaks the truth. Fine. Tell me what I've got to do. Chapter 17. My job would involve nothing more challenging, they said, than placing my wrist to her mouth. She would do the rest. Fair enough. I sensed that if I refused to do as they asked, the system would play a nasty trick on me. It also deigned to confirm the vampire's words. Previous experience told me that the system did not do anything just for shit and giggles. I rolled up my sleeve and approached the unconscious girl. Her pillow was soaked in the blood slowly trickling from her eyes. Fine. Que sera, sera. I would have to trust the system. I drew my hand close to her mouth and waited. Do you think she's going to throw herself upon you? Chuckled the doctor, handing me a knife. You have to cut your wrist. Deeply? No, just a little prick. I did as he said and extended my wrist again. She reacted, stirred, but was in no hurry to sink her teeth into my hand, so I had to squeeze a trickle of blood into her mouth. I took it as a game, in a manner of speaking. I was curious to see what would happen and how my regeneration would react. My blood on her lips did the trick, and she now licked her lips before giving me a bite. Like a mosquito, I said honestly, with a smile. Did you think she was going to bite your hand off? Asked the patriarch, cheering up to see everything was going fine. I can tell you something else as well. Many people even derive pleasure from a vampire's bite. Does their saliva contain substances responsible for joy or pleasure? I asked. I remembered something similar from the movies. Of course not, Vasteron replied. That's a myth, made up by ill-educated fools. Uh-huh. It sounds logical, though, and people really are idiots. While we were speaking, the girl did not stop drinking my blood. According to my estimation, she'd already drunk at least a liter. She had also begun to moan loudly, making her grandfather turn away. I did not feel anything at all, and the loss of blood was having absolutely no effect on me. Perhaps I would notice the loss of blood when I dropped down dead? Dragon blood has regenerative properties which burn your fat as it is replenished. Thank you, system. You really set my mind at rest. Vasteron, is it going to take her long to suck? I began, breaking off halfway through the word. Drink my blood. It's just that I'm beginning to feel hungry and wouldn't mind a bite to eat myself. I have no clue. I have never come across this situation before, he said, shrugging his shoulders. By my reckoning, by the time she let my hand go and fell straight back to sleep, she'd drunk half my blood. She had not taken her eyes from me for a second, and probably had no idea what was happening. The doctor remained with the girl to monitor her condition, while the patriarch and I went to eat. He still had important matters to attend to, but he decided to take the time to have lunch with me. I shouldn't have told him I was hungry. The table was so overladen that it would have taken me more than a week to polish it all off. That did not stop me trying, however, and I was surprised how much I managed to fit in. Perhaps, along with my dragon blood, I had been given a black hole in my stomach. When it became difficult to breathe, I rose from the table and went to my rooms to have a nap for an hour, while the patriarch went off to deal with the prisoners and the consequences of the attack. I'd learned from him that griffins also had their advantages, and that I had eaten a whole one without even knowing it. As I was contemplating the tasty flesh, the patriarch told me it was griffin meat. I now found myself liking griffins, but only in their fried form, and drizzled with pomegranate sauce. I actually managed 2 hours sleep, and afterwards felt great again. Not a trace left of post-battle fatigue. I wondered how Leafa was. She was fine, getting better, and had stopped bleeding tears of blood. Then I made sure everything was in order in the castle, if you didn't count the 24 vampires fallen in the attack. It didn't sound many, but they were the ones who were at least 100 years old and considered dangerous opponents. What had suffered the most were the defenses. I figured their destruction had been the birdies' chief aim. I left the castle and headed for the camp with the resolute intention of avenging the attack. This time I would unleash true hell. It was the middle of the day, and there was practically nobody near the edge of the camp. What idiot would attack during the day? Me, of course. The defenses had not changed, and sticking out of the ground everywhere were spears for the detection of vampires. Why on earth were they necessary? I pulled one out and put it in my inventory. Then I did the same with the rest. Expensive bullshit artifacts, whose loss would cost them a pretty penny. By the time the loss was discovered, 2 hours had passed, and I'd snaffled 200 of the sticks, which amounted to roughly a quarter of the total. Shoot, I thought there would be fewer. People were already milling around the positions where the loss had been noticed, but I was invisible and heading to the other side to launch my attack from there. I was just about to torch the camp when suddenly I came across a field hospital. Well, I say hospital, but actually it was more like a load of people lying around, some on dirty rags, some on the ground, but all groaning loudly. I counted approximately 300. Hadn't I put arsenic in the water? It was possible these poor things had been poisoned, since most of them were gripping their stomachs and some were also vomiting. It looked that way. I took a bottle of zombie blood and dipped the tip of my awl in it. Then I changed my mind. Why scratch them if there was an easier way? I now produced a syringe, drew zombie blood into it, and began approaching the sick one by one, putting a drop of blood in each mouth. This way was much quicker, and nobody raised a fuss. In fact, nobody noticed anything. In such bad shape were they. Many were raving and convulsing from intoxication, and a mountain of corpses was already growing behind the hospital. I wondered where they disposed of them. It was a shame these dead couldn't be raised. I urgently needed the skills of a necromancer, and then I would conquer the whole world. Mwah, ha, ha, ha. Or at least more powerful arrows. As I strolled around the camp, I came across a group of peasants training with spears and shields. "Keep formation, you dirty rats!" Fighters like that I called meat. As a rule, they were the first rank sent into battle, and the vast majority of them would die. Those who survived would spend the rest of their lives trying not to think about a military career. One of them could not even hold his shield straight, earning him a strike across the back from a soldier's cane. "How can I let you go into battle if you can't even hold a shield correctly?" the bewhiskered man shouted, foaming at the mouth. "Maybe I should flog a couple of you to boost your motivation?" And he reached for his whip. Exchanging apprehensive glances, people backed away from him. But I didn't think he was going to do it. That would be stupid, and it wouldn't knock any sense into them. Vishook. No, I was wrong. The idiot whipped one of them anyway, aiming for the shoulder, but also catching the face and slashing the skin there. I did not like loudmouth assholes who dumped their problems on others. I took aim, and a burning arrow struck him in the belly. Ah! Oh, how he cried like a little girl. His new recruits leaped into action, but instead of standing in a protective ring around him, they simply scattered. "They've killed Trophim! Commander down! The boss is dead!" With a smile on my face, I ran on. Once again, camp was in turmoil, though not exclusively from the arrow which was frying Trophim's insides, but also from my pet zombies, which had woken up and begun to throw their weight around in the camp. The previously calm camp was now a cacophony of shouts, squeals, and roars. My work in this part of the camp was done. Walking past the well, I noticed it was sealed shut and the tent was gone. Where do they get their water from now? Over there, from those barrels under those carts. Unfortunately, it would be difficult for me to open the barrels without making a racket, and there were lots of folks milling around. Although, what about twatting them with some fiery explosion arrows? Hell yeah. I retreated to a distance of 20 yards before putting one arrow in each of the 5 carts. Here come the Knights Templar. I was in no mood to go running around the camp today, so I treated them to some arrows. Find him, brothers. A meathead was coming at me with a sword in his hands. I blinked forward to meet him and used my shadow blade to chop his sword arm off at the elbow. On the turn, I thrust my awl through the eye slit of another's helmet, before following that with another few stabs. 3 down. Surround him! Powder! Quick!
What's this powder they're shouting about?
I blinked backwards so as not to answer my own question from too close.
One of the temple knights began chucking around whole handfuls of white sand, which he took from a small sack radiating magic. The bastards were marking the spot so they could find it later.
An arrow in his eye, and he dropped down dead. What the hell did he expect, throwing his powder around like that? I did not spare my arrows, alternating fiery explosions with darkness arrows, and with the dead count upwards of 100, I was able to retreat. They would be looking for me there for a while to come. As I retreated, a shit ton of people were running towards the explosions, even a squad of orcs.
What could you possibly want over there? You were summoned, so just sit tight and keep your heads down.
The orcs looked strong, and they had a shaman, who was outrunning the warriors. Bow in hand, poison bite arrow, dead shaman. The orcs went apeshit as they stopped to search for the perpetrator of the crime. So what did I do? Nothing much. I just took from my inventory a squanderably low-quality bow, not even a system one, and shoved it into the hands of a temple knight before socking him in the jaw. He flew back a couple of meters and landed right in front of the orcs with the bow in his hands. "He killed the shaman. I saw it. It was him," I shouted, hiding behind a big tent. Coincidence? No. Vision. When a squad of temple knights reached us, after weaving their way through the carts and sleeping spaces, they were just in time to see the orcs chopping their brother to pieces. And then it all kicked off. I was curious to observe. For all their strength, the Knights Templar were no match for the orcs. Of course, I also joined in, shooting magi. The orcs soon acquired a taste for the fight, apparently giddy to be chopping anything that moved. Well, they were orcs, after all. The site of the fight would soon be a dream destination for vampires and sadists. So much blood was there and so many mangled bodies. My mission here complete, I ran on to find the next trouble spot. I must not forget the traditional destruction of all siege weapons. What do they want with them anyway? Correct, nothing. Words could not describe how good it was to have a petrol card in reserve. First, I dealt with all the sentries with my awl, which, by the way, was an excellent weapon. It would enter a brain easily, with a minimum of effort, and most importantly, with a minimum of noise. I remembered these carts from last time, when I hadn't had time for them. Now, I inspected them closer. Curious, they had no proper wooden parts. Only those it was impossible to fashion under field conditions. The other wooden parts I figured they were planning to find in the woods and make themselves when they reached the castle. Many of the details were metal, and unfortunately impossible to burn, so I was compelled to put them in my inventory. They did not all fit in, so for good measure I doused the rest in petrol and put a match to them. The whole lot went up like a beauty, and I hoped they would not be able to extinguish the blaze. I spent the next 3 hours roaming the camp and destroying the temple knights, whom by arrow, whom by awl, depending on circumstance. That was what it meant to find a new toy and be unable to put it down. My plans for the next couple of hours were to harass them some more until I got bored. However, new circumstances suddenly arose in the game when a dust cloud approached the camp along the road. The cavalry were on the way, at speed, and looking pretty baleful. Medieval knights, all of them tall, broad, dangerous, and totally encased in iron. Not a rotten apple among them. Fuck it, I'll wait for them to get closer. Then I fired 24 fiery explosion arrows in their direction. The whinnying of the horses and the howls of the wounded carried throughout the whole vicinity. Among them were magi, who bustled about close to the knights. Since they had magi, that meant they definitely required annihilating. So I charged towards them. As I approached, I hung marks on them and waited to see what would happen. A delegation of 100 men came out of the camp, so I had little time. I had to work fast before they had time to join forces. I took out one of the magi by putting an arrow in the back of his head. A second got a rupture arrow right in the chest, which blew it open. But I did not manage to kill the next one, despite taking aim.
Frankly, I was shocked by the number of magi flying at me. Fiery spheres, water whips, and all sorts of other magic gimmickry I didn't understand. All I had time to do was blink away. Seeing evidence of an altercation, the delegation accelerated. Now I had a choice: slink around them and strike from behind, or split. To my chagrin, I sensed I had to get out, for my head was swelling as it was from too many blinks and Uzis. I headed back to the castle, taking the path through the forest and hoping to do a spot of werewolf hunting on the way. Blowout. I didn't come across a single one. We had clearly given them a good seeing to yesterday. "System, can you send me on another task until nightfall?" I asked, not overly hopeful of a reply. "Do you have any desire to do battle on an archipelago of snakes?" "Oops," it replied. "Pardon me, I just remembered I have urgent matters demanding my presence in the castle." Everything was quiet in the castle. The vampires had cleared away the debris and patched up the demolished towers. I surveyed and accessed the condition of the internal courtyard. I reckon we would be able to hold off a siege. The main thing was not to be attacked from the air again. Those birdies were a little bit too nasty, difficult to kill even for me. You were forever having to check nothing was dive-bombing you. I remained in the castle until evening, finding time to chill, have supper, and arrange a joint sortie with the vampires. Before that, I had some time to kill, and I managed at last to invite myself to a sword fight training session. Everybody regarded me strangely and smiled at the awkward situation. The patriarch asked me 5 times if I really wanted this, and whether I wouldn't change my mind later. When I confirmed I definitely wanted it, he led me away to Christoph, who was the chief instructor. My sparring partner turned out to be Shagur. What a lucky chap. He was so pleased he even managed a smile. One might easily call today Vampire Smile Day. This castle has never seen so many smiles. For 4 hours, they beat the shit out of me. But I can honestly say it wasn't all that convincing, and I would just carry on hurling invectives at them. Since it was a training session, the use of skills was forbidden. It turned out I wasn't much of a fighter without my blinks. My reflexes and speed were okay, but I had zero technique. "Had enough? Or do you want to go on?" snickered Shagur. "You're toast, Fangboy," I retorted, wiping the sweat from my brow and charging him down again. As a result, my sword was knocked from my hand and it struck my shoulder, admittedly with its flat, but it was nevertheless painful. He was really getting my goat now. On the turn, when he wasn't expecting it, I launched a fist at his chin, throwing him 1/2 meter back. "Don't relax, Paleface." Now it was my turn to smile. He was back on his feet in no time, with a grin that portended terrible retribution. He was clearly enjoying the fight with me as well. Another thing I noticed was that Lifa had fully recovered and was now observing our rumble closely. Our duel was soon to take place, and she was studying my abilities. Study away. What's it to me? It didn't mean I was going to fight her without my skills. The vampire drew a second sword and came at me again. "This is where the real training begins," he blurted in an adrenaline-fueled frenzy before launching an attack which nearly took my head off. Yes, they did not stand on ceremony in these training sessions. The patriarch appeared and approached his granddaughter. "Enough," he said, bringing the session to a close. "You have a task to do soon, so you would do well to tidy yourselves up." "Yes, sir," said Shagur with a bow. "We've only just warmed up and you're already slinking off?" I said, making sure I had the last word and showing I was not tired, which was actually true. Vasteron raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Very well," he said, looking at Shagur. "You may have one more bout. I permit Varg to use all his powers." The vampire was immediately on the alert, it seemed, yet not enough to be frightened. No doubt he thought I could only present him any danger with my bow. He made the first move, and the fun began. I managed to dodge most of his strikes with ease using Blink, and was able to launch counterattacks from all angles.
I showered him with a hail of strikes from various positions, interspersing them with Uzis, which distracted him, if only for a few seconds. We fought for 5 minutes without either of us being able to take the upper hand. He did not allow me to get far enough away to use my bow, but I was holding my own as it was. However, when I'd had enough of playing around, I took 3 quick blinks upwards and drew my bow and a smoky arrow. The whole training ground was engulfed in thick black smoke, and the next moment a vampire came bowling out of it with a fractured ribcage. When the smoke cleared, everybody saw me standing there with a giant hammer slung over my shoulder. "So that's how you do it," the vampire sneered, as they poured blood into his mouth. The strike had been hard, though it could have been harder. Let's face it, I didn't want to kill him. He may have been a douchebag, but I could not deny his mastery. I absolutely did not want to get involved in a fight with Christoph or the Patriarch. I did have 1 or 2 tricks up my sleeve, but it was scary to even imagine what surprises they might have in store for me. In recent times, the system had begun to hand me some difficult situations, and it sure made life more interesting. The Patriarch had done everything just so. He had given me the opportunity to put Shigur in his place, showing the other vampires I was not to be sniffed at or provoked unnecessarily. "How are your scratches? Will you be requiring the assistance of a healer?" asked Vasteron, creeping up behind me noiselessly with his granddaughter. "I see the patient is well again. How did you sleep?" I asked the girl. She reacted, predictably and amusingly. "Don't growl, hamster," the Patriarch said, smiling and knocking her down a peg. I was trying hard not to burst into fits of laughter. "I am no longer wounded. Everything is healed. And I am ready for battle right now," I said, checking my body to make sure. The training session did not leave me unscarred. The vampire had not been shy of inflicting tiny cuts, which would not do me any great harm, but still. "That is excellent, then. You have 1 hour to rest before your combat mission." After relaying this excellent news, the Patriarch about turned and marched off. However, as though he had forgotten to say something, he turned sharply back to me and said, "Oh yes, how are you with heights? Are you not afraid of them?" His question made me instantly wary, looking for a catch. The only thing I could think of was the griffins, but I had seen for myself how they were mown down, which meant it was something else. "I'm okay with them, as far as I know," I replied with a tentative frown. "At least I wasn't afraid of them until just now." "That is good," he said drawlingly, making me even more suspicious of a big fat booby trap awaiting me. "By the way, Lafayette will be flying with you. She has recovered, thanks to you, and is ready for new adventures." Well, yes, I knew my girl was an ill-bred young thing. She hadn't bothered to thank the person who had saved her life, so I wasn't going to bother trying to instill elementary rules of etiquette in her. "A human! A freaking human!" she hissed in her spite and stamped her foot. How I understood her. I myself did not like accepting help from others. One should only count on oneself. That is what I thought, but at the same time I understood I would not be able to survive without my group. Shoot, I was already missing everyone. If I were to return and find someone had been killed or kidnapped, I would not envy the perpetrator. Oh, how I would not envy them. Chapter 18. So as not to risk them leaving without me, I arrived at the meeting place early. I had not been to this part of the castle yet, so everything was new to me. A number of simple buildings and stables. I would obviously have problems with a horse. I was definitely not ready for a long journey on one, and if I knew anything about these super people, they would ride like the wind and have a skillful command of the beasts, unlike my good self. I beg you, O system, hear my prayer. Please let our task be in no way connected to these sweet little horses with their foaming mouths and red eyes, regarding me in that carnivorous manner. What are you staring at? I could not contain myself and lashed out at the steed, or the mare. I couldn't tell the difference.
"Are you ready? Excellent. We shall move out straight away,"
said Kristoff when he found me.
"I see Varg has something in common with Lifayette. He also thirsts to do battle and does not pass up any chance to do so."
How did the old man always manage to creep up unnoticed like that?
I looked them up and down and could not understand the reason for their mirth. I had recently told the old man about my world, and he was probably imagining how silly I would soon be looking on a horse. "I have chosen this one," I said, pointing at the mare, and in confirmation of the statement, I stroked its muzzle.
"I'll kill him,"
said Lifa, stepping forward and showing her claws.
Wild is letting you touch her,"
said the patriarch thoughtfully, and casting a sidelong glance at his granddaughter.
"That is unusual."
"So that means I'm trying to wrest Lifa's horse away from her.
Screw it. It's got such a classy name as well. Varg will be riding wild. By the way, where are we going? Don't you want to tell me? I'm guessing not to the camp. That would be quicker on our own 2 feet.
"How astute of you,"
said Kristoff praisingly.
"We are going to Castle Ember, which is near the city of Argushal. It is one of the Order's residences. During our visit, the enemy's numbers will go into decline."
"So we're going to bust the castle. I'm all for it, and then we can rob it. By the way, my inventory's full. Do you need any of this garbage?" I asked, before emptying onto the ground the artifact spears, which immediately began to glow, and all the rest of the siege stuff I'd stolen from the humans' camp. How amusing were their faces when they saw all this. I don't know what surprised them most, the artifacts themselves or their quantity.
"How have you not collapsed under the weight of all that?"
asked Shigur with a whistle. "Loot is sacred," I replied, giving him a serious look before continuing with my business. "Well, do you need it?"
"Siege mechanisms and vampire artifact locators. Certainly we need them,"
said the patriarch, looking over everything.
"When we return, I shall find something to pay you with."
Wow, now that is interesting. I did so love receiving material thanks in foreign worlds. "I'm not interested in gold, only weapons and artifacts," I said, to simplify the job for him. "Best of all would be interesting kinds of arrow, and you could also give me the treasure that you call the Blood Moon. If you do that, I'll bring you half the castle." The girl growled and hissed at me, while everyone around broke into smiles.
"Were it only possible that your wish could be granted without your regretting it,"
said the patriarch with a shake of his head.
"Such gifts have robbed more than one owner of their life. Not everyone is able to master its power. Not by a long way."
I'm intrigued. But if it's capable of killing, and killing cleanly, then I'm also agreed. I shrugged my shoulders, unable to see the problem. Since the system came to my world, my entire life is one big risk. The main thing is that I don't have to settle any scores with my soul, because there's already a list of people desiring to do that.
"Never mind. It is not important now,"
said Vasteron, waving it away.
"Release our transport."
The vampires rushed down to the basement, which I found mildly odd because I thought they were supposed to let the sweet little horses out. When they revealed the actual transport, my mouth fell open in shock. Out of the basement they led dragons? Lizards? Fuck knows what they were, but they had wings. "You know, I think I've changed my mind about going with you," I announced as I tried to figure out how to do a vanishing act.
"Scared, yes?"
"You fucker. No way am I going to feed you my blood."
"These are viverns. They are very sweet, if you do not anger them."
"Viverns it is, then."
"Varg, you will fly with Lifa. She is a dab hand at controlling a vivern,"
said the patriarch. He then continued speaking, but I wasn't listening anymore. I was watching the die-hard lizards fight among themselves and lunge angrily at the vampires standing by. Do they fly high? Perhaps they didn't fly at all, but ran quickly, and I was panicking over nothing.
higher than the clouds, so that we cannot be detected," said Kristoff, to my joy. The business of mounting the beast was an epic palaver. It growled and threw itself at me, instantly making me want to twat its snout with my hammer. Backing off was something my personality would simply not let me do. All my life I had run away and hidden. But with the advent of the system, I promised myself not to do that anymore, and now I had no right to retreat. Leafa leaped into the saddle which the young Padawans had fitted on the beast's back, and stared at me as if to say, "Are you going to make me wait long? Can I fly with somebody else, just not her?" Since I had agreed, I could at least minimize my chances of being seriously hurt at the will of the pilot. Shit. I could see by his eyes that it wasn't happening, so I was forced to climb up onto the Viverne. Takeoff was terrifying, and I was convinced we were going to crash, and the flight itself was less than stellar. All I could think about was whether I would be able to land tolerably well using Blink and survive if anything went wrong. I had a couple of times considered experimenting with jumping from the top of the skyscraper, but never followed through with it. I was always stopped by the thought that if I lost consciousness in the air, there would be no one to activate Blink for me as I was about to land. "Is it a long flight?" I asked, shouting over the noise of the wind. 3 hours, at least. Now then, she's not even growling. And if you let go, the flight will end for you in a flash. What could I do? Fucking scary stuff. I held on tight to everything the girl had, whether it was proper or not. I didn't know what genius designed this form of transport, but there were no handles or anything for the passenger to hold on to. "Kiddo, if you throw me off, I'll get smashed up, and then I'll come to you every day in your dreams. And believe me, I'll be very boring." "Pfft," the girl snorted, but then was silent as my arms embraced her tighter and tighter. The flight seemed to last a whole lifetime. On occasion, I thought we were falling, but it was just Leafa showing off her pirouettes for me, and when I didn't fall, all she could do was tut. But how was I going to fall with my arms wrapped around her like a spider's? I hope she isn't going to demand I marry her after this. When the city lights showed themselves, I was truly happy, and when we landed, I once again appealed for help to the system. I had displayed no fear of heights, but the chick at the wheel of the Viverne was truly frightening, and considering she wasn't exactly enamored of me in the first place, cooking my goose might well be on top of her to-do list. We hunkered down in a small wood just outside the city. "How are you, Varg? In one piece?" Kristoff asked jauntily. "Uh-huh," I said reservedly. "Can I ask why you flew calmly while this mentalist was throwing pirouettes on her beast?" "Really? I do not even know what to say," he said, not finding anything to say. "Anyway, we will now divide into groups and enter the city. There are 31 of us. We'll split into pairs. It will be quicker." I remembered something. Back in the castle, Vasteron had asked me to deliver a load here. They had collected flammable mixtures and sacks of explosives. When you set light to them, there would be an explosion, just like with our grenades. I threw everything on the ground, and the vampires approached one by one to choose whatever they felt they needed. "You are a useful person," the squad commander said, assessing my inventory. "Will you go alone or pair up with someone?" Thinking briefly, I voted to go on my own. I was used to it that way. I was an invisible, after all, and could flee at any moment, and I didn't want to have to be responsible for a partner. Kristoff gave us all artifactual pendants to hang around our necks. When the stone began to vibrate, that meant it was time to head for the rendezvous point in the wood. According to their plans, we would be here for somewhere between 6 and 24 hours, depending on how things progressed. If everything suddenly went badly, we might even leave earlier. We were banking on not being expected, and the city was important for Godric, as was the castle. The vampires moved out towards the city, and I followed them. They had all received instructions back in the castle, and each of them knew where to go. If I understood correctly, their main target was the city, and after that, if possible, the castle. There were plenty of soldiers in the castle at present, and they required luring out onto the street first by means of disorder before we could go for the castle. I, naturally, had chosen the castle as my target. So, Was I or was I not Varg? Of course I was Varg. And for that reason I chose the most difficult place, added to which there was loot in there, and doubtless the very sweetest loot. That's a point. I've never robbed a treasury before. It's high time I started. I've been roaming these worlds like a hobo. But I might end up in another world where gold is in favor, and apart from 100 coins, I've got nothing else of value. We came out of the forest and immediately saw the road leading to the city gates. It bore carts with torches fixed to the sides, making it easy to see how many there were. We followed the road about halfway to the castle, and then the vampires scattered in various directions. I decided not to turn off, but to enter in style, as the saying goes. I waited for a carriage to come along and blinked up onto its roof. Shoot, it rocked so much I didn't understand how you could travel in it. I got to the castle no problem, and entered it likewise. The sentry saw the carriage and its passengers and waved it straight through without so much as a cursory glance inside. Despite them checking all the carts quite thoroughly, and by all appearances quite profitably, by the gate stood a variety of confiscated items, such as bottles of wine and baskets of eggs. A couple of blocks into the city, I jumped down when I realized the carriage was not destined for the castle. Pity. Otherwise, I would be delivered right to my destination, and possibly I would have to pay in gold as for a taxi. I reached the castle on foot, studying the town intently on the way. Now, what can I say? Everything was in a sorry state of repair. Dirty, all the usual aromas. Despite the legions of dead men hanging around, it smelled better in my town. The castle gates were shut fast, without even so much as a narrow gap between them to see what was going on inside. Although, what did I need with a gap when I had vision? Nothing to see. No sentries by the gates. No one at all anywhere, in fact. Odd. Was it a trap? I checked out the walls from top to bottom and through them, but saw nothing suspicious. They were not high, just 3 meters, but they were made of stone, and it was obvious that the castle had not been built to withstand a siege, but more likely as a symbol of power. Blinking up onto the wall, I was now able to see a patrol walking to and fro. After a couple of minutes, 3 jolly guardsmen rolled into view, clearly under the influence, and staggering towards the gates. Well, that's all clear then. Abandoning your post for a glass or two of the hard stuff, eh? Good security here, I must say. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just start killing them on the spot, for someone might raise the alarm, which would derail the vampires' mission in the town. They should already be slicing up soldiers and preparing to create a diversion. I headed for the castle. The first hour I spent just sniffing the place out, wary of making any superfluous movements. The world was magic, after all, and every last little detail had to be inspected, and some of it involved the use of magic vision. I was compelled to kill 7 mugs who were just wandering around and happened to cross my path. As a temporary measure, I hid the bodies in my inventory, and would think what to do with them later. So far, the rooms were really dull. The kitchen was of no interest, and neither were the reception hall or the servants' quarters. The only thing of any interest was the portrait room, where hung a 3-meter portrait of Godric, among others, and I put a dozen of the oldest and most interesting in my inventory. I didn't need them personally, but they might come in handy as trophies for the patriarch. Seek and ye shall find. And vision had now helped me seek out some treasure. How grand that sounded. When in actual fact, all it had helped me find was the study of the owner or the director of the castle. That's a point. Why isn't this room locked? No doubt it wasn't the done thing around here to just waltz into the master's room. One wall was adorned with another portrait of Godric, mounted on horseback and wearing full plate armor. Why aren't you flying a Wyvern, you fucker? Purely by accident, vision stumbled upon a small room full of books hidden behind a cupboard. I wondered how I was going to open the back of the cupboard. There were no books in it, but there was lots of crap, which I began to pick up piece by piece and check for a hidden mechanism. Nothing. Then I checked the table. Also nothing, except some documents, which I deposited in my inventory.
I could think of nothing better than to smash through the rear panel. So I drew my sword and used vision to search for a mechanism. It was on a cable which disappeared into the wall. Just a few strikes, not too loud, and I was through the cupboard, with all the hard work behind me. Poking my hand through, I cut the cable and was in the treasury. A dozen trunks, only 3 of which weren't empty, or rather only 3 of which contained anything but papers. Most likely bonds, perhaps even balance sheets. Yes, well, Godric had overspent on this war. My loot was 2,000 gold coins and 3,000 silver, along with 6 sacks of precious stones. Unfortunately, I found no weapons, but in return for the money, I was able to leave the corpses from my inventory. Next, I headed for the library, at whose door I discovered 2 armed men in conversation. "Why have we got to hang around here when our brothers are out there annihilating the unclean?" complained one of them. "They get so many slave girls for killing those beasts." If I understood correctly who he was talking about, he was dreaming. "Still the same idiot you always were," sighed the other. "All you're going to do out there is lay down your life. If there aren't enough chicks in your life, go and buy one. There's more than enough trash on the market. But in the castle, there's only a few hundred, and believe me, the ones that survive aren't going to end up with an idiot like you." "How come I'm an idiot all of a sudden? Aren't I allowed to dream?" "No, you're not," I said, adding my 2 cents worth as I shoved my awl into the lad's eye. The second reached for his sword, but I was already behind him and slitting his throat. Another 2 corpses in my inventory. No point leaving them lying around here. There was no one in the library, and there weren't even that many books, maybe a couple of hundred. As I put them in my inventory, it occurred to me I would soon run out of space in there. I was just about to move on when I heard the distant sound of explosions in the town. "Here we go," I said, drawing my bow and running to where the soldiers were based. The alarm had not yet been raised in the castle, but people were already awake and leaving their rooms and barracks to find out what had occurred. The whole of the 2nd floor was given over to barracks, and was inhabited not exclusively by the experienced warriors, but also by the callow youths. I selected a convenient position in the south wing and began shooting anyone who strayed into my line of vision. "Where?" The unfinished question came from a lad clocking the bodies in the corridor. For unfinished, read, "cut short by one of my arrows." In just 10 minutes, I managed to fell 100 people. There really were an awful lot of them, and in order not to raise too much clamor, I gave them the opportunity to exit their rooms before shooting them. It was never going to be as smooth as all that, however, and some managed to catch sight of their dead comrades and quickly run back inside. There were 2 rooms of them, and they would now be rousing everyone else and getting them all armored up. For the time being, I did not interrupt them. Now people had stopped coming out of their rooms, I took a stroll through the rooms where people were still sleeping. In the first one, I quickly stabbed everyone's brains with my awl and then ran straight back out. I did check all their equipment with evaluation, but it was nothing but garbage, nothing of interest. By the time I had cleared just 2 rooms, the corridor was already heaving with people bustling around the dead. "Raise the whole garrison. We're under attack from the forces of darkness." A broad-shouldered man with dark hair down to his waist began barking orders. "Brother Ashal, how could the Darks possibly have broken into our residence?" asked a very young lad, who nonetheless had a tight hold on a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. "These Darks are like slime, which always finds a way to seep through and kill everything you hold dear." His words might have rung true with me were it not for the fact that I'd seen what they did with their prisoners and how they treated those who did not belong to their order. Blink, and Ashal's head burst from a powerful hammer strike, spraying the young lad and other bystanders with his brains. I did not stop at this, however, continuing to swing my hammer and destroying 2 or 3 people per swipe, so densely packed were they standing. The only one I didn't touch was the young lad. For some reason, I wanted him to remember this for the rest of his life. I could clearly recall the faces of the girls who had been tortured by these holy people, and I had precisely 0 pity for the latter, And anyway, I wasn't interested in all their nonsense about gods and whatever. I believed in the system and couldn't give a toss who else there was. At the periphery of my hearing, I detected laughter, which sent shivers down my spine. And it seemed it wasn't only me hearing it. But there was no time to think anyway. It was time to retreat, which is what I did, using Blink to get to the furthest corridor where there were no people and where I swapped my hammer for my bow. The people had cottoned on to the fact that they were being picked off by an invisible, and now stood with their backs to the wall, waving their swords willy-nilly in the hope of catching me. They also blocked the entrance to the corridor so I could not slip away. Luckily, Blink was able to carry me above their heads. A dark energy arrow fitted to my bow, and I did not envy them as I launched it at the end of the corridor where they were waiting for me. The result was a monstrous explosion that released an all-consuming dark energy which melted even the stone of the walls, if the new black smudges were anything to go by. The howls and groans of pain increased in intensity. While they were still confused about what had happened, I fired another arrow about 20 meters ahead of me, thus cutting off the people's exit from this hell. Then I began thwacking fiery explosions at them. Oof. The smell of roasting flesh. The agile among them managed to skip back into their rooms, but most of them died right there in front of my eyes. Chapter 19. While they were trying to figure out who had attacked them, I descended the servants' spiral staircase to the first floor and came out into the courtyard. The yard was a hive of activity. The soldiers had been awoken by the alarm and were forming into ranks, and since it was nighttime, they looked just great. One guy had put his cape on back to front and was now, after receiving a ticking off, feverishly attempting to redress the issue right there on the parade ground. Okay, nothing to think about here. For starters, 3 fiery explosion arrows were launched in their direction, scattering the ranks. Then a dark energy flew through the door of the barracks. And to finally sow utter panic, that was followed by a smoky arrow. I jumped down from the roof of the barn and nipped inside. There I produced a petrol canister card and doused everything with the fuel. Back outside, and invisible now, I poured a trail of petrol from that barn to another, a hay store. This I soaked generously as well, before making another trail, this time to a granary. It was locked, so I was forced to smash off the lock. During the next 30 minutes, I mined 7 buildings and stretched a fuel trail to a safe distance from them, as well as leaving the vampires' explosive powder everywhere for greater effect. The smoke soon dispersed to reveal soldiers and magi everywhere, and I found myself having to maneuver in order to avoid magic I didn't understand. I watched as their sorcery covered areas 5 to 10 meters squared, but nothing else happened, which meant they could be spreading seeking spells. I jumped up onto a wall and shot a fiery explosion into the puddle of petrol which radiated the trails of fuel. Whoosh! The puddle exploded, and the fire spread quickly to the buildings. As soon as it reached the first one, the whole thing went up, and with such a shocking column of flame that even I was frightened. Whoosh! There went another one. Whoosh! And another one. The buildings exploded in turn, showering everything in the vicinity with burning wreckage. The explosions in the town had not been a patch on what was happening here. Perhaps I shouldn't have left so many sacks of powder? No, that's nonsense, I thought, immediately dismissing the notion. I reckoned the vampires had already seen the explosions and were rejoicing. Did you see that? The dumbfounded Lafayette asked Christophe, with whom she was partnered. It would have been difficult not to, he replied, no less surprised but not showing it. There are none of our people there, and that means it's Varg, hissed the girl, who today had killed 33 of Godric's men and incinerated 6 buildings. The girl was shocked, and also very angry. Surely that creep hadn't outdone her here as well, had he? What sort of idiot did you have to be to carry out a solo raid on a castle packed to the rafters with people from the Order? I want to go there too, she pleaded, looking at her commander beseechingly. He shook his head, before turning sharply to stab another person attacking them from behind.
Varg will cope by himself or die,
he said. He also wanted to go where the interesting stuff was going down, to allow his blade to drink its fill of blood. But first and foremost, he had to think about the task in hand.
Too much depends on us. We cannot take that risk. If we go there, there is a chance of getting stuck and not completing our task here in the town.
I understand.
The girl clenched her teeth and threw a knife at someone on the roof.
Good throw.
Kristoff praised her as he watched the falling corpse.
He was warned not to climb up there,
said the offended girl, drawing a smile from Kristoff.
On the way back, I'm definitely going to throw him off the Viverne.
Kristoff burst out laughing. He had 2 daughters of his own, who were both 100 years old, and he remembered them well at this age. The younger one, Narita, had given one young vampire a serious beating and dragged him home by the scruff of his neck as if to say, "You're my guy now." Life was tough for female vampires of her age, especially with such strong blood as Lafayette's. The vampire shook his head. If I didn't manage to escape, I was in for a rough ride with her, and I wasn't sure I would be able to. It was not for no reason that Vasteron was one of the strongest and smartest vampires. If he wanted something, he always got it. System! What enormous fun this is! I stood on the wall shooting people, just like in a shooting gallery. I did get nicked myself a couple of times myself, it was true. And I figured half of them could see me just fine, but that was cool. It even made the game more extreme. It was also true that the wall was a wall in name only by now. For the Magi were pounding it with some shit that made half a meter of it vanish in the blaze of every explosion. Whoops. There goes another one, unable to react fast enough to raise his shield. Now he's got an arrow in his head. "Kill him! He's here alone!" shouted somebody I couldn't see. Why is he saying that? Everyone's trying so hard as it is. Just look at the quantities of bolts, arrows, and magic flying my way. They weren't exactly shooting at me, but they were firing randomly in the hope of catching me by chance. Another 3 men fell, and it was time for me to split. 3 smoky arrows would not engulf the whole area, but they would stir up a certain chaos. Meanwhile, helping myself with blinks, I ran along the wall, then jumped to a lower level and sprinted for the castle. On the way, using vision and magic vision to check everything out, I continued in my search for new targets, and of course, I found none. But who was I actually hoping to find? At the very least, someone important, but they all looked the same to me. I went down to the kitchen, the holiest of holies, which was now empty, and mined it with petrol and wonder powder before leaving a trail of fuel. The explosion blew out all the windows, made a chunk of wall vanish, and caused the second floor to avalanche down to the first. Again, I'd gone overboard with the powder. Then I ran around the castle, slicing every armed person I saw. Interestingly, there were no women here, just one big brotherhood of men. Just as I was thinking of going back out into the courtyard, the system woke up. Attention! You have a task. The northern tower must be destroyed. Reward: gray boxes, 200 pieces. Gray trinket casket, 1 piece. Yes or no. I saw no reason to refuse, so I accepted the task. Then I wondered what the system's problem with the tower was. Then again, I couldn't really care less. I urgently had to concoct a plan to destroy it, for it wasn't small. With so many soldiers on the way to extinguish the burning castle, I could not get to the tower from the yard. Shoot, I would have to wait. They were collecting water from the well. I jumped up onto the roof of an undamaged building, drew a dark energy arrow, and let fly at the well. 10 men died instantly. Another 24 were injured by the angry energy, and most importantly, the well was now consumed in darkness. Naturally, they might have had other sources of water, but if nothing else, they had one less now. After that, I ran towards the tower, forced on the way to kill about 30 people who were seriously hindering my progress. No sooner had I entered the tower than I realized the problem. Inside was a temple. And everywhere I turned, there were altars and images of their saints, and maybe gods? Who knew? I certainly didn't. It was a good thing I believed exclusively in the system and didn't care a jot for their holy places. I fought my way to the first floor, where there was an entire defense system. A double door, followed by a grill, then a barrack room containing 20 beds. Not bad protection for a temple, if that's what it was. I unloaded 10 canisters and all the powder I had left, and it even occurred to me that maybe it wasn't enough. What else have I got? A couple of grenades, but they probably wouldn't work in this world. They wouldn't even blow up in my world anymore. Meanwhile, as I was thinking, I heard footfalls above me.
They were coming for my soul.
There was only one thing for it. I drew fiery explosions and dark energy arrows, 10 of each, and launched them at the powder. If they didn't blow that freaking tower to pieces, I would go in search of a bulldozer. I jumped out of the tower via a first-floor window, and after retreating 20 meters, I thwacked a fiery explosion arrow into the doorway. Despite my fatigue, I did not spare the blinks in my efforts to escape before the arrow reached its destination. A blast behind me. No, a blast behind me. Enough to turn the nighttime to daylight for just a few seconds. Then the stones came raining down from the sky, followed by the rumble of the collapsing tower. I got nearly as far as the gates, but the area here was already strewn with stones and burning debris. The tower fell right onto the castle, causing serious damage and setting the roof alight. You have completed the task. As a reward, you receive gray boxes, 200 pieces, gray trinket caskets, 1 piece. The lightest boxes I had ever held. Amazingly. Attention. You have destroyed the shrine of the 3 holy faces. The whole pantheon of light has declared you the spawn of the dark, and appealed to all its followers to find and capture you. Pfft, scary stuff. I raised my fist to the sky and flicked them my middle finger. They could fuck off with their appeals. Standing on a donjon above the gates, I hurriedly shot soldiers and stopped them making it into the town. There was no less devastation there, and the wind was blowing in my direction, bearing smoke and ash from the fires there. Shoot, the vampires were going great guns. They'd probably burned down half the town already, despite their small squad. It was now clear why they were considered so dangerous. If there were 200 of them, the whole town would cease to exist in the space of one night. In 2 hours, I did not experience a single decent pushback. The survivors understood they weren't getting into the town. However, they also didn't want to burn alive in the castle. As a result, the body count in the internal quad grew at a dizzying rate. Unfortunately, it couldn't go on forever, and an amulet was activated, giving the signal to retreat. It would be silly to remain here alone, for the simple reason that I would not be able to find my way back, and clearly nobody was going to wait for me. Oh, how I did not like teamwork, but what could I do? I was not the first to arrive in the forest, and when I got there, 2 other vampires had beaten me to it and were now standing by their tethered viverns, Christoph and Lafayette. Had fun? I asked, approaching them with a wave. Personally, I had a wonderful time. The girl darkled, while Christoph smiled.
Was it you who destroyed the castle?
She asked indignantly as she ran up. Uh-huh. I had no idea what I might have done wrong, but I wasn't going to deny it. As it turned out, vampires could blush.
Pay no heed,
Christoph interrupted.
She is upset that you might have a greater tally than her.
What tally? Again, I was clueless, but I very much wanted to know.
Her personal tally. Never mind, do not worry your head about it,
the vampire said dismissively, and continued fiddling with his animal's harness. I did not understand a thing, but it was all very interesting. She was no doubt planning to ask me how many I'd killed and then say she'd killed more. You know, she was the victor and I was a pathetic human. An interesting game, but she stood no chance. The only thing I could do apparently was break and kill. And here she stood, frowning, and definitely trying to think of some nastiness to deal me. Don't be sad, Lefa. You will one day become as tough as me, but in the meantime, here, take this. and I handed her a bar of milk chocolate. I hoped it wouldn't kill her. As I usually found with young girls, I figured it would be easier to bribe her than to try and understand her. And a homebound flight with a slighted Lifa? Oh, system save me. I explained what the gift was and advised her to try a little bit first, rather than chuffing it all down in one. But what if it was poison to a vampire? Would the patriarch torture me to a long and devious death when I got back? I have never seen anything like that before, said Kristoff, taking interest and regarding me expectantly. Wow, and this guy was 200 years old? Really? What the hell did he want with chocolate? Here, I said, extending him a bar made by a company previously well known back home. Despite my warning, they wolfed the chocolate and now looked rather unnerved. We have nothing even remotely close to that, said Kristoff with surprise, yet also with an obvious smidgen of gratification. Give me more. Lifa was by my side in a wink and looking entreatingly into my eyes. More sweet treats from my world were extorted from me, and the two of them put so much away that they deserved a pop. The flight back was simply fairy tale. It was good when no one tried to kill you at every convenient opportunity. It cost me a kilogram of candy, and while Lifa was chewing, she had no time for me, so I was able to enjoy the ride and the excellent bird's-eye view of this world. We had been flying above the clouds for approximately an hour, and I was almost relaxed. Mistake. Suddenly, a griffin rider jumped up through the clouds and attacked a vivern with 2 passengers on its back. Everything happened so quickly, I didn't have time to react, and the 2 flying monsters locked together in a skirmish before plummeting down without a thought for their riders. Shoot them quickly, Lifa shouted, turning around to me. Fuck. All the other creatures dived after the first one, and the ride stopped being quite so enjoyable. It won't help, I shouted into her ear over the noise of the wind. We've got to get further away from them. It's pointless. Griffins fly faster than viverns, she said. Good news. I had no experience in shooting from astride a vivern, and it was anything but easy. My first arrow missed its mark by 0.5 meter, likewise the second. The vampires also joined in the dogfight, and nobody even so much as thought of fleeing. It took me about 12 shots to get the knack of it. The problem was that the beasts maneuvered very sharply and were never in the same position for a second too long. However, for every cunning fox, there is one even more cunning, as the saying goes, and I began to hang marks on them. I noticed that when they flew down below the clouds to prepare for another attack, they would freeze for a short while in one position. Then I was able to pull away from them, for I could see their locations clearly on the map and shower them quickly with arrows. Not 10 minutes had passed, and I had killed 5 riders and 3 griffins. I felt sorry for the birdies, dropping like that, as though poleaxed. They would have made a delicious ragout, but unfortunately from that height there was nothing to gather except bloody pancakes. I treated them to Uzis as well, only not the griffins but the riders, and I tried to hit them just at the moment when they were attacking vampires. It was a setback for them, which my befanged friends were able to use to their advantage, stabbing them with their swords. The aerial engagement lasted half an hour, during which time we lost 4, which was tragic, although the griffins were totally annihilated. Once again, I felt like a fish out of water, with the utter inconvenience of shooting on the wing. I had missed often, and it made me really mad to know I'd ballsed up. To my surprise, however, the girl thought differently. You tried hard. We could have lost many more, believe me, she said. I didn't know how she'd sensed my state of mind, but she'd decided to encourage me. It is not easy to fight against griffins from the back of a vivern. These sweet creatures may be able to fly, but they are useless in battle. What an interesting joke of nature, to provide wings but not brains. It was now clear why the griffins had attacked the viverns. The latter weren't able to put up a fight and immediately began to lose altitude. We returned to the castle exhausted and battle-scarred, but victorious. How did the operation go? Asked Vasteron when he greeted us. Was your journey easy?
Everything went better than we could have imagined, replied Kristoff. Varg destroyed half the castle by himself, and we half the town. Chaos currently reigns there, and all the people are horror-stricken.
It is gratifying to hear such news,
said the old man with a smile, before turning his gaze on his granddaughter.
I trust Lafayette has behaved well.
It was now my turn to chuckle. My reaction did not go unnoticed, and because she was standing right by my side, I received a painful elbow to the ribs. That's how she behaved, I said, holding my side and feigning great pain.
You are a better warrior than an actor.
He did not miss anything.
You are no doubt weary from your travels. The table is laid. Let us proceed to the banqueting hall.
We sat at the table, discussing business and sharing our successes. As usual, I surprised everybody with my trophies and the news concerning the destruction of the Temple of Light. After lunch, everybody went off to rest, including me. Not, however, before my secret was revealed, and I was made to open 20 boxes and hand out food nobody had seen before, to everyone's delight. Back in my room, I conducted an audit of my reserves and came to the conclusion they would last for a week. In the morning, the patriarch was waiting for me in his rooms. He informed me some of the people had left the camp temporarily and it was now badly protected. Their entire siege was not going to plan, and they had to think urgently how to back out of the escapade. They had withdrawn almost all of their forces from the town, leaving it defenseless, and discontent was brewing and threatening to snowball into rebellion. Godric did not have many options left. The patriarch did not doubt he would find a way out, and our task was to wait for an opportune moment to strike. He proposed waiting until nightfall before attacking their camp with full force. I was categorically against the idea. Of course, it sounded good, and we would probably win. But if something went wrong, our losses would also be high, and then there would be no one to defend the castle. Not to mention the fact that I seriously had to complete my system task. I wanted my clan, and a portal that would whip me away from this cold, unfriendly place where there wasn't anyone to feed me. My idea involved me attacking first during the day, followed by everyone else arriving at night to finish off whoever was left. They liked the plan, but they warned that the camp was obviously expecting an attack and may have thought up a way to deal with my invisibility. I waved away their concern and said I would think of something as I went along, but the patriarch was categorically against letting me go to the camp alone.
Our intelligence has reported prisoners saying they have found a means of fighting against invisibles,
he said, standing his ground.
I propose you take my dozen-strong combat unit with you. Should any problems arise, they will be able to pull you out of there.
I realized he was serious and would not deviate from his plan. He couldn't always be a kind and amenable old man, now could he? This was the patriarch of a strong clan speaking with me right now. Can you at least guarantee they won't get in my way? I asked, very much hoping I wouldn't have to look after them on top of everything else.
No, they will wait for you by the camp and intervene exclusively upon your signal,
he replied, dropping a clear hint concerning amulet use. Let me guess, Lafayette will be one of the dozen? The situation was beginning to unnerve me.
That is correct. She is a powerful warrior and will come in handy. And besides, she needs to better herself.
What an interesting freaking argument.
It pains me to admit it, but there remain no further gains for her in this castle. She has grown out of it, but she still has at least 10 years left before she can graduate to the big wide world. It is difficult for her here, and there is nothing to do. She requires fearful opponents and problematic situations.
Maybe we should give her a chess set, so she could learn to use her brain from the comfort of home?
Who made me say that?
The chess set that had dropped from a brown box and now lay idle, I had to give away, but the patriarch was immediately intrigued and asked me to teach him how to play. He played 10 games with me, then went off in search of a new victim, holding in his hand detailed instructions concerning the game.
He did not even bother to come out and see us off when we left the castle, so engrossed in the game was he.
You have ruined my grandfather, grunted the scowling Lifa. Cough up. Was it just my imagination, or did every world I visited begin to go mad? I was forced to give her some apricot cakes. With a heavy sigh, I realized the vampires here were not proper vampires. How could she destroy sweetmeats with such a contented look on her face? She was supposed to suck liters of blood from a human, which she then discarded like an empty juice carton. Although I wasn't against it, the cockles of my heart were currently being warmed by the patriarch's gifts. He had not forgotten about the reward he'd promised in return for trophies, and he also liked Godric's pictures, which now hung in the communal lavatory. Grandpa presented me with a barrel of something very cool. No, not wine, but poison of the immortals. It sounded dramatic, but in actual fact it was a poison that did not kill. This poison, he informed me, was derived from vampire blood and was therefore very rare and expensive. Its power was in causing wild hallucinations. I was already imagining how to use it, but the vampire surprised me further with another usual property of the potion. You could wipe it on any steel, and it would dry in a matter of seconds. It began to take effect when it entered human flesh or the bloodstream. Basically, it did not spoil or evaporate. I brushed 500 basic arrows with it, and they took on a reddish hue. Now I was ready to create utter chaos. As I approached the camp, I could not for the life of me see any of the problems the patriarch had warned me about. Chapter 20. On the outside, nothing had changed in the camp, but I sensed something was amiss. As soon as I stepped over the hypothetical boundary, a siren sounded. So that's it. People were on their feet in a flash and scurrying around the camp. Using magic vision, I checked out the point through which I had entered the camp, but saw nothing. Odd. There was nothing here except for the spears and amulets, which were the same as before. I had no clue what the secret was, but people were running, shouting, casting spells, and panicking. They were aware of my presence, but not my precise location. What was the point of a defense system like that? Perhaps I should give them a clue. I shot an arrow into the neck of a ginger temple knight and retreated hastily. As I fired more arrows on the hoof, I appreciated how much easier it was on terra firma than on the back of a flying viverne. I ran as far as a very convenient siege tower. I didn't understand why it had been built so far from the castle, but that was their business. Of 8 towers, only 2 were ready, so I jumped onto one of them using Blink and began raining down arrows on the people running hither and thither below. I wasted no fewer than 100 people before my location was sniffed out, at which point the Temple Knights began flinging magic at their own tower. I ducked down below the battlements, but soon realized it was a bad idea, and the tower shuddered and began slowly to collapse. There really were hordes of them this time. 2 blinks, and I was on the ground and running away from them. Let's just see how long they last. "He's close. Don't let him get away," they shouted. Shame I didn't care. Before I managed to put a decent distance between us, something unforeseen happened. A semi-transparent dome began to descend over the camp. Most unusual. 10 seconds later, it completely covered the whole camp, cutting off all my escape routes. Had they decided to lock me in? I couldn't believe my eyes. Did they think they could catch me? Yeah, right. It was they who were trapped, not me. After a moment's thought, I ran to the center of the camp where I found a field kitchen. As I ran, I noticed everyone looking for me, casting spells all over the shop and throwing around their powder in the hope of catching me. Good luck in your hunt for the invisible man. In the field kitchen, brew bubbled away in cauldrons that came up to my waist. Producing the poison of the immortals, I poured generous amounts into each cauldron, and while those fuckers were herring around looking for me, I prepared them a feast to remember. Feast prepared, I moved away to a spot with fewer soldiers, namely the improvised stables, where I climbed to the top of a haystack and waited for them to tire. Let's face it, they still didn't know whether they'd trapped me in the dome or not. If I sat here quietly, they might think I'd escaped. And that is precisely what happened, only not quite so soon. They kept up the frantic search for another 2 hours, even checking the horses. Although the search wasn't exactly thorough, and all they were really doing was walking around in the hope of accidentally bumping into me. The horses did not like having strange white powders scattered around them, and they became nervy, making the people quit the stables. Interestingly, when the people eventually returned to their regular business, the dome was not removed. A squad walked past me, all of them complaining to their commander that a battle-ready siege tower had been wrecked, and now they would have to go looking for lumber in the forest. I had trouble restraining myself from destroying the second tower just to see the expressions on their faces. No, I mustn't. I was as restrained as a rock flying towards a face. Let them go and feast. I'll wait. It all panned out just as I'd supposed. The soldiers were hungry and soon went to have lunch, and I kept close so as not to miss the show. I hoped Vasteron hadn't been lying about the hallucinations. Turned out he had, and big time. He hadn't said they would be like this. People were transforming into wild beasts before my eyes, turning pale, yelling and growling after just a couple of spoonfuls of broth, as well as biting and talking the sort of bullshit you wouldn't even hear in a madhouse. Someone was blubbering, doubled up on the ground. A guy who had yet to eat ran over to the victim and took him by the shoulders to check what exactly was happening, drawing a frightened reaction of growls and champing that took one of his fingers off. And the same thing was happening to several hundred soldiers at once. A hefty temple knight was flailing a broadsword and madly trying to beat off people trying to help him. "Don't come anywhere near me, you hyenas of Sharima. I didn't kill her, I swear, I loved her," he shouted deliriously, keeping them all at arm's length. Who are they?" Another man shrieked as he plunged a dagger into his own belly and clearly felt no pain. This was the first phase, and it only got more interesting. The lab rats were behaving more and more aggressively, and practically all of them were now attacking armed people, battling ghosts in their ravings. The whole place became a wrecking yard and slaughterhouse. Those who had drunk the poison of the immortals transforming into berserkers. Ignoring the injuries and pain, they fought an enemy visible only to them. I could not, of course, tear myself away from the spectacle, but I did decide to lend everyone a hand, and soon the battlefield was clouded in smoke. "Get the Magi here fast. Get rid of this damned smoke. The spy hasn't fled. He's still here." Magi, huh? Ah, there they were, 2 of them, lying on the ground, full of arrows. The mention of Magi gave me an interesting idea. I walked around the camp, specifically seeking out Magi, not to kill them, oh no, just to wound them lightly. An arrowhead smeared with poison of the immortals in the leg, and your man was good to go, at which point the camp descended into true pandemonium, the mentalists flinging their magic around willy-nilly and killing their own people. Those who had not partaken of the poison somehow managed to muster together, and now they were popping off their own infected and rampaging soldiers. Then I joined the game, attacking their cohesive squads and poisoning any soul that came within range. The camp became a human hell. During the night, the vampires came, and by morning all that was left of the camp was memories. The dome held out for another 4 hours, before gradually fizzling to nothing. When nighttime came, I was able to observe just what these children of the night were capable of. Everyone, even the students, had been sent to this fight, and it was intensely bloody. One fool even jumped me when I deactivated my invisibility. He was confused, if you can believe that, and I was compelled to punch him in the face to cool his gung-ho ardor. I was hacked off enough as it was when a message from the system arrived. "Attention! Your task in this world is completed. Important note: you may return to your world if you so desire. The maximum time you are allowed to remain in this world is 72 hours. Important note: your reward will be credited upon your return.
All that remained for me to do here was wrap up my business, and then I could go home to fresh adventures. Of course, I could have left then and there, but that would have been less favorable for me. I figured it would be wise to hang around for at least a short while, to squeeze some gifts from the patriarch. I knew what was what, naturally, and I didn't want to waste time, but shoot, this poison was the stuff of fairy tales. It would no doubt cost a pretty packet on the trading platform, while here it was no sweat to obtain 30 liters. It was also not worth forgetting about the duel. Although I had a sneaking suspicion it would have negative consequences for me later. I sensed a hint of hidden agenda here, like Grandpa was playing some game with me. Okay, that's decided then. I'll get some poison and fuck off home straight away.
Our business here is done. It remains only to gather the trophies and transfer them to the castle, said a battle-weary Kristoff. But they don't need us for that, so let us go home.
On the way back to the castle, there was nothing to do but chat. Big losses? I asked, interested to know how many young vampires had been slain today.
Not too bad. Many fewer than there would have been were it our castle under siege, replied Kristoff.
I understood him. Discussing losses was never pleasant. I also didn't like learning how many warriors my side had lost. The greater your losses, the weaker you became. And I might then be forced to put some work in, which was not a prospect I relished. The prospect I relished was of doing battle in new worlds. Rain. My first experience of it in this world. Vasteron had said it was a very rare phenomenon in these parts. We were met in the castle with warmth and joy, despite the dearth of vampires here now, most of them having stayed in the camp. The patriarch called us directly to his study to hear our report. As it transpired, Godric hadn't been in the camp, having left at a gallop yesterday for his own battle-scarred town.
Varg, how can I thank you for your help? Asked the patriarch. Your assistance has been indispensable in saving many young lives.
But I took even more. I sniggered, adding my own interpretation of events.
Surely that is not of importance to you, is it?
Nah. We sat and drank wine, the atmosphere laid back, one might even say homely. Even the patriarch was able to relax. A chessboard adorned his desk. Leafa busied herself with cake. The system was such a, system. The last of the boxes contained pretty much nothing but confection, begging the question, where was the honest randomness? Even a fool would understand there was no justice anywhere. But what if the system was a chick? Then I would have problems. Such was the fickleness of chicks that its benevolence might be replaced very sharply by an altogether different quality. Since we're talking rewards, a sizable supply of poison of the immortals wouldn't go amiss. Neither would some explosive powder, I said. Oh, how I had longed to make that request. The patriarch was not surprised, but his look did take on a mildly more serious and pensive aspect.
I can offer you 3 15-liter barrels, and believe me, they are worth an awful lot. As for the explosive powder, we have no shortage of that. You may take from the store as much as you can fit in your inventory, he said, clueless as to the mistake he was making. Although, no, he did have a clue. When he saw my smile. Deal, I said. When will you be returning home? He inquired.
I'm thinking about this evening. Well, there was nothing else for me to do here, was there? I'm going to catch up on some sleep until lunch. Then I'll collect my rewards and head home.
I see, said Vasteron thoughtfully. Have you not forgotten about the duel? And the reward, should you win?
I was right. Definitely a trap. I was also right not to have mentioned it myself. This duel needed avoiding at all costs. And besides, of what benefit would it be to me? I knew full well what the girl was capable of. Yes, she was strong, but she would not be able to handle my trickery. I was thinking, I don't want to cause Leafa any harm, I said, trying to play on his parental instincts.
I'm pretty sure beating her would be a cinch, but in the heat of battle I might cripple her, maybe even kill her. And that wouldn't do anyone any good.
I understand,
he said, taking another sip of red wine. Victory! I wanted to shout out loud, but I didn't want to show I was pleased with myself. Hey, are you sure you two haven't forgotten something? Don't you think you should be asking me? Said the girl, hitherto sitting quietly in the corner, but now openly resentful. Yes, we had indeed forgotten all about her.
Do not forget your manners, Lafayette, her grandfather said. Have my etiquette lessons left no mark on you? It is impolite to interrupt other people's conversations.
That's right, don't butt in when your elders are talking, I said, unable to stop myself having a dig. My words made the girl growl softly, and the claws on her right hand lengthened sharply. Maybe you should make some tea to calm your nerves, huh? The knife now flying at me gave me a sense of déjà vu. The duel will take place this evening, or are you going to refuse and run away like an utter coward? Said the girl, seriously enraged.
You have upset her, said her grandfather.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. Without even waiting for an answer, the girl shot from the room like a bullet. Then she came straight back in for the cake, before disappearing again with it. Shoot. How difficult a conversation was with her. It was nothing but childish provocation, and I wasn't going to fall for it, simply because I was a kind person. And a coward. Fine. You just wait and see what a coward I am. A fair crowd of vampires gathered for the duel, all placing bets beforehand. Lafayette arrived in full battle garb, as though she was off to war. She'd worn considerably less protection during the storming of the camp. I, on the other hand, had come to claim my prize, the nature of which the patriarch had said I would discover before the duel. I had already collected the poison in the powder, and the only thing keeping me in this world now is curiosity. I would never forgive myself if I didn't at least learn what the prize was.
I appeal to the system to bear witness to an honest duel, said the patriarch,
taking the floor and immediately playing for high stakes. Personally, knowing the system's sense of humor, I was afraid to appeal to it. But clearly, his faith in the system was not sufficient, as the distinct lack of system notifications that now followed was testament to. Or was it a tribute to local tradition? Might I now be allowed to know what I've agreed to fight for? I asked.
Now you might,
said the old man, a smile on his face and a cunning twinkle in his eye.
You wanted a weapon. Well, here it is. Should you defeat Lafayette, the Blood Moon shall become your bride. But should you lose, it will mean you are not worthy of it. It is customary for we vampires to find ourselves a partner in battle, in which a man must prove his strength.
Shit. There had clearly been a reason for my intuition yelling, "Run, fool!" And how do you imagine that happening? You are aware I'm from another world, right? I said. Maybe he'd forgotten, you never knew. He was old, after all, and even vampires weren't immune from dementia.
That is for the system to decide. There is no need for you to worry about it.
Okay. Let's suppose he's got bats in the belfry, but what's your excuse? I asked, turning my gaze on the girl. You think you can beat me? Don't make me laugh, she retorted. Now it was me who wanted to growl. She was so arrogant, I really did want to beat her. But I couldn't. Now then, Varg, you're smarter than this. Take a deep breath and calm down. You're being provoked. Don't give in to provocation. If you do, you'll suffer for the rest of your life. You've got quite enough women as it is. If she was sweet and kind, that would be one thing. But she's a psychotic dummy, and all she needs from you is cake and chocolate. They thought I was trapped and had no exit strategy. So be it. Many had entertained that assumption before, but I always found a way out, even if it meant leaving mountains of corpses in my wake. Please forgive me, but I'm not interested in your offer, I said, smiling. I've had an entertaining time here with you, and thank you for your hospitality, but it's time for me to be getting home, I said, before making a mental request to the system. System, I am ready to return to my world. And then praying it would work. Attention. Transfer in 3, 2, 1. The last thing I saw before my transfer were Lafayette's all-devouring and fury-filled eyes. What just happened? Asked Vasteron's faithful companion Kristoff. The human had vanished too suddenly, and not everyone understood what had occurred. Those that did understand began to whisper among themselves, discussing the aborted duel.
It would appear that Lifa's groom has dumped her, the patriarch said with a chuckle.
He was pleased with the human. It would have been very sad if he'd surrendered straight away. The only thing of mild concern was the girl herself, whom he had not seen so angry for a long time. She was probably in such a state right now that she could easily snap a mountain dragon's spine in two without even noticing. There was a good reason why men were wary of marrying vampire women, and always chose one weaker than themselves. Females had one very unpleasant peculiarity, in that their blood was more active than that of the males, and when their emotions were running high, their strength increased multifold. Lafayette's nickname, the Tear of the Blood Moon, was more than apt. Her blood was very unusual, which threatened unpleasantness not only for her but also for anybody in her vicinity. Still not forgotten was the time she'd beaten her previous suitor till his spittle was bloody. The poor guy had never been able to accept rejection, being of the opinion that his name alone should be enough for her to fall at his feet. Even vampiric regeneration had taken an age to fix his feet.
Has he ditched me? The girl asked, recovering from her shock at last and clenching tight her fists.
Well, his plans for you didn't actually involve.
Vasteron began to correct her, but was cut off by her look.
I'll shut up.
Perhaps you shouldn't have told him about the prize, Kristoff suggested. In his opinion, the decision had been made hastily and should have waited until after the duel. Now she will be even more virulent than before, and I fear that not all our hatchlings will survive. This made the young vampires in attendance swallow hard and look sidelong and apprehensively at Lafayette. The Patriarch and Kristoff were curious to see how she would react to the situation, and were ready to step in at any moment. They had no need whatsoever for their fledglings to be killed by a girl who had lost control.
So he ran away, did he?
Said the girl in a caddish voice, her smile absolutely demonic.
He was the victor, yes? Well, since you are so invincible, I can but accept the situation. System, I acknowledge my defeat in this duel.
Only a very few understood what this meant, and the Patriarch alone shone like a Christmas tree.
Poor guy, said Kristoff with a shake of the head. The winner of the duel is Varg, planet Earth.
The system has heard her. Let us go, Kristoff. We have much to do.
It was not often that the system lavished its attention on the vampires. When it did happen, however, they did not ignore it. And this is what happened with Varg. Regardless of the vampires' contempt for humans, when the system sent them a human, they had to accept him as their equal. Chapter 21. I awoke lying on the same sofa the system had plucked me from, smiling like a loon. So what? I was entitled to, after outsmarting all that lot and escaping untailed. I lay there enjoying the cool air. By rights, I should have been perfectly content, yet there was still an internal disquiet, as though not everything was as simple as it appeared. A shiver ran down my spine, and I hoped it was just the cold. Certainly the business with the Patriarch had not looked good, but as a man, he surely must have understood me, and if not, screw it, I owed them nothing. I had completed my system task with distinction. Speaking of which, a notification appeared before my eyes. Task completed. Reward. Book. 3 pieces.
Why You Should Never Run Away from a Duel by Ikat Irisophisophes. The Consequences of Offending Women in the Vampire World by Jasmine the Harsh. Karma by Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov.
I had no words, except for invectives. The system was clearly unhappy with my behavior, and a disappointed system was the last thing I needed. I didn't run away from the duel, I ran away from a certain girl. And those are two different things, I said, trying to explain myself to the system. I don't know if it heard me, but the list of rewards continued to grow.
You receive card, splinter-tipped arrow, 3 pieces. Important note, upon contact, the metal splinter tip explodes into tiny fragments. You receive +2 levels to a random skill. Selection is random.
Wow, not only did the system punish, it also encouraged. The arrows alone were reward enough, but another 2 levels on top of that? I clenched my hands together and prayed to the system for its random selection to land on Blink.
Random selection made. Your Uzi skill increases to level 5. Important note, your Uzi is now 3 times longer and more durable.
Missed. Fuck.
In my opinion, Uzi was my least useful skill. Enhanced magic vision would have been better. I used it all the time in tests. Maybe everything would change with added durability, but who knew? On the other hand, Uzi had become longer, so I could lasso 2 people at the same time. It would have to be put to the test. The system was not done with its gift-giving. You have gained level 27. Your body has become stronger, and your skin has become more resilient against the cold. You have gained level 28. The working capacity of your gray matter is increased. Important note, despite this increase, you are unlikely to notice a difference. You have gained level 29. Your respiratory passages function better. Important note, despite this improvement, their functionality is far from ideal.
There was no denying that 3 levels was very good, excellent even. But what the fuck was going on with the system? Why was it reacting like this to my escape from the duel? This was a problem. Note to self, the system does not like people who flee from duels. Or perhaps it was something else, but if so, what? Shoot, it was moments like this that I really needed Albert. He was very good at thinking on my behalf. Never mind, those were thoughts for later. Right now, I needed to act. First, I changed into warm clothes. I may have gained a certain immunity to the cold, but it obviously wasn't super immunity, and I could still feel the chill with each cell of my body. After wrapping up warm, I had a bite to eat and headed out onto the street to see what had changed in the town during my absence. Exiting the room via the balcony, I blinked up onto the roof. The city remained standing. Summer had not arrived, and just as before, the air was full of Tariansi. 2 insects were flying right towards me, sent, no doubt, by Lady Luck herself. I checked my invisibility was activated. It was, which meant this was a coincidence and they would just fly on by. I did not draw my bow, but waited for them to come closer, and only then did I activate my updated Uzi and launch it at their wings. Zowie, the rope drew so tight that it snapped their wings right off. 2 brief splats and their flying days were done. A pretty good bonus from the system as well. I was impressed. If I could only get energy consumption down, we would be totally cooking. Although it still remained to try out my new arrows, but that was later. Reaffirming that the town was still standing, and that there were no children of Cthulhu roaming the streets, I returned to the house. I lit a fire in the fireplace, then decided to hit the trading platform to top up my supplies of arrows and other provisions. The world of the vampires had put a reasonable dent in them, and I was low on gray boxes to boot. That's it, boxes. I've still got an unopened gray trinket casket. I summoned it from my inventory. You receive black apple. Important note, a black apple affects your internal energy by increasing its reserves. Activate the apple by eating it. Yeah, I'm not actually that stupid. It was obviously meant to be eaten, and the system was obviously not in a great mood.
As I crunched the apple, which incidentally had a caramel taste to it, I opened the books the system had given me. I was hoping they would be something along the lines of skill books, but no, just regular books. The one about vampires told the story of an ancient lady vampire ditched by a young man of about 400 years. By way of revenge, she sliced up 1/4 of the town he commanded. What an interesting book. Not. The one about duels also involved shame and disgrace for a similar act, while karma was nothing more than the ramblings of an aging drunkard. Seriously, though, what freaking karma? And more importantly, what for? I did not believe in karma and all the rest of it. All of life was in our hands. In the past, I had wasted mine. But then along came the system, and everything changed for me. And that's why I did not believe in all that nonsense. Just as I was about to throw some logs into the fireplace, a powerful explosion blew out all the windows, and the house began to tremble, scattering plaster everywhere. I was on my feet in an instant and ready to meet any karma the system might throw my way. Using vision, I saw a very unpleasant picture unfurling in the street, which involved people from the Call of Urus using all manner of weapon to bombard my house. What the fuck, system? We were getting on okay, weren't we? Stronger and stronger was my impression that the system was a chick, and that she had taken umbrage at me. I came out onto the street and blinked up onto the roof of a neighboring house. I counted 30 people, who had all come from a portal which had opened, and the last to emerge also began immediately to attack my house. They definitely knew I was in here. There were so many of them. Even Chain Boy was there, barking commands left and right. A barrier boy protected the VIPs with his shield, unwittingly giving me to understand who the most valuable prizes were. Surround the building quickly. Don't let him get away. How naive. Activate search amulets. Not good. Before they managed to activate their amulets, I blinked down and took up position in an abandoned bus. It had practically no snow on it, which might give my position away. I waited for a convenient moment before putting an arrow right in the heart of a big man standing by the portal. Just call me Cupid. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 17 kilograms. My on-target shot splattered his brothers in arms with bloody scraps. Also gratifying was to see the enhancement of my inventory and figures. However, my bus had suffered, shunted away by a car being controlled telekinetically. They had soon realized where I was firing from, and I didn't even have time to draw my second arrow. Still, I did manage to blink away to safety. My reactions could not fail to delight me, and I was now sitting in a tree. Mind you, it didn't take them long to redirect their fire to my new position, and even their horrible chains began tearing up the asphalt in the hope of finding me in the snowdrifts. Moving from tree to tree, I blinked still further away, and then I realized the problem. As I jumped, I was scattering the snow that lay on the branches, thus giving away my position. Damn, I would have to stick to blinking along the ground until I gave my pursuers the slip. They moved none too quickly, hindered by meter-high snowdrifts which were constantly being added to by the falling snow. Now then, where are all the zombies? Before, all I'd had to do was sneeze and all sorts of unimaginable shit would come running out of every nook and cranny, thirsting after my blood. But now, silence. System, give the zombies back, huh? While you've been busy with your business, I've become accustomed to luring my stalkers into zombie traps and shooting them. Attention. A turbulent energy emission has occurred, spawning accidental portals throughout the town. Fuck. You're joking, right? Let's be friends, system, huh? Right in front of my very eyes, 2 portals had opened 10 meters above the ground and were now spewing out zombies. One of the portals was very close to me. I was not going to stand for it, so I shot a fiery explosion arrow right into the living mass of Z's. Boxes dropped, but I couldn't get at them because they were immediately lost in the crowd of emerging zombies. The dead men looked like regular people but for their clothes, which were nothing like ours, and their level of decomposition was greater than that of the local Z's. How could the tap be turned off? What if they didn't stop dropping?
It was not only regular zombies dropping, but also hulks. And then came the fruit bats, all huddled into a group. They would not make good paratroopers. I blinked up onto a roof out of harm's way and observed what was going on down at street level. Chain Boy's group was already scuffling with the zombies and too busy to come looking for me, providing me an excellent opportunity to blow them to kingdom come. I approached. The system had tried to play a dirty trick on me, but as a result had only helped. No biggie, as far as I was concerned. I could forget all about camouflage now, since I could run casually across the rooftops using Blink, and no one would pay any heed to the falling snow. They had other problems now. More Urus had also gathered and were doing ferocious battle with the zombies. There were, however, other portals in open view now, also spilling out zombies that marched in the direction of the loud noises, and there were lots of loud noises. Among the Urus was an interesting chap with an ice skill. He created half-meter icicles out of thin air and lobbed them at the zombies. Well, he did for a short while, anyway, but now he was dead, a basic arrow protruding from his cranium. Up there. A shot rang out and they began firing at the roofs. Gore, get him. Great command, man. How was he supposed to get someone he couldn't see? That said, Gore clearly saw no problem with it, and with a hefty push-off from the ground, he jumped first onto a balcony and then onto the roof. In his hands were swords, in his eyes, confidence in his powers. By the time he landed, I was already standing there waiting for him. A hammer strike, and Gore flew from the roof. Apparently robust, he was not smashed to pieces, and he was still alive. Even if he was in no hurry to stand up. Bow in hand, splinter arrow in leg ripped apart to the accompaniment of a wild howl of pain. Nothing special. I was expecting more, not just something akin to a rupture arrow. On the other hand, perhaps I had done something wrong? A most untimely message from combat. Varg, what's going on? I've just noticed you're back from your test, and the system is hounding me with messages saying you've gotten yourself involved in something else. Everything's okay. I'm busy. It was true. I really was too busy dodging Uru's attacks to engage in conversation. I understand. Naturally, I was interested to hear what the system had told him about me, but this was neither the time nor the place. An interesting notion occurred to me, and I hastened to check it out. I produced another splinter arrow and fired it, not at Gore directly, but into the asphalt near him, which had been denuded by the wealth of skills being used. There were a couple of people playing around with fire. There were two more people near Gore, protected by real shields, and trying to drag him away. I shot them from behind, and a good job, too, it turned out. The arrow exploded, and shards flew everywhere, striking all three of them, and even reaching the barrier behind which the Urus' main forces were hiding. How I wanted to fell Chainboy. The bastard was shielded by the barrier and was not about to be the only one to show himself. Incidentally, he had a new hairdo. Where previously there had been blue hair, there was now a shiny bald pate. No doubt they'd shaved him as punishment for him fucking up. Chains flew in my direction, striking the facade of the building. A pointless attack. But I couldn't not respond, so I twanged two fiery explosion arrows at the barrier. Naturally, he didn't even feel them. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 12 kilograms. Gore was dead, his skull pierced by a shard. Pity his companions weren't killed along with him, only sliced and diced. In the meantime, the zombies' numbers were only increasing. And in my heart, I was jubilant that those fuckers were goners. There was no freaking way the shield would save them, and the only thing that would was the portal keeper, if they got very lucky. However, it appeared I was celebrating too soon. For another portal opened close by, and from it ran a new crowd of people. Soldiers. They did not attack the Urus, but helped them instead. What Pokemons were these? They were all dressed identically in black uniforms,
and they all bore firearms, which they handled with skill. System, can you tell me who this slot are? I haven't seen them before, I asked, not particularly expecting an answer. I was not wrong, and the system remained silent. For the 10th time, I regretted not fighting that duel. It had clearly not been worth showing the system any hubris. The system was not combat, or any of the others. Ignoring soldiers was not my style, so I began systematically firing arrows at them, and the first dozen of them were soon dead. Unfortunately, my roof was on fire, and I could remain there no longer. There was always this square, but the soldiers were already retreating to it, so it would be difficult to find hiding places there. They had afforded me an inventory increase of just 32 kilograms, which was not much in the grand scheme of things, and meant they weren't all that hardcore if you compared them with the Urus. I did not want to let them get too far away, so I treated them to some smoky arrows in order to restrict their visibility. Also, I hung my markers on all the important people, first and foremost the portal keeper and chain boy. They were going nowhere now. As soon as they showed up in the town again, I would know. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 7 kilograms. One more Urus dropped down dead, and the 3 standing closest to him received shrapnel wounds from the splinter arrow. I could not see them properly, for they were mere silhouettes in the thick smoke, which was working against not only them. To come closer would have been perilous, for the Urus were shooting zombies all around, and the Z's were not going to simmer down. I spotted a yellow trinket casket lying lonely on the ground. Had somebody struck it seriously lucky? I leaped down from the balcony, blinking just before I landed, and ran to the casket, wondering what would happen if it was picked up by someone who wasn't its owner. Let's see, shall we? I reached out my hand to it, hoping it would not be ripped off at the will of a bad-tempered system. Although the hand was nothing, really, for if the casket killed me, my regeneration would not resurrect a dead man. Just as I was about to take hold of it, it vanished with a pop and was replaced by a system notification. You have touched a reward belonging to someone else, a skill book, making yet another person unhappy. Congratulations. My eye began to twitch. I was in urgent need of rehabilitation, otherwise the system would push me over the edge. System, how about I kill all these people and you forgive me for it? I suggested, knowing its love of such ideas. Previously, it had occurred to me that the system and I had an identical dislike of people. Shoot. While I was conversing with the system, I was attacked by a zombie and forced to deal with it quietly with my spear, which incidentally hadn't been used for a long time. Not wanting to take a stray slug, I now had to skirt around to the other side of the humans where the zombies were fewer. I was very upset not to have found myself a wicked artifact in all this time. I'd asked Vasteron about them, but not had any luck. Vampires didn't use them, and if people made them, they had to be pegged to their blood, so I was screwed in that department as well. Oh, they had a healer here. In terms of looks, absolutely unremarkable, but with my magic vision, I could see him using his green aura to heal a wounded person. He was harsh. The human was suffering from my splinters, which meant he ought to bring me additional kilograms. They were not expecting an attack from the rear, and my arrow struck the guy directly in the eye. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. Ah, shoot, the walking medical kit was worth peanuts. Shit, he's behind us. Expand the barrier. I was spotted instantly and compelled to duck behind a tree. How I didn't like these infuriating barriers. Again, I was made to wait. And so I waited until one of them got so carried away with destroying a zombie that he slipped outside the barrier. I tested out my new toy on him. Taking out an arrow, I dipped it in the poison of the immortals and shot him in the leg. The Towser, who was 2 meters tall and basically a mountain of muscle, went down on one knee and wrenched the arrow from the wound before running back through the barrier. Excellent. Just what I needed.
Unfortunately, the barrier had grown, and now had a watchful eye being kept on it. So, I had to turn my attentions to less interesting characters, namely the soldiers who were fending off zombies away to my left. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 18 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 4 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 5 kilograms. Things began to look up. I immediately downed 3 of them and then began to shoot exclusively at their legs with poison-smeared arrows. There was another interesting character here, using no firearms, only his skills. A sound wave spread from his hands, making the zombies go nuts. From his shoulder protruded a spur, which fired bone-like blades in the manner of archer zombies. After a volley, the spur drew back into the shoulder. He was gunned down at point-blank range by one of his own guys, whom I had poisoned with vampire poison. In a word, the humans were currently doing so-so. The infected one's behavior became all the more aggressive, and that was not noticed in time. The Urus I had wounded managed to kill 3 of his own before he was taken out. It seemed the situation was turning around, and I could retreat unconcerned. Of course, I could have sat there killing until the cows came home, but it was getting too dangerous, and there were so many zombies. Chainboy, naturally, was mowing them down by the boatload with his chains and shouting at the portal keeper to drag them out of the trap. But the doorman was not yet fully recovered. Perhaps he'd run out of mana, it was hard to say. A message from combat.
Varg, I understand, but the system has just written to me that one member of the group is in a spot of difficulty. And do you know what? No, you don't. Apart from Shotgun and Clubfoot squads, which are on the last test, you are the only one not at home. Ha, the system considered my situation difficult. How amusing. Don't worry, I've got everything under control, I wrote back, putting his mind at ease and continuing to shoot people in the leg. Attention! 3 new groups have arrived in the town. The Tariansi have already been notified. They will not allow their plans to be disrupted. Important note: the groups have been notified of the presence of an enemy, whom their benefactors have ordered to kill. It seemed I was in trouble. Big fat note to self: never make the system angry. Chapter 22. The world has gone mad. New portals were appearing everywhere, spewing out zombies in their hundreds. A message from combat. The system has informed us you are in a town that is under siege. Is there something you want to tell me?
He couldn't understand what was going on. Mind you, neither could I. I didn't know how to reply, so I decided to tell him the truth. It seems I upset the system a little bit, and a local scuffle kicked off. Even combat freaked out at the news.
How can you upset the system?
Gotta go. I'm busy. Get everyone on their feet. It might kick off with you as well. I'm gonna stay here and have some fun. Despite the risks, it really was getting more interesting for me. This town had been so boring and dismal until recently, and now it was a veritable circus. There were so many new zombies, it was just freaking ace. I could spend years here gathering bonuses. True, there were also lots of zombies in my world, but there were also other groups that were forever getting in the way. I stared long and hard at Chainboy and was envious. He'd grown stronger recently, and he had more chains. One swipe with them could destroy up to 5 zombies. If only I could take his skill. Come to think of it, the fuckers had managed to raise the Book of Gore. Then I drew a ghost arrow, of which I had just 3. It broke my heart having to use it. Theoretically, it would pass through walls until it struck living flesh, and I very much hoped Chainboy's barrier wouldn't save him. I climbed up onto a monument commemorating some bloke or other, which afforded me an excellent view of the entire Urus company, and waited for Chainboy to be exposed. I aimed at his back, which I surely couldn't miss, just so long as my arrow didn't let me down. Shit, No sooner had I released it than it began to glow, making itself visible. Then it flew into a barrier and fuck knows what happened. The arrow entered the barrier but only got halfway through before the barrier began to vibrate, attracting people's attention. Chain Boy also noticed the arrow protruding from the barrier and flicked his chains at it, with a view to pulling it out. But they only passed straight through it, causing no damage whatsoever. The arrow appeared to be stuck. But in actual fact, it was still moving through the barrier, only incredibly slowly. Chain Boy realized he would not be able to skip away in time, so he used a chain to draw the nearest person closer to him, putting them between him and the arrow, and just in time for it to explode and kill the living shield. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 25 kilograms. And there you have it. The ghost arrow had been strong enough to put a dent in the barrier, but not pierce it all the way through. And as a result, I killed the wrong guy. Bizarrely, he had not run away from the arrow, but only protected himself. Perhaps he'd thought it was self-guided and decided to catch it using live bait. If that was the case, then he had probably come across them before on his travels, and if he had, that meant they existed, which in turn meant I wanted a shit ton more of them. Whatever. Screw it all. I was tired of messing around with these people. Since they were doing so well and were fully occupied with zombies, I saw no reason to interfere. I jumped down from the monument and ran towards where dead zombies were heaped in piles. Rewards needed collecting, which the kind people had not yet found time to do. What can I say? They'd done a good job of mincing zombies, and the ground was covered with corpses and boxes. In the first 5 minutes alone, I gathered more than 100 boxes of various colors, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. The people had retreated, the zombies following them, and I was following the zombies and looting them. Plenty of surprises still lay in store. Portals, lots of portals were opening and vomiting up crowds of zombies. And then came the swarm. I had yet to see so many Tariansi. The whole sky was sown with them, or at least that's how it seemed to me. I spared a thought for the Urus and those people who looked like soldiers. But prematurely, it seemed, for one cloud was attacked by another of zombie flyers, and a fierce shitstorm began in the sky. It was the first time I'd seen boxes dropping from the heavens. I ought to have rejoiced, but no. I was nearly brained by a green trinket casket. Sensing myself potentially in deep shit, I decided to get the hell out of there. I climbed to the top of a tall building to have a good look around and could only whistle in amazement. Battles raged throughout the town, mainly between zombies and Tariansi. People were also involved, but in smaller numbers. Attention! Portals from another world have opened in 3 towns of your world. Destroy all the portals, but do not allow any of your territory to be annexed. Important note, the storming of towns is the first phase in the seizure of your world. Important note, this annexation has been initiated not by the system, but by another world and those who command it. Not 10 seconds passed before I received an irate message from combat. Just try and tell me you have nothing to do with this, and write to your girls. Every day they ask me what's going on in your life. Combat was not expecting a reply, but merely stating the fact that all this chaos was being pinned on a single, kind and peaceful person. How the hell does that work? All the blame was being hung on poor old me. But I didn't think it was all my doing. More likely was that I was here purely by chance, and maybe the system had tinkered with a few factors so that the breakthrough or siege would happen right here and now. The fact that another world wanted to annex us was a bunch of ass. All the races that had arrived in small groups didn't seem so scary anymore. Speaking of small things, I wondered how the little ones were getting along and whether I'd killed them all back then, or whether they'd bred like roaches again. Sitting there on the top of the building, I did not know what to do. Everybody was fighting, but what was I going to do down there? You could hammer zombies for days on end without stemming their flow. There was no point in closing the portals just yet. Let the zombies build up for the time being, and I would busy myself with them later. And anyway, they might even kill all the people and Tariansi, which would also be no bad thing. Not that I had a problem with me mowing down Tariansi, mind you, for occasionally they would drop a reward such as a skill-leveling white book. Attention! Each portal destroyed will be rewarded with 25 kilograms added to your inventory. Also, the chances of boxes and trinket caskets dropping is doubled. Additional note: the town is soon expected to come under attack by survivors, among others. Shoot. Once again, the system was leaving me no choice. That said, I wasn't against the idea. As it happened, I could see one portal spilling zombies close by with no humans to be seen. It would have been interesting to know what all this was for, but I knew the system didn't like giving details. It was very likely that, just like in the tests, the system would transfer people here from our world and other worlds, as if to say, since you're gallivanting around other worlds, here, take some guests in yours. I approached the portal, clearing my path of the zombies standing near it. It was situated on a bridge, so it was impossible for me to take up a suitable position to fire on them from on high. There were too many Z's to simply walk through the crowd, so I peppered their ranks with arrows, machine gun style, and continued plowing my way through them. Hey, where do you think you're running off to? A speedy zombie was pushing his own kind out of the way, seeing them as no obstacle in his hurry to get somewhere. An arrow to the head, and he quickly lay down to rest, and thus, without pause, I continued on my way. I soon tired of shooting, and took up my spear to continue my killing spree, taking the zombies' territory yard by yard. It took me an hour to reach the portal. Its rate of zombie expulsion showed no sign of abating, and it was a cakewalk to kill them all as they exited. Just as I was about to fling a couple of fiery arrows into the portal, fate, or perhaps the system, presented me with a new surprise. A new portal opened beside me, and loads of Chinese came running from it. They took up their positions and began shooting zombies, chatting away among themselves in their language, which I did not understand. Naturally, in another world, my standard translator would work. Unfortunately, not here. What was the chance these might be my old friends? Eminently possible. They were scanning the locality with suspicious thoroughness, as if searching for something or someone. One Chinese pointed at the portal the zombies were coming from and gave a short command, following which his people advanced on it. At this point, I realized my reward was just about to be hijacked. Fuck you! No way are you getting inventory kilograms for gratis. I'd been in invisibility all this time, and while they were digging around in the snow, I blinked to a safe firing distance and began thwacking fiery explosions into the portal. I hoped this would result in it closing for good, and that I wouldn't have to go walking around it with a tambourine. If push came to shove, I was no conductor of rituals, and the chances of finding a shaman right now were low. The portal was not my only concern. Without waiting to see what happened to it, I turned around, fitting an arrow to my bow as I did so, before putting it in the eye of the first Chinese I saw. On reflection, perhaps they were Koreans? Not that it mattered. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 78 kilograms. Now then. Next, an explosion arrow passed straight through an armor breastplate and destroyed a ribcage. And another notification arrived. You have successfully closed a portal. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 25 kilograms. Not half bad. Except that now things began to get difficult when various skills flew my way. The faces of the Chinese advertised their extreme anger. I had probably killed someone important. A light beam struck me, and I scarcely managed to blink away as I realized I was falling. A hole formed in the bridge, 1 meter in diameter, slap-bang in the spot where I was just about to land. It was odd that they'd seen me, and it was also not good. Fight or flight? Well, fight, naturally. After all, this wasn't an angry vampire girl, but simply a bunch of people unlucky enough to have run into me. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 5 kilograms. Another one down, this time from an awl in his eye. I didn't even understand what was happening, but one minute there was a shimmering silhouette, and the next minute he was standing there in front of me, brandishing his katana. I ducked his strike and drove my awl into the back of his skull. It came out through an eye socket, with the eyeball skewered on it like an olive on a cocktail stick. I was not about to stop there. I leaped, using blink, over the head of another man, and my hammer strike crushed his skull, while also cracking his spine. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 8 kilograms. Once again, I found myself falling, due to the ground disappearing from beneath my feet, and I was forced to take 2 blinks up and to the side. Just who had this interesting skill? What games were they playing with the material world? The bridge was already riddled with dozens of holes made with his skill. Aha, I see him. A scrawny old Chinaman with a thin plate down to his waist and no weapons. I ran back a short way, dodged to the side, and blinked to avoid their attacks, before fitting a vampire arrow to my bow on the turn. An interesting thought occurred. My first arrow entered the old man's shoulder, although it could have been his heart, and the second, an air arrow, struck the ground at his feet, sending him flying very fast right into the portal. My goal was to send him back to where he'd come from, and with his mind all messed up. Well, one of the Chinese discarded his sword and took 2 Uzis from his inventory, 1 in each hand. But of course, Uzis. I'd seen them in the movies. It sucks that I didn't have time to shoot, and there was nowhere to run. Or wasn't there? I would have to risk it. As I blinked, I heard the sound of shots being fired. Some fucker was yelling in Chinese and shooting, like in some freaking action movie. But I couldn't care less, as I was now plummeting downwards from a hole in the bridge which had been made by the old Chinese dude. It was no more than 10 meters, and with the aid of blink, I was able to land on my feet. That was quite enough for me. I'd had my fill of playing with these guys. They spread out in search of my dead body, but I was actually hot-footing it towards the end of the bridge. That was the last place they'd be expecting to see me, which was just what I needed. Even my invisibility, it seemed, had failed me again. I was not happy to have been spotted right after the first attack. The skill did play up on occasion. Back in the camp, no one had been able to see me, only my arrows emerging out of thin air. But here, all I had to do was fire once, and that was that. Perhaps here it was something to do with my personal strength, but I didn't know for sure yet. I would have to find more gray trinket caskets. I hadn't had one for ages. System, do you fancy selling me knowledge of the Chinese language on credit? How many blue boxes would that cost? Knowledge of the Chinese language is valued at 150 kilograms worth of inventory capacity. Shoot, man, why so dear? It would be a pity to give away those kilograms I'd worked so hard to accrue. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 18 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 12 kilograms. Hint taken. Mentally, I gave my agreement, and then I saw the capacity of my inventory decrease in status. As I understood, an infected Chinese child had started seeing things and killing everyone at home, and the system had chalked up these murders as mine. I had no idea what was going on, but I was absolutely not against the idea. He must have survived, said someone. No prizes for guessing who they were talking about. Must have done. There's no corpse, and that means he fled, said a scrawny lad, gesticulating his displeasure. We must find him and avenge our brothers. Do not forget why we're here, men. We must collect as many rewards as possible. Where else have you seen double loot alongside so many weak zombies? Responded a man, dressed in red, wielding an enormous sword. I did not bother to hear him out, instead simply shooting him. So disagreeable was his sword, or rather not the weapon itself, so much as the ease with which he brandished it, as though it were a feather. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 25 kilograms. Over the shrieks and howls and death threats, I could not make out the rest of their shattered conversation, but at least this time they didn't see me. I notched up another 3 killings, adding another 35 kilograms to my inventory. The remainder, unfortunately, managed to conceal themselves in their portal. Naturally, I fired another fiery explosion arrow into it, but this time I did not strike it lucky.
Quite frankly, I didn't understand what made them tick. Some hid, while others couldn't have cared less. One day I would go mental and jump into one of these portals just to understand what went on inside them. After sorting out the loot, I waited a little while longer in the hope that the guest workers would return. I shouldn't have bothered. The streets were already dark, and it was risky to go in search of a new portal. And besides, I needed rest. I was better off leaving the Tariansi to deal with the zombie hordes, and tomorrow I would finish off the victor, should there be one. And so I plodded off to find myself somewhere to lay my head for the night. The town had changed a lot in a short time. The place was no longer decorated with beautiful snowdrifts, which had been replaced by trampled snow splattered with blood. And dead bodies. Lots and lots of dead bodies. Humans, Tariansi, and even zombies. Most of all, zombies. As I strolled, I gathered no fewer than 100 violet trinket caskets and 200 boxes of various kinds, of which 50 were gray. To my chagrin, I found nothing more of interest. Unless, that is, you don't count the mantis-like creature I saw taking on 3 hulks at once. I made a note to myself not to fall into its hands, which it used to cut one of the zombies in half before immediately doing the same to the second. It wasn't hard to guess that it was one of the Tariansi fraternity. I did not want to watch the zombies being tormented, so I put a frozen explosion arrow in its head. The last of the 3 Zs then killed the frosted and now sluggish preying insect before chowing down on its remains. The crunching sounds made me want a cold beer and some potato chips. I wanted one thing, but harsh reality provided another. Turning a corner onto a street, I came across a hunting hive under siege by zombies. Quite an unusual spectacle. The entire 5-story building was enwrapped in a pulsing membrane, which the zombies were swarming all over and ripping to shreds. In response, the Tariansi were defending their hive by shooting the zombies from the air, although some were also flying down to lop off heads before rising back into the sky. By all appearances, they had a good supply of spears. And while those that had fired flew back inside the hive to rearm, others flew out to take their places. There was an absolute shit ton of zombies, making it difficult to give a toss that they were being killed. And despite their numbers, their success was minimal anyway. Their claws not doing a great job of tearing up the membrane, leaving them unable to actually break inside. They did manage to make one small hole, but unfortunately for them in a place where there wasn't an entrance, so they simply ran up against a wall. I felt sorry for them and decided to help. I crept to where I guessed there should be a door into the building, a move which involved having to snap off some Tariansi wings using Uzis, since their spears were making life difficult for me. Reaching the membrane, I drew my shadow blade and began to cut a way in. It took a couple of minutes and was certainly not a large entrance, but nonetheless, the zombies immediately began to pour through it. They crowded around the metal door and began smashing away at it. So I was compelled to kill the first wave in order to open the door for the rest. Things became much worse for the Tariansi when hundreds of dead men broke into their home and began creating mayhem. This was no airborne battle. In order to stress them out even more, I summoned a couple of canisters of petrol, doused the membranous perimeter with it, and set it alight. With that, I figured it was all over for them, and I could at last go get some R&R. Tomorrow promised to be another difficult and crazy day. Chapter 23. Yesterday ended with me watching the zombies absolutely annihilate the Tariansi, and their base burning. They fought desperately right until the end, but the Z's overwhelmed them with their sheer numbers. The portals were working overtime to spit out a constant stream of new invaders. After it was all over, I went off in search of somewhere to lay my head. I chose a hotel with the delightful name Dream. I took up residence in the presidential suite, Natch, although it had clearly not been fit for purpose in a considerable while. Time had taken its toll, and the sometimes sumptuous interior now looked quite squalid, the scuffed and blistering walls damp and moldy. The hotel was teeming with Z's, but I was invisible to them, and so when I closed the door to the suite, I was safe. Before going to sleep, I wrote to my girls to inquire how they were getting along. Their response was long and wordy, but basically they were concerned and missing me,
and could not wait for me to return home. And I wanted nothing less myself. I was bored of sitting around here in this depressing little town, and the Tariansi were not exactly dropping white books thick and fast. Perhaps I just wasn't killing enough of them? Anyway, then I got totally rabbit-holed on the trading platform, but did make a few useful purchases. Of greatest interest was a guy who had literally just posted 10 inventory enhancement cards at a value of 10 kilograms each. I had no right to ignore such a bargain, and wasted no time in swapping a bunch of different trinket caskets in return for the whole lot. Lady Luck also smiled on me with some snowstorm amucks. I was as happy as Lafayette had been to receive her first whole cake. 10 arrows, and they were no joke. Should I find myself back in the vampire's world, I would raze their camp to the ground in a day. Splinter arrows had also appeared on the platform, although that was no surprise since I'd been back a while now. That said, vampire poison was nowhere to be seen. In fact, there was nothing vampiric there at all, except for one item which had something to do with weapons. I followed the trail for a while but found nothing of interest directly to me, although more broadly, the trading platform was selling lots of new goods that I would never have suspected. Morning had broken, and I was sitting atop a high-rise block enjoying my lunch of sandwiches in the cold. The fresh winter air was an aid to waking, and hot tea was especially delicious at such moments. And so there I sat, minding my own business. "I do beg your pardon, but would you be able to find a scrap of food for me?" came a child's voice from behind me. A bit of sandwich became lodged in my throat, and the remainder fell from my hand. My gut feeling screamed blue murder, and goosebumps ran up and down my spine. Fuck! This roof was nigh impossible to reach by accident, and I was 100% convinced there couldn't possibly be anyone here but me. The voice was definitely that of an infant or a child, and I had literally just checked out the whole perimeter of the roof and seen nothing remotely of danger. The worst thing was that I was sitting right on the edge, and there was nobody else in sight, which meant the question must have been addressed to me. And more interesting still was that my invisibility was activated. I turned my head, slow-motion style, and saw a girl of 14. She was wearing a summer dress, despite the wintry weather, and shivering. She obviously wasn't from around these parts, testament to which were her emerald-colored hair and the ruby or ruby-like stone on her forehead. "Of course I've got some food," I said with the friendliest smile I could conjure, trying not to make any sharp movements. What could possibly be more important than feeding a hungry child? "Really?" she said, breaking into a smile and skipping gaily towards me. And I paled. I very seriously paled. It may have appeared I was frightened of her, but that was not the truth. That was far from the truth. All this time, standing behind her was such a freaking ugly motherfucker that in comparison, a ripper was a sweet little kitten. "Uh-huh," I said with a nod, trying feverishly to think how to save myself. Take out the girl here and now or just jump off the roof? In the meantime, she skipped ever closer. The thing behind her appeared to have read my thoughts, and looking into my eyes, it shook its head and said, "Just you dare harm a hair on her head." To be honest, I'd forgotten how to walk, much less how to harm anyone. The beast was black, its jaw consisted not of 2 parts but 4, and its entire maw was sewn with tiny sharp teeth and dripping with spittle as though it had some tasty morsel in its sight. God help me. Spiky spine, head covered with dreadlocks that had a life of their own and writhed like snakes, and Mother Nature had apparently considered this insufficient, so she'd added taloned paws and a long fleshy tail with a stinger like a scorpion's. And there was me, looking at this beastie, and I didn't have the faintest idea how to kill it. Its entire look told me I had no chance, a fact which I understood perfectly well for itself. Not a pleasant feeling. Maybe I should jump off the building and use blink until I disappear from sight? Still the girl approached, while the beast now squinted. "Unfortunately, I don't have any money. When I set out for the test, I didn't think I would need any." She stopped speaking and reddened. Was she embarrassed? Now I realized where she'd come from. My only question was, how had she found me? Okay, Varg. Let's put on a good-humored face, smile, and think where to go from here. Not to worry. You don't need any money in my world. Honestly, nobody does. You don't need energy crystals? Asked the girl in surprise. Damn. It hadn't occurred to me that different worlds had different currencies. We haven't even got those. Tell me, can you also see that? I asked, pointing behind her. Huh? At first she didn't understand. Then the penny dropped. Aha! So you can see Kaya. Strange, usually only my parents can see her. Well, and my sister. But Kaya lets my sister see her. And maybe Grandpa can see her, but that goes without saying. He's very strong, and he has more than one familiar himself. Wow, how quickly she began to jabber on subjects of absolutely no interest to me. As it happened, I could not actually see Kaya very well. She was in invisibility, which made her a somewhat unpleasant opponent. Moving at speed, she would no doubt be all of a blur. Since the girl had thought I wouldn't be able to see Kaya, an important question arose. Was I myself not the food she was looking for? No, that was nonsense. Surprise attacks were much more effective if they weren't advertised in advance by conversation. Unless this was some sophisticated game of theirs. Stop talking. Calm down and speak slower because Kaya is giving me a very strange look, I said, trying to make the girl stem her stream of verbiage. Oops, sorry. Everyone tells me I talk too much, she replied, blushing once more and sinking into thought. System, since when have you sent children out on tests? Let's sort you out with some food first, I said, before, under her watchful gaze, taking a sleeping mat from my inventory and spreading it with a variety of tasty treats. You're from another world, so our food might not be entirely suitable for you. I'm putting out lots of different things here, and I ask you to be careful so you don't choke or even kick the bucket from food you're not used to. My greatest worry was that should something happen to her, the beast would eat me alive. The girl wasted no time in grabbing an apple and wolfing it down before reaching for the sliced meats and other food. Perhaps I was getting worked up over nothing, and my intuition had been wrong this time? What if Kaya was no stronger than a zombie or a vampire? While I was trying to decide what to do, a ripper climbed up the wall. Run, I shouted at the girl, and drew my bow. Not that she was in great danger, for I would be able to shoot it, or occupy it with a mano-a-mano rumble, but the main thing was for her not to be frightened. Otherwise, if she did get scared, she might decide I was a bad guy and give Kaya the command to attack. But the girl did not understand what was going on and merely gawked at me, flabbergasted, like I was an idiot. Moments later, I myself did not understand what was occurring. With the speed of the patriarch vampire, possibly even snappier, Kaya was by the ghastly zombie and piercing its chest with a single paw strike, before picking it up like a toy and biting its head off. Kaya's hungry, too, said the girl nonchalantly, as she chewed on a pie from my old reserves. In less than a minute, the great and fearful Ripper was gobbled up, along with my hopes of being able to overwhelm Kaya. I did have one idea, though, and since the girl was a child, there was no reason to sweat it, right? Listen, I've got some urgent business to attend to. You've got food and water, so if you don't mind, I've got a dash, I said, watching for Kaya's reaction. The girl looked at me with vague sorrow in her eyes and said, Can I come with you? I have to spend another 2 days in this world before I can leave. So that was it. On the one hand, I felt sorry for the child, but on the other hand, the child had Kaya, and that nullified her child status. Who in their right mind would have given her a pet like that? And what would happen to me if I refused? Crunch, crunch. Kaya was finishing off the Ripper's arm, crunching down specially noisily on the bones. Yeah, I get the hint. I'm not a fool. I was well and truly up the creek. Maybe this was the karma Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov had written about? And so the girl was with me, as I had yet to think of a way out of this trap. We sat on the roof for another few hours, during which time I discovered what an idiot she was, albeit a dangerous idiot. And she was no little girl either. Rather, I was a boy compared to her. She was 323 years old, and within the context of her race, that even made her an adolescent. She did not possess magic, but she did have Kaya, her personal familiar, with her since birth. Kaya was not as simple as she appeared. She was some sort of alien being, and intelligent, very intelligent. She could return to her own world, but no sooner did she hear her mistress's call than she would be right back by her side. If she were killed now, she would be born again in her own world and immediately return to avenge her death. It sounded terrible, but it could be that the girl was scaring me, just in case. She also told me why she'd accepted the task from the system. It was her mother's birthday in 2 weeks' time, and she wanted to give her something unusual, and then along came the system with the suggestion to look for a gift in another world. So without telling anyone, she had agreed. Oh, yes, the girl's name was Leona. And she was your typical teenager, battering me with questions no less than Liza. She and Liza would definitely have gotten along together. But there was no way the system would let me take her back home. She assured me Kaya would not hurt me, and I pretended to believe her. I am very lucky to have met you, said the girl, having eaten her fill and changed into some new clothes, a selection of which I gave her to choose from. The last people I came across were very nasty and wanted to hurt me. They're all dead now, I suppose, I said, not so much asking as stating a fact. Uh-huh. Kaya won't let anybody do me any harm. Fair enough. Those idiots wouldn't have seen Kaya. Otherwise, they would have fled immediately, if they'd been allowed to, that is. By the way, Kaya says you smell tasty and you have strong blood, she said out of the blue, making me shudder. Idiot dragons and their blood. This was the second time I was experiencing problems because of that blood. Perhaps it would have been better without it. Who knew? If I remembered correctly, Vasteron and Lafayette had latched onto me because of my blood. While we were sitting on the roof, Kaya killed 20 flyby Tariansi and scoffed them down in an instant. This was how I found out that Kaya came from a breed of devourers. Her metabolism was so fast she was always hungry, and food gave her the nudge she required to develop. What surprised me most of all was that she had a number of forms, and the one she was in now was her placid form. The other two being combat and berserk. I was tired of surprises and decided to simply accept everything. However, an interesting plan hatched in my head. If she needs a gift, then why not use her? Not Leona, obviously, but Kaya. Anyway, I know a suitable place for you to choose a gift, but there is a small problem. There are lots of enemies guarding it. Huh? Enemies? The girl said, before first looking at Kaya and then at me. Kaya says she will gobble them all up. What is this gift I'll be able to find there? Jewelry, fashioned by craftsmen from my world. I'm pretty sure no one in your world will have anything like it. Thinking about it logically, what else did a woman need in any world? Jewelry was a universal thing. We agreed I would take her and Kaya to my room, while I would go off on a reconnaissance mission. I would only use them as a last resort, for I really didn't want to spend too much time with this beastie. The girl said that, in case I got lost, Kaya had made a note of my scent and could find me with ease. She also said, clearly out of concern for me, or at least that's how I took it, that she was shocked anyone could live in a place where there were so many dead men and insectoids. Oh, joy of joys. Kaya would find me. I reckoned it would be better collecting a bunch of crap myself and bringing it back to her as a gift. Then the system might send them back sooner. First thing, I paid a visit to Chain Boy's group, who were, to my surprise, still in the town. What were they still doing here? He and his people had made themselves at home in a business center, and there were many more of them now, approximately 200 heads. Not good. Though it did have its pluses as well. I had very much been hoping they would not leave the town, and my wish had come true, presenting me with an excellent opportunity. All the streets were jam-packed with zombies. The Urus fought them, but they just kept on coming. Hidden behind them, my footfall overwhelmed by their din, I made it as far as a Urus patrol. Why are we hanging around in this hell? I don't get the Fingers' motives. I get that there are more opportunities for other people to collect rewards here, and that's why everyone's coming here now, but not for us.
You're not here to think, Pasha. You're here to do. Or maybe you want to argue with the Fingers' orders?
Evidently, conversations like this were taboo for them. All they had was their blind faith in their godhead or whoever it was. A prophet, perhaps? Although no. Everything pointed towards Urdash being their prophet. Right now, I would rather be in a quiet town hunting meat for the altar. That really would be fun, said Pasha, a dreamy expression on his face. Here, there's nothing but bizarre dead men and insects cursed by the system. Nothing at all? Asked another man, whose name I did not know, raising an eyebrow in surprise.
Have you forgotten yesterday's thrashing from a single human?
Don't remind me, replied Pasha, his face distorting in ire. Last night I dreamed about leading him to the altar and watching him suffer. And besides, the gifts of the Overlord will return to us. Yeah, right. Dream on, fuckers. Screw you, you'll get no grimoires.
Speaking of grimoires, System, am I to understand the Urus and everyone else are not your friends? Perhaps even your competitors? If you like, I can exchange their books for something nice for myself. But only if you don't give them to them.
No answer.
Pity, but no means no.
I did not kill the two guys, instead strolling calmly on past and studying everything with magic vision. The first floor was occupied by various weakling meat, which was holding the fort while not shooting any zombies. Wow, there were approximately 100 humans here, and how I wanted to kill them all. As luck would have it, I had over 100 crystal and burning arrows. Yet it was still worth biding my time. Instead of killing everyone, I walked on. The building was only 10 stories high. The 7th floor currently housed most of their group, or even clan by now, with skills from the Urus. And on the roof were another 50 people protecting it from Tariansi and other flyers. My first guesstimate, however, turned out to be imprecise, for there were actually over 300 people. It was the first time I'd seen so many Urus together in one place. Quietly, almost ninja style, I crept higher, floor by floor. When I reached the 5th floor, I realized I was where I needed to be. It was practically empty. Evidently, they had not cared much for the half-destroyed offices. I understood it was risky, but I was sick to death of these Urus. The system had notified them of my whereabouts, and they had come to take my life, doubtless under orders from Urus himself. Excellent. I was glad of the attention. I drew my bow and a ghost arrow, and perched on a table to wait for the right moment. I did not take my eyes from Chainboy, who was sauntering calmly around and did not suspect my presence. I also saw the teleport keeper. He needed taking out as well, but he didn't piss me off as much as Chainboy. Truth be known, in a tactical moment of need, the guy with the teleports would be a greater asset. I waited for Chainboy to conveniently go through to another room where he was alone, before fitting an arrow to my bow and letting fly with it. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 377 kilograms. Now then, how many problems he had caused and how easily he died. I even found his lack of suffering offensive. How many people had that louse killed? That's not to say I was a saint, mind you, but I would never raise a hand against someone unarmed. The arrow entered through his back and penetrated his brain. Instant death, so ignoble, and he didn't even have time to realize who or what was killing him. Attention! You have killed a VIP from the Urus hierarchy. Be prepared for consequences. Oh, shut up, I'm always prepared. And after getting to know Kaya, I could not see the Urus as a strong opponent anymore. In the meantime, the building had begun to shake and become enshrouded in a transparent barrier, while the people ran up and down between the floors like ants. In 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, everybody had learned of Chainboy's death. I drew an explosion arrow and smashed it into the glass of a window. The window pane smashed to smithereens. But the barrier remained unpenetrated. I approached and touched it. It was very strong, and jumping out of it would be impossible, which meant I was in a trap. Perhaps that was their plan? If that was the case, they were sadly misled, for it was not me in the trap, but them. Urus was losing lots of his followers today. I summoned my shadow blade and all from my inventory. Hands full of weapons, eyes full of determination and zeal. Chapter 24. Using vision, I monitored the situation on the 2 floors above and below me. People fussed around the late chain boy, but only one girl came right up close to him. Weeping loudly, she embraced his dead body. The lad had not lost any time in finding himself a love interest. Her pained and bitter expression at his loss made it clear that she loved him. But it didn't last long, and she soon began to scream. Sound waves spread around the room, striking her companions. "Shut up, you idiot! You'll kill us all!" shouted a bearded prick with a bare chest. "They killed him. He's gone," she said, hugging the dead body even tighter to her. Evidently, nobody but her gave a shit. It even occurred to me they were glad of his death and the warm place he'd freed up, which they were now sizing up for themselves. "This is Varg's doing, and he's locked in here with us now. We have 10 hours while the finger of God's barrier is active." It wasn't actually that long. The main thing was that they shouldn't set fire to the building. "The finger of God promises a generous reward to whoever can take Varg alive. There is no reward for bringing him in dead. Even worse, if he dies without giving us back the grimoires, it will be regarded as treason." "That means they're not going to kill me yet." "Can we cut his arms and legs off?" asked someone, immediately earning my dislike. "Yes, you can," said the beard. "Judging by the trajectory of his arrow, he's on the floor below us. Send everyone there to look for him." And so they left, while I remained. "Why is it you he killed?" the girl asked, stroking Chainboy's face with a jerky hand. "The finger should have been taking care of you. I told you I didn't like your plan." Somehow I even felt sorry for her. My all entered her brain, relieving her of her pain, and she flopped down onto his dead body. "You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 37 kilograms. Not a bad people killer. It wasn't quite her lover's kill tally, certainly, but still pretty good for a girl. While I reckoned he'd killed no fewer than me. Before the return of the people who had recently left, I picked up 2 grimoires and headed at speed for the farthest room. And just in time, too. I'd passed just 2 rooms before the doors to the room with the corpses were turned to splinters, and people with activated skills began to run into them. The least effective of them, in my estimation, was a person whose arms were covered with scales. Not the body, just the arms. What half-finished lizard is this? I sprinted out into the corridor and took up a convenient position in expectation of the enemy's arrival. The first one to run out after me took a regular arrow straight to the heart. "You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 21 kilograms. Then I had to run again, in order not to be chased into their trap. People were on the way up from the lower floors as well. Things did not look great for me right now, although my blood was roiling like a crazy man's, and the adrenaline rush made me want to smile. Attention! You are invited to take part in a test. Kill no fewer than 100 humans in this building. Important note. For completing the test, you will receive a skill. Important note. For kills made during this test, you will not receive increases to the capacity of your inventory. Yes or no. Important note. Duration of test, 6 hours. What was there to think about? Of course I accept. I can carry more than 2 tons as it is, but skills don't grow on trees. The door at the end of the corridor was smashed open, and a squad of people armed with machine guns ran at me. Blink, and I was by their side. A flash of my blade, and 2 were decapitated at once. Another blink, and I was behind them, my blade penetrating a 3rd man. A kick sent the last one flying, and before he landed, he was struck by a smoky arrow. It killed him instantly, and thick smoke plumed from his body. I set off at a run again, and found myself in a conference room. There was plenty of space to maneuver using Blink. I stood at the other end of the hall, opposite the doors, ready and waiting for the enemy, who seemed to have gotten lost. I waited, and still they didn't come. I did not need vision to tell me they were combing the building for me. The explosions and shouts from all around made that perfectly clear. I waited 5 minutes, then thought, fuck this for a game of soldiers, before pinging a rupture arrow into the doorway to let them know my position. The reaction was instant, and a number of squads ran in my direction. Like raptors, arrows flew in search of prey. And suddenly there were 5 fewer enemy. Skills flew every which way. Despite the risks, I tried to kill those holding weapons first. Thus, a machine gunner received a hammer to the head, and the soldiers' shooting days were behind him. "Everyone, stand back, I'm going to burn him," shouted a man whose stupidity made him seem like a movie bad guy. Before he had time to say anything more, an arrow stuck in his throat, rendering him unable to burn anyone. This was fun, but my vision told me assistance was close at hand, so it was time to wrap things up here. I drew a dark energy arrow and fired it into the doorway. The explosion produced dark miasmas, which began to spread, blocking the flow of people trying to enter the room. Not good. The emergency exit, which I'd earmarked for my escape, was also obstructed. A crowd of Urus was surging towards it, and not just regulars, but rather the elite. There was nothing for it but to send a dark energy arrow over that way. The main thing for now was to finish this lot off, and I would think about how to get out of here later. A fiery sphere whizzed past me, closely followed by bizarre energy clots buzzing with magic. Notwithstanding my practically constant use of Blink, my energy levels were still high. My internal reserves had been building up recently. I killed the Urus, and they tried to kill me. That went on for about 10 minutes, until their comrades conceived the idea of breaking the wall down to enter the room. One idiot decided instead to leap through the churning dark energy, landing in the room blackened and writhing in agony. 2 frozen explosion arrows flew at the center of the room and froze the floor. Again, I dodged an energy ray that was coming for me and ran to the frozen area, where I produced my hammer and began twatting the floor with all my might. It cracked, but was not going to cave in that easily, and that was very bad, for the rest of the troops would soon be here. My mind went into overdrive trying to figure out what to do. Just then I remembered the reserves I'd been keeping until things began to look up. Not the Urus grimoires, but something even older. I threw a few smoky arrows on the floor at my feet and crushed the tips under my heel, and everything was clouded in smoke. I blinked to the side, summoned a level 1 intensified strike book, and activated it. Knowledge of how to use it then swam up in my head. Attention! You have learned a skill, Intensified Strike. The skill uses internal energy and makes the next strike after charging twice more powerful. Important note: only one arm may be charged with a level 1 skill at any one time. Not too bad, I suppose. I was hoping to exchange it for something more useful to an archer, but apparently it wasn't meant to be. One more frozen explosion whacked into the floor to freeze it further. Shoot, they were almost through the wall. I drew a snowstorm amok and prepared myself, and as soon as the wall fell, I released the arrow towards it. The explosion was powerful, and I was battered with waves of icy air, which made breathing painful. While I was still able, I jumped towards the center of the frozen floor. I reinforced my hammer-holding hand, and this time broke straight through the floor, sending me, and a couple of guys looking for me in the smoke, tumbling downwards in unison. "Demon!" came a shout from above. Oops, Demon twisted his neck. What an unfortunate death for the owner of a skill. Being bitten by a zombie was less dishonorable. Anyway, they did not shout for long when they saw the horror unfurling down there. People began to jump down through the unfolding icy snowstorm, and I was waiting for them. I treated them all to rupture arrows, except the last musclehead, whose forehead I struck with a burning arrow, which lightly toasted his brain. It was silly to stay in the same place for long, so I ran on. The enemy was everywhere, and it was very inconvenient to maneuver among them. There were lots of narrow corridors and small rooms where it would be undesirable to start a fight. I used 2 more snowstorm amucks, risking the collapse of the building despite wiping out dozens in a single shot. I did not even count the frozen explosion and dark energy arrows. Hiding on the 3rd floor, I was at last able to catch my breath and take a short rest. My hands were shaking from the excessive blinkage and energy expenditure. I took out some bottles of healing potion and poured them down my throat one after another to speed up my recuperation. Then I quickly checked my arrow situation. Nothing to worry about just yet. Incidentally, the intensified strike proved itself none too shabby, and with a stronger bow, the string would be easier to draw. Essentially, it strengthened the whole arm for a short time, not just until you fired a shot. And who is hiding here? Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. Before I had time to jump away, a man's hand had my neck in a vice-like grip and jerked me sharply into a portal. A most unexpected turn of events. How had they figured out where I was? He held me with a force that would have killed a regular human. Except that I was a strong little thing myself. No sooner had I entered the portal than I was free again, and the man was looking in confusion at his new stump and the severed arm lying by him on the ground. Bastards. Via the portal, they had tracked me back up to the 8th floor where I'd killed Stilo. There were only 3 of them here, the new cripple, the portal operator, and a woman who looked very different from the other 2. She wore an evening dress and disgustingly expensive costume jewelry. Wasn't she cold in such a light dress? "Wakey, wakey, Megara, you dumb bent," shouted the portal keeper to the girl. "Whatever you say," she replied, smiling sweetly and licking her plush lips as she looked at me. I was ready to blink over to them and fuck them up good and proper for treating me that way, angry at having been carried off by the scruff of my neck like a little kid. I struck the portal operator with a snowstorm amuck. He'd pissed me off, and I didn't care if the shockwaves reached me. However, obviously expecting some form of attack, he created a portal right in front of himself for my arrow to fly right into. "Waste of time," he sniggered. "By the way, I must thank you. Stilo was a rare idiot. Get this, it was his plan to lure you here, and he was the first one you killed." I did not stand still, blinking around the room and showering them with arrows. My efforts were, however, in vain, because he kept producing portals for him and his people to hide behind. He'd learned to produce them faster since our last meeting. "Do you think you can get out of here alive?" I asked, releasing another fiery explosion arrow, this time at his feet. "Are you taking the piss? He created a portal in the floor." "Why are you dawdling, idiot?" asked the man, who apparently didn't like my bared teeth or the hammer I had drawn. "Oops, okay, just a second," said the silly, giggling girl. I was as prepared as I could be for her attack and was even looking forward to it. When it came, I blinked closer and crunched her. My nose detected the sweet aroma of fresh strawberries. My first thought was that she'd gone overboard with her perfume. By the time I realized that wasn't the case, it was already too late. "All done. He's poisoned," she said, as if it wasn't obvious. I dropped down on one knee, my breathing labored, like at the end of a long and grueling marathon. What freaking poison? I've got immunity. I had to check, only I wasn't up to thinking. For some reason, I was filled with outrage and spleen. I understood it wasn't normal, but damn it felt so good. "He'll be a vegetable for the next 2 hours, and we'll only see his hidden desires," said the girl to the portal keeper. "I'm so grateful to the master for this ability."
There's nothing quite like turning men into dribbling imbeciles.
How odd.
I could hear and understand practically everything, but a pulsing sensation started up in my chest.
And what hidden desires would these be?
My darling, is that bemusement I detect in your expression? Are you trying to understand what I've done to you?
She asked, her voice full of malice.
I'm feeling kind today. So while we have a couple of minutes before you become completely unstitched, I shall devote them to you. My skill is called the Exciter of Desires. Your mind will go to sleep and dream wonderful dreams, but your body will be awake and living its regular life. We will observe what you do and say. The really amazing thing is that your body will be able to live in that condition for over a week. If your brain doesn't burn up, that is.
I'm gonna kill you, bitch. I'm gonna tear you apart with my bare hands. She moaned, bending forward seductively.
I like ruthless, brutal men. They're such little honey buns. And something else. Your brain will draw the most unimaginable pictures, indistinguishable from reality. And if here you will be out for a week, then there it will seem like a whole year. Welcome to your own personal heaven. It will soon become hell.
My eyes began slowly to close, despite all my efforts to keep them open. My body became heavy, and my second knee dropped to the floor as well, only not for long, because I soon collapsed onto my back. As though in a dream, I heard the clicking of high heels. The girl came closer to me, bent down, and looked right into my eyes. One of them was still open a crack, allowing me to see just fine. Darkness entered my house, and along with it, laughter. Only not Megara's laughter, no. She could not possibly laugh like that. She was just a silly woman who had gained a power and was wreaking revenge on every man who crossed her path. It truly was a fearful power, and we would soon need to be wearing gas masks everywhere. The laughter grew, as did the dark, which now swallowed me.
Hey, system, that's not what we agreed.
Where's my much-hyped poison protection? Couldn't my psychological protection help my immunity? Or does dragon blood get fast-tracked? On the plus side, I was delighted to hear the portal keeper say I was needed alive. I came around, lying on the floor in exactly the same pose in which I'd fallen asleep. An interesting thought occurred to me. So that means my body acts there exactly the same as it does here, right? In that case, go for it. Stop looking at him. Why do you always inspect them? Are you expecting to find something new? Maxim, whom everyone called the portal operator, simply could not get used to Megara's foible. He knew she wasn't quite right in the head, and served not so much the master as her own desires. Luckily for me, the master had forbidden my killing. Otherwise, I would have been able to observe her slicing off thin pieces of my flesh.
Don't be a sourpuss, okay? Said the girl, pouting. I have to have some little pleasures in life, don't I?
You have 30 minutes before he comes to and starts stumbling around like a lunatic. Keep an eye on him, and I'll open some portals and let in another 200 of our guys. And I've got to close all the enemy portals. The finger does not like competition. Max did not want to keep the finger waiting, so he sprinted straight off to dole out commands, since he was now in charge around here. First up, he opened the portals to usher in a workforce of as yet uninitiated people. Then he checked Chainboy's body and understood he'd fucked up big time. Max had forgotten to claim the grimoires, and now they were in my bastard inventory. It didn't occur to me to make him give them up first, when there was still a couple of minutes to spare. The man said dejectedly. We could have forced his hand by promising to let him go or some other bullshit. His portal business done, he returned to Megara, who was still standing over the guy and staring at him intently.
Do you think he could have hurt me?
Asked the girl in an unexpectedly cunning voice. The man responded without thinking. He's killed more of our guys than anyone else. He could have torn you apart with his bare hands if it weren't for your skill, which I think you got undeservedly.
That means he could. Everyone hurts me, and he would have done too,
said Megara. In a distant whisper, a crooked smile spreading across her face.
So that means I can rip out his eyeball, doesn't it? He did hurt me, didn't he?
No, you idiot, don't you dare, replied Max, realizing what she was driving at. Except that he couldn't actually stop her physically, just as he couldn't open a portal to remove her hand. He had nearly used up his limit today. Max realized it was him who was going to be getting it in the neck for this miscalculation and gave an inward moan. "Cuh!" croaked the girl suddenly, as her head was separated from her body. The girl's head rolled along the dirty floor and stopped at the portal operator's feet. He looked into Megara's dead eyes, which were open and looking at him in surprise. Everything had happened so quickly that he scarcely had time to notice how. And what had happened was impossible. One of my hands had gripped her by the neck with wild speed, while the second had delivered a chop so powerful that her spine and skin, together with her sinews, snapped and came loose, sending her head flying. And now I lay there, all bespattered with the girl's blood, my arm raised and my hands gripping her headless neck. The man wanted to shout, "But that's impossible, he shouldn't have woken up." Since I had been able to vanquish her skill, I must be at least level 40, and here was Max with practically no mana, one-on-one with me. Max was frightened for his life, and without waiting to see what would happen next, he dived into his personal reserves, which were not meant to be touched because they were responsible for the life of the Magus. The removal of energy from there would shorten the Magus's life by a number of years, and might even burn out all his energy canals. Taking more energy than was strictly necessary, Max was able to create a portal a little way away and flee in a cowardly fashion from the beast that was me. The building was swarming with people, so they could deal with him. I heard the echo of the girl's words. I remembered the pose she'd been sitting in and where her neck had been. As long as her position hadn't changed, I might be able to reach her. I lay there, trying not to stir. I charged one arm with energy, and with the second I grabbed at the place where her neck should have been. I had no idea what was supposed to happen, but I squeezed with all the strength I could muster before punching good and hard with my other hand. Perhaps I was fantasizing, or, as she'd said, dreaming. Whatever it was, I felt something, blood, to be precise, washing all over my face, a mildly salty taste to it. How can vampires possibly like this shit? Just in case I might have missed first time, I threw her a few more punches. I hadn't been banking on striking it so lucky. Now I could stand up, which I did, although I was in no hurry to start walking. My body might have been walking around there as well, and that would be most unfortunate. Although a meter should probably be okay, shouldn't it? And so I took one step before tripping and falling. Right in front of my eyes appeared a bench which hadn't been there a second ago. Surely that was what I'd tripped over. And where am I, anyway? Only now did I realize this place was nothing like my fantasy or the limit of my waking dreams. Although, what did I actually dream about? I'd never given it much thought before. Everything was bathed in a gray mist, and there was only me and the bench. But no sooner had I entertained this thought than the mist began to dissipate, presenting me with a curious view of a paved stone floor decorated with zany patterns. Then more benches and tables piled with food and corpses. The more the mist lifted, the more interesting the picture became. A throne room, in the center of which stood, surprise, surprise, a golden throne, and perched solemnly on the throne was the corpse of the king. His body was all sliced up, while his jewel-encrusted crown lay in a puddle of blood at his feet. About 300 people were in the room, all of them corpses, and apparently fresh, if the blood dripping from the table was anything to go by. Drip, drip. I did not know what the party had been in aid of, but it had been one hell of a bloodbath. There were lots of regular soldiers and guardsmen, but they hadn't been able to save the people from whoever had attacked them. "Do you like it?" came a gentle voice from behind me.
My favorite put a lot of effort in. In recent times, I had grown weary of being afraid and surprised. Turning slowly around, I saw a girl standing there in front of me. But, of course, the system made a point of throwing me into situations involving girls. Maybe it felt the need to marry me off? Although, what if? A terrible thought occurred to me, which made the girl burst into peals of deranged laughter. "How silly you are," she said, shaking her head. "No, I am not the system. And yes, that was my laughter you heard back then. I was watching you. You made me laugh. And you disappointed me."
"Have you been following me?" I asked. I was certainly aware of being a handsome trooper, but not to this extent.
"Again, no," she said with a shake of her head. "I am not a hallucination, or a dream, or a god. Gods are generally despicable beasts. They are absolutely not like you humans imagine them. They are merely parasitic creatures who have managed to escape from the system, whether out of greed or out of stupidity."
"Am I dead? Are you death?" The only obvious explanation.
"Wrong again. You are alive. Although not for long, methinks," said the girl with a smile, leaning her head to the side in a studious fashion. Why wasn't she death? Black dress, straight black waist-length hair, pale face, macabre smile. How fed up I was of getting into unpleasant scrapes. "Let me guess. You came to speak with me about the duel? If that's the case, you can get lost. I acted precisely as I wanted to. Even if you kill me now, I will regret nothing," I said. And the strange aura she emanated dispelled any doubt that she could kill me. Another problem was that I couldn't summon anything from my inventory, and skills did not work here. "Kill you? Why?" she asked, perplexed. "You can do that quite happily yourself. But that makes it even more fun to observe you. If you're so interested, ask the system who I am, and maybe she will tell you."
"So my next question is, why did you drag me out?" "Nothing happened for no reason."
"You're right there. My favorite is occupied at the moment. Others, as you put it, just fuck around. So I am forced to intervene."
A small flask containing a black liquid appeared in her hand. "And now you suggest I drink that like an idiot and agree to die by poison? Or maybe my body becomes inhabited by an inconceivable, tentacled nightmare monster which is over 2,000 years old and feeds on blondes?" For some reason I found the situation funny and smiled, albeit not without effort.
Good idea. Thanks for the tip. I shall have to slip some Sirigano into a flask,"
she replied, her smile becoming more malicious and darkness shimmering in her eyes, if only for a moment.
"Consider me kind today. This flask contains something that will take you back, and almost without consequence."
"Almost," I chuckled.
"That's right, almost. But it also might not take you back. It might kill you on the spot and atomize you," she said, making an innocent face. "Who knows? Well, I do. But who's going to tell you? Because I'm not."
Insanity, I thought, looking around and shrugging my shoulders. I had no choice anyway, so I might as well have some fun.
"Oh, yes. Fun and frolics are guaranteed when you show up."
Her facial expression changed so often that there just had to be something wrong with her head.
"There's just one condition. I cannot give it to you for nothing."
The extended hand holding the flask was withdrawn and held against her chest. "I don't need the third one," I said wearily, realizing where all this was going and sitting down on a table, regardless of the fact that my body was there.
"How impertinent."
She smiled a salacious smile.
"But you are evidently not up to it yet. Perhaps in, say, never or 2 nevers. Maybe then you will be worthy."
I didn't understand a thing.
"I can give you a lifeline in return for a favor. That would be more correct. I could, of course, ask you if you agree, but I know you do because you never surrender, and that is a good thing. Listen carefully,
she said, raising her index finger.
When you return and see Leona, you must tell her you agree to accept the gift of the Devourer. I know it sounds easy, doesn't it? What were you thinking? I'm not going to make you kill her. She's fun as well, and her sister's even more hilarious. Even Lafayette is a sweet little dandelion compared to her sister.
Before I had time to reply, she was in front of me and pouring the contents of the flask into my mouth.
Happy hunting, and don't thank me. I'm doing this for fun, she said, tousling my hair. Then the world faded. The next thing I knew, I was lying on something very soft. I opened my eyes and grinned in delight. Megira. I had gotten to her after all. What are the chances it was all a dream? The reply was scarcely audible laughter at the periphery of my hearing. Attention! You have drunk something you should not have drunk. Be prepared for consequences. Everything happened quickly, very quickly. I suddenly felt cold, then just as suddenly hot, then my vision failed and it was dark again. Had my eyeballs burst? Shit. But all I needed to do was wish them open, and they opened, and I could see clearly again. Except that I wasn't merely seeing, as before, but seeing with vision, and everything was 100 yards closer. I was about to rejoice, but it didn't happen. The effect of the potion will last 45 minutes. What happened next came completely out of the blue. A portal opened, and I prepared myself to destroy the operator. But instead, Kaya came out of it. Even more surprising was that it wasn't her voice I could hear, but her emotions. She was very hungry and wanted fresh, tasty blood. She was here to kill, and she was all of a flutter at the mere thought of being able to dive right into the bloodbath. Then, more terrible still, her emotions became mine, and I wanted the same. I understood two things with extreme clarity. I could not withstand those feelings, and all the people here were doomed. Are you up for some hunting, Kaya? Speaking proved difficult, my swollen tongue a hindrance, and I did not want to simply speak, but bellow. The response was a growl, and it made every human in the building shudder. Bring on the glorious hunt. This concludes An Ideal World for a Sociopath, Book 4, by Oleg Sapphire, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Copyright 2025 by Oleg Sapphire. English translation copyright 2025 by Colin Parker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.